Addis Ababa. Good morning and welcome to this coverage of the AUC election. My name is George Maringa, right here on TV 47, the home of untold stories. We are going to cover this in the best way only we can. And just to remind you, the election features three candidates. That is Raila Odinga from the Republic of Kenya, Mohammed Yusuf from the Republic of Djibouti, and Richard Randrato from the Republic of Madagascar. This election is happening at the 38th Ordinary Summit of the African Union Heads of State, which is taking place today. And just moments ago, we witnessed President William Ruto and Kenya's candidate, who is also the East African candidate, Raila Odinga, ride in the same vehicle en route to the AU headquarters in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. We are not covering this alone from Nairobi. Our colleagues are in Addis Ababa, Apollo Kamau and George as well, to be able to bring us more details, more coverage of this election, that at the end of it all, we shall be having a candidate who will be the winner of that position that has been highly contested, especially following the announcement of Kenya's candidate last year. And that has also seen intense lobbying from various quarters across the Republic and across the continent as Raila Odinga sought to become the next AUC chairperson. This is the coverage. This is that election day that has been waited for a very long time. And right here on TV 47, we shall be indeed endeavoring to bring you up to date with what's happening, especially from in Addis Ababa, especially regarding that election, whose results shall be announced. And of course, it's a very interesting way, and we shall be having guests right here in studio and also joining us virtually to be able to discuss and to be able to bring you up to speed and see what exactly this election is all about. On the socials, you can find us at TV47 News KE or at George Maringa _. Please use the hashtag AUC decides. Now, there is a lot that is happening apart from that departure that we've seen of President William Ruto and Raila Odinga sharing the same vehicle heading to Addis Ababa. Other heads of state have been arriving at Addis Ababa for the same, and we shall be linking up with Apollo Kamau to just be able to bring you more details on what is happening in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. Now, the AU will conduct the elections in a different format, in an interesting format. And of course, this is not the first time that Kenya has fronted a candidate. We did see Kenya front Amina Mohamed, the former cabinet secretary for foreign affairs at the time, to be able to participate, or rather to front her candidature. But of course, Raila Odinga has been fronted as not only Kenya's candidate, but also East Africa's candidate. And Raila Odinga is seeking to succeed Musa Faki, whose term comes to an end. And the African Union is subdivided into 5 regions. That is the Southern region, the Central, the Eastern region, the Western and Northern Africa. And this election will be to succeed Musa Faki, who is from Chad, and his term has come to an end. And the new office holder will be selected at the 38th AU Summit, which will be held in Addis Ababa today. And the AUC person, or the chairperson, is elected by the Assembly for a 4-year term, renewable once. And this vote for the AUC chair is a non-delegated vote where each president votes for themselves, and it is not a vote that can be delegated. And the AU rules introduced in 2018, the AUC chairperson is held on a rotational basis among the regions that I've told you of the African Union, and the rules were made in order to promote the principles of regional rotation, gender merit, and inter-regional rotation. Central, Southern, and Western have already had their representatives since 2002, and it is now the turn for Eastern and the Northern regions. The Eastern region, that is Kenya, of course, which has fronted its candidate as Raila Odinga, is having the chance to produce the chairperson, whereas the Northern region will produce the vice chairperson. Now, the election is conducted in accordance with Rules 38, 39, and 42 of the procedure of the Assembly and Executive Council, statutes of the Commission and the Rule of Procedure of the Permanent Representatives Committee of the AU. Rule 38 explains how the election of the Commission, Chairperson and Deputy shall be conducted. Rule 39 is on the appointment of the commissioners, which is to be based on equal geographical distribution. Now, the respective regions from which the chairperson and his or her deputy shall be appointed shall be entitled to only one commissioner each. The commissioners shall be competent men or women with proven experience in a relevant field, commensurate leadership qualities, and a good track record in government, parliament, international organizations, or other relevant sectors of society. That's what the rule states. Now, Rule 42 is on the voting procedure for the election of the members of the commission, and the assembly, according to the rule, shall elect the chairperson and his or her deputy by secret ballot and a 2/3 majority of member states eligible to vote. Remember, the assembly consists of the heads of state of the African Union. Now, the candidates, the candidature for the office of the chairperson and of the commission and his or her deputy was circulated to member states at least 3 months before the election, and it states that the chairperson and his or her deputy shall not be from the same region. Opposition leader Raila Odinga threw his hat into the ring, and he's contesting against, as I had told you, Mohamed Ali Yusuf of Djibouti and Richard Rendumandrato of Madagascar in this very high-stakes race. To ensure that the candidates are chosen on merit and not solely through deal making between states and regions, the AU decided to set up a panel of eminent persons who will vet candidates and draw up a short list of the candidate. And this has been, of course, a very interesting race that we've seen Kenya's candidate Raila Odinga traverse the African continent campaigning for himself. And this will be an interesting way that we shall see how the results come out. And the Foreign Affairs Cabinet Secretary, who is also the Prime CS, Musalia Mudavadi, said that Kenya has given all its support and expressed confidence in that the candidate Raila Odinga will be able to clinch that seat. And now President William Ruto met African leaders in Addis Ababa, and he met also the outgoing AUC chair Musa Faki to discuss the election. And Raila Odinga is seeking to discuss, to succeed, Musa Faki as chairperson. And he is facing Mohamed Yusuf of Djibouti and Richard Rendumandrato from Madagascar. And that had been preceded by the famous Mjadala Africa debate that was held in December last year. President Ruto met several heads of state during the AU summit, and he discussed diplomatic relations with leaders from Equatorial Guinea and Senegal. Ruto emphasized strengthening Kenya and Senegal relations on both bilateral levels, and Kenya and Senegal aim to enhance mutual growth and cooperation. He highlighted Kenya-Equatorial Guinea's long-standing diplomatic relations. Kenya and Angola are also deepening trade and investment ties, and Ruto underscored regional collaboration on peace and security efforts. A candidate for AUC chairperson must secure a 2/3 majority, and the candidate needs the support of at least 33 countries. The elections may take up to 3 rounds if needed. All candidates are on the ballot during the first round. If no candidate wins, voting continues with the top 2 candidates. If the 2/3 majority is not reached, one candidate withdraws, and the remaining candidate must secure the required votes to win. If no majority is reached, the deputy chairperson assumes leadership. The election continues until a chairperson wins the required votes to win. The deputy chairperson must come from a different region, and the AUC chairperson and deputy chairperson serve a 4-year term. Kenya's Amina Mohamed struggled to secure support in the 2017 election, and 7 countries were suspended from voting for constitutional issues. The 2025 AUC elections will take place during the 38th AU Summit, and key candidates for the chairperson are Raila Odinga, Muhammad Ali Yusuf, and Richard Randriamandrato. Deputy chairperson candidates include representatives from Algeria, Egypt, and Libya. Each region must submit both male and female deputy candidates. A principle of inter-regional rotation ensures equitable African representation. The chairperson and deputy chairperson cannot be from the same region. And the voting, Rule 42 states that voting shall commence with the election of the chairperson, followed by the deputy chairperson, and thereafter the assembly shall appoint the commissioners elected by the Executive Council. Executive Council here means the Council of Ministers of Foreign Affairs or other such ministers or authorities as designated by the governments of member states. In any election for the chairperson or his deputy, the balloting shall continue until one of the candidates obtains 2/3 majority required, provided that if the ballot remains inconclusive, the next ballot shall be restricted to the two candidates who obtained the highest number of votes in the third ballot. If after 3 further ballots neither of the two candidates obtains the majority required, the candidate with fewer votes shall withdraw. Where there are only 2 candidates initially and neither candidate obtains the majority required after the third ballot, the candidate with fewer votes shall withdraw and the remaining candidate shall proceed to the next round. We shall be getting more updates and more details on that, and also, of course, the rule further states that if the remaining candidate fails to obtain 2/3 majority required in the round, that chairperson shall suspend the election, is what the rule states. And where there is only one candidate initially and he or she fails to obtain the 2/3 majority required after the third ballot, the chairperson shall suspend the election. And as I told you, that we are also having our reporter based in Addis Ababa following on this particular election, none other than our political affairs lead, Apollo Kamau. Good morning, Apollo. How is Addis Ababa treating you, and what updates perhaps would you have today? The summit was supposed to start at 10 a.m. Please bring our viewers up to date.
Good morning, Maringa, from Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, outside the AU headquarters. Here, just behind me is where the Nelson Mandela Hall is, and that's where the action will be taking place. This is the D-Day. This is the moment of truth. And to each of the candidates, starting off with Kenya's candidate, Raila Odinga, this is his moment. Who will it be at the end of the day between Odinga and between Richard James of Madagascar and Mahamoud Yusuf of Djibouti? It's all about the numbers. And what they will be looking forward this afternoon is who can clinch in the first round 2/3, which is about 33 or 48 or 49 of the total votes. Now, the Kenya camp is confident, especially after the past 2 days where they have been holding back-to-back diplomatic meetings, trying to get reassurance and the final push to make sure Africa and those who promised them do keep their word. That was what was happening yesterday. But this morning, because it's about to start in a few moments, this is what we expect to happen or to take place in this very busy day of election day. To start off, there will be major statements by the current AUC chair and the outgoing one, who is Musa Faki. He will open the assembly with his statement, and after, he will be followed by the Prime Minister of Ethiopia, Abiy Ahmed, to make his opening speech. We also have the United Nations Secretary General, Antonio Guterres. Remember, this is also a crucial place for him, given what is happening in Africa, especially on the issue of Sudan, the issue of Somalia, and the issue of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Then after Antonio Guterres, we also have a statement from the President of Palestine. All these statements have been constricted to about 5 minutes because it's a very busy program ahead. And after that, we also have the handover, which will be happening by the current chair and outgoing one, who is Mohamed Ould, President of the Republic of Mauritania, who will be handing over to the President of Angola. So it's a very busy day and a lot of activities are lined up. So for the opening session, this is going to be open and then we'll have a closed-door session. But before we continue with that, we have a delegation from Kenya here to show solidarity with Kenya's candidate Raila Odinga, and I can see Mheshimiwa Elachi Wiz here. Mheshimiwa, kindly, if you can come forward, the Member of Parliament for Dagoretti North, just to get a feel of how the Kenya camp feels this morning. We also have Mheshimiwa Rosa Boyu here, and Mheshimiwa also here. He is joining us this morning. This is such a crucial day for candidate Odinga. Mheshimiwa, tell us, what's your take this morning, given you've come here to show solidarity?
Thank you very much. I think today we just humble ourselves with humility to God, because today it is God for him. But we pray for everyone. We pray for all the 49 countries. We pray for wisdom for Baba, that whatever he says today will grant him favor. Thank you.
Mheshimiwa Rosa Boyu, what's your take this morning ahead of this crucial day?
My take is that God is going to shine upon our candidate. We always say, put your best foot forward, reach up as far as you can, and let God reach down the rest of the way. And I think the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga has really campaigned across Africa with the support of the President, His Excellency William Ruto. So they've put their foot forward, and we are trusting in God to actually make it happen. The vibe is good, the energy is positive, and we are looking forward to the best. Yes.
And how many of you members of parliament are here to show solidarity?
I think by last night we could have reached 75, but there are some who are still coming in this morning. So probably that target of 100, we might reach that target of 100. But right now, last night we were 75. And across all political affiliations, and both genders represented. We have leadership from parliament, we have membership from different parts of the country, and there are some members of the county assembly who've also come. And the most important thing is everybody, each and every person has paid for this from their own pocket. And that just shows how eager and how supportive we are of this exercise. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mheshimiwa. We are also joined here by Mheshimiwa. Mheshimiwa, welcome to the set.
Thank you.
What's your take this morning?
Before that, my name is Honorable Ngondowere, MP Kasipul. It is a precious morning and we are here to stand with Baba. I spent the entire night praying, and with God's grace, we expect a good welcome. We are very happy. We have prayed. May God bless Kenya. Thank you.
In terms of numbers, are you looking maybe for a first round win, clinching the 2/3 majority?
Definitely. With God's belief, everything is possible. We pray that the outcome be noted within the first round, but whatever God has plans to us, well and good. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mheshimiwa, for your comments. Those are members of parliament. I also have the vice chair of the Foreign and Defense Relations Committee. Mheshimiwa, thank you so much for joining us this morning here in Addis Ababa. This morning, of course, we know why you are here, but what's the motivation behind it?
Thank you very much, and greetings to all Kenyans back home. The reason why we're here, of course, every Kenyan knows why we're here. This is the AU summit that ultimately will culminate in the election of the AU chairperson. And of course, as Kenya, we have a candidate, and we're here to give moral support to our candidate, the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. But equally, I'm also here in my capacity as the Vice Chair of the Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations, as a member of the committee officially here. So I'm also observing the AU summit itself, besides the elections. But of course, the main motivating factor is that we are coming to witness the election of the AU chairperson, and we want to wish BAMBA all the best in today's elections. And I'm sure we are upbeat about it. So we pray for him, and that's why we're here. Yes.
Thank you so much, Mheshimiwa. Those are some of the views of the Kenyan delegation which is here. We've just heard about 75 members of parliament are here. They could be 100 or even more. Remember, there are the 4 representatives of parliament who have been sent by parliament officially, and then there's the other delegation of members of parliament who have come on their own volition just to witness this historic occasion, which in a few minutes it should be kicking off. Given we are outside, we are yet to know, but it should be starting off at 11. And therefore, starting here, you have a feeling of the high sense of anticipation, high sense of expectation looking forward. Everyone is positive that this moment, after an intense campaign crisscrossing 30 countries across Africa, meeting heads of state even outside of Africa, Odinga has really pushed this. And just to show how committed he has been and how the president has been committed to this, he has been the chief campaigner for Mr. Odinga. And him coming here ahead of this summit today shows you how much it matters to him. And it matters to him not just because of the elevation of Kenya's status in the diplomatic world, and especially here on the continent will be, but also it will have implications at home, you know, in terms of the 27 elections. If Odinga clinches this, he will be busy. He will occupy himself with high-profile AU politics, concentrating his mandate here. In case he doesn't, and what many analysts have been saying, he will be forced back to go home to join the others in the political camp. And politics is expected to be on a high antenna after that. But expectations are high. People are very positive. And as you have just heard, everyone hopes, given the reassurances that have been given, African countries who have committed to support Odinga will keep their word. Now, something else to look out for, given the Djibouti candidate is the main opponent of Odinga, is this battle between the Francophone countries and Anglophone countries, the Arab factor, the French-speaking nation. How will they vote? And we saw in the election of the AUC commissioners, which was conducted by the Executive Council of Foreign Ministers, how geopolitics played out in that election. And therefore, those are some of the factors we expect to play out. Also, there is the issue of the candidates themselves. When the heads of state gather there, they will not only be voting for the candidates, but how they perceive various heads of state. And for Kenya, that is President William Ruto. When they look at Odinga, not just Odinga, they will also be looking whether he will stand in, he will deliver their interest. And a lot of interest are at play here, given the regional dynamics here in Africa. So it's a very, very tight moment for him. And especially if you look what has been happening in the past few weeks and days, the situation in the Democratic Republic of Congo. That situation did bring out diplomatic issues between Kenya as the chair and the lead process in this peace process. We had South Africa not seeing eye to eye with countries like Rwanda. Kenya has been accused of taking sides. And then we have DRC Congo itself accusing Rwanda of backing the M23 rebels to fight Tshisekedi and that's a big threat. So those are some of the factors, including that issue that will be playing out inside here. Now, today, it's not just the election of the AU chairperson. Remember, we have 3 candidates. There are also 5 other candidates for the deputy chairperson. And the process is almost the same, you know, like for the AUC chairperson, the winning candidate has to clinch 2/3 of the vote. They have to go for 3 rounds. If that doesn't happen, if they go for the 3 rounds and it doesn't happen, then if one of the 3 candidates clinches the 2/3, then it means the candidate with the less vote will have to step out. Then it keeps on going until the last man standing. And therefore, many people here are hoping there won't be a postponement of this vote if the numbers fail to add up when the last man stands. Because if the last man fails to clinch the 2/3, then of course it will have to be postponed. So looking on my sides, delegates are still streaming in. Heads of state are coming in. It should be starting any moment from now, but by 2 p.m. Kenyan time this afternoon, we will know how this process is shaping up. And if we can just pan a little bit and see how the arrivals are taking place here. By now, most of the people have entered the hall. It has been a very busy morning. Most of the delegates, heads of state are also streaming in what is no doubt a special moment. We're also trying to see if we can get Kenya's candidate, Raila Odinga, and maybe just speaking to him, or if he doesn't want to speak, we just have a feel of how he is taking it in, because this is a big day and he has been crisscrossing the continent, busy meeting heads of state. And this can be tiring, especially someone of his age, but this is something he has coped with very well, crisscrossing the continent, meeting various heads of state, and also being alongside President William Ruto as they go to various delegations, including to China, to Washington, where President William Ruto was very instrumental in introducing Odinga to the various heads of state in the early stages of this campaign. So it's now all cool now as delegates continue to stream in, and any moment the event should be kicking off here in Addis Ababa today. No, just to give you a breakdown of what we expect, of course there will be the handover of the AU chairperson, and also on the agenda, that is in the opening session, there will be an announcement of the Bureau of the Assembly of the African Union for the year 2025 and the chairperson of the African Union for the year 2025. So it's a packed up calendar, and we do also expect to hear from heads of state from Liberia, we have Senegal, we have Botswana, Mauritius, Ghana, and Mozambique. And after those speeches, there will be the adoption of the draft agenda of the 38th ordinary session of the Assembly and consideration of the items. And after that, that is around 2 to 3 p.m., the heads of state will break. And after that, they will return for a closed session, which they will deliberate on a lot of issues, including the elections. Perhaps now we take you inside the Nelson Mandela Hall, we just witness what is happening, what is going on there as heads of state, as various delegations from African countries continue to stream in for this big event. This is an event which is very crucial because this is the transition. We are witnessing transition of power from Moussa Faki to the incoming chair. And remember, President William Ruto, as the chair of institutional reforms at the African Union, met Moussa Faki at his Narok home, where the issue of transition came up. And that issue of transition has been cropping up every now and then, because even here, we did hear from Prime Cabinet Secretary and CS for Foreign Affairs, Musalia Mudavadi, say the issue of transition to handover is now nay, and they are preparing for this smooth handover. And remember, we also heard speeches from Moussa Faki himself. He did say whoever is coming in has a full agenda. His entry is full because of what is happening in Africa. First, there is the issue of the 7 African countries who have been suspended from the AU. Those countries will not be participating in this vote. And that's why the number, instead of being 55, will be about 48 or 49 who will be partaking in that process. Now, there has been push to have those countries be readmitted to the African Union, but of course there are questions given the ongoing conflicts, especially in Sudan, and also some countries like Burkina Faso and Mali. There are still gaps to be filled, and that's an issue that is going to be handled by the heads of state here. So we are all waiting to see how that turns out. But at the moment, let's take you back to the hall, Nelson Mandela Hall. You have a feel of how this day will progress on.
We continue to monitor activities inside and outside Nelson Mandela Hall in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, ahead of the 38th summit of the African Heads of State. And earlier on, we did see Raila Odinga with President William Ruto ride in the same vehicle en route to the AU headquarters. Let's take a look at what happened earlier.
Thank you, thank you.
Absolutely, and that is President William Ruto with former Prime Minister Raila Odinga en route when they boarded the same vehicle to the AU headquarters where the summit will take place, the 38th summit, ordinary summit of the African heads of state that will see the heads of state also participate in the secret ballot election that will see them vote in the next AUC chairperson and their deputy. We will continue to monitor events of that activity in Addis Ababa. Our very own Apollo Kamau is in Addis Ababa for more details, and we shall also be bringing you more details as soon and when we can. But also in the meantime here in Kenya, I want us to link up with Professor Macharia Munene. He is a professor of international relations at the United States International University, USIU, here in Kenya, and he'll be joining us virtually for an analysis and to be able to also look at what to expect and to just basically understand what exactly this AUC election is all about. Good morning, Professor. It's good to speak to you again. How are you doing?
Very well. Thanks to this opportunity to discuss and share ideas. It's a great day for the African continent. It's also a great day for Kenyans. It makes Kenyans feel good. At least the weather is very cooperating because it's shining very well, so which means that there'll be not very many problems to come.
Yeah, indeed. And of course, a lot has been happening. We've talked about this in the past, but of course, today is the D-Day, Prof. And when you look at how, let's look even from a spectrum as a professor of international relations, was it very necessary for all these razzmatazz from the Kenyan delegation, from the Kenyan leaders who have trooped to Addis Ababa? Is this something that perhaps even as a professor you were expecting to see? We have seen the tradition before, but is this something that is perhaps something that you were expecting to see, and what did that mean for you?
No, it was, the delegation was not expected, although it is not surprising given that Kenyans tend to be very enthusiastic about small things. And the delegation of over 180 people, top people, governors, MPs, senators, and all those things, is a sign of exuberance and high expectations. Whether they are warranted or not is another matter, but it's a sign of life and optimism that things might go their way. They have created a sense of excitement that the whole country is now excited about it. It's not the first time that Kenya is having a candidate for the job, but it is the first time where there is high-level excitement. The last time Amina Mohammed almost clinched it, and then it slipped through her fingers when she was in Addis Ababa. But even then, there was not much excitement about that post as it is right now, in part because of the candidate's stature and past record. He is well known in many circles, in different ways. Some people think that he's a great man. Others have a problem with him. So they have all this. And so Raila as a person is exciting in himself. So that way, then it's not possible to ignore such an event, whichever way it comes out at the end of it.
Yeah. And so, Prof, when you look at even the issues surrounding this campaign, do you think Kenya put a robust campaign, as it were? And how perhaps did you gauge how former Prime Minister Raila Odinga went ahead with this campaign, even the boost by Kenya's President William Ruto? How did you think that whole campaign period from the moment he was announced at State House Nairobi, and we saw other presidents of the East African community join us, how did you think the campaign transpired, and perhaps could you point out what would be a highlight for you in that campaign season?
Well, I think the campaign was very vigorous. We give the team, that's President Ruto and his Minister of Foreign Affairs, they worked as hard as they could to sell their candidate, Raila. And as far as ordinary campaigns are concerned, they did their best. They went overboard in trying to campaign as if it's a local election in that sense. There are problems along the way that might, despite the good effort, might be negative to Kenya's candidate because the people voting are not ordinary people. These are presidents or heads of government in their respective countries, and their primary concern is how well a particular candidate is likely to promote their interest or maybe be negative as far as their interests are concerned, national interests as they perceive them. That's the driving force. Bearing that in mind, then there are three factors that come into play. Whether one likes it or not, they just do come to play. One, what do all these other heads of state and government think of President William Ruto? Because he's the main campaigner for this. So what do they think about him with regard to African interests, African matters, with regard to personality, a lot of things. So their view of Ruto is a factor in this matter. Second, what do they think of Kenya as a country? And if they have high regard for Kenya, then that's good. If they have negative regard for the country, that's a sign of trouble that may be taken in consideration when making calculations. Third, Raila has an image and a reputation. What does each of them think of Raila as a person, as a player, and is he likely or not likely to advance continental interests or to advance their individual interests? So how they view Raila is also a factor. So if those three factors combine favorably, then Raila's chances are very high. If they combine negatively, then he might have a little problem over there. But it's up to each president or head of government who is voting to make up his mind or her mind, and since it's a secret ballot, you just mark what you want depending on the factors influencing the decision. And at the end of it, we shall see what the trend is. But those are the factors that are likely to affect the way individuals vote.
Yeah, Prof, of what importance is it for Raila Odinga to clinch this seat? Looking at the razzmatazz that has come up with it, there's been discussion of the possible impacts that it will have on the politics back home. But when you combine both the exterior and interior, prisms, of what importance is it really for Raila Odinga to clinch this AUC chairperson seat?
No, the razzmatazz is not the reason people will be voting. It's good entertainment, there's no question about it, and in different places. But to imagine that each of these heads of state and government would be persuaded by entertainment, political entertainment, and ignore what they consider to be their national interests is a little far-fetched. And that's why I'm saying that each of them has an obligation to look after the interests of his or her country, then the interest of Africa as a whole, and then see whether those three factors that I mentioned do apply to a particular candidate in a favorable way. If they apply in a favorable way, then that's okay. Now, if they were all even, And then the issue was who entertained the others more than, the leaders more than the others. Then I think if that was the game, then Raila should take it because he was a little entertaining and tried to dazzle people left and right, here and there, with his finesse. When they had a debate, he did not come out very well in that debate. And I don't know how much weight that debate would have on the leaders who are voting. But they learned something from that experience. In fact, some people are saying if there is another round, Raila should get better advisors and coaches on how to debate than he did at that time, because it came out not very well. But outside that, in terms of dazzling people and making the case for why he should be considered, forgetting about his age when compared to the others. And in fact, you can talk about age being good experience of having gone through some fire and still survived. They can be argued that way. So the answer is the level of campaign was good in itself, but I don't think it was the persuasive factor in deciding whether to vote for or against a particular candidate.
Yeah. What impact does the political climate within Africa have on this election? We've seen what is happening in the Democratic Republic of Congo. We've seen what's happening in West Africa. Could you speak to especially the issue on the DRC? And there was that summit last week in Tanzania. Do you think that would have any effect on the AUC election that is going to take place today, Prof?
The developments in DRC are unfortunate. And unfortunate in the sense that they do not make Kenya look very good. I think some blunders were made during that period. And it's possible that some countries that might have been leaning towards Raila and they disagreed seriously on the DRC issue might be thinking twice about something like that. And that's why the three factors I was talking about, Ruto, Kenya, and Raila, come into play. The DRC issue was bad. That the president of Congo was not amused, and so the countries of the SADC region, who appear to be on one side and Kenya appear to be on another side. If that will affect them, I don't know. As to the rest of Africa, we know that although those supposedly rebel countries in the Sahel are not likely to be voting, they appear to be getting a lot of influence in the region as probably showing the way forward when it comes to matters of African interest. And they might influence some of the voters who think that they are doing something right over there. We have a problem in the Sudan. And Sudan, that civil war, because a major civil war has been going on for some time, which side or who is with who, that might be a factor in the whole thing. So we look at it when you try to analyze individual instances and episodes. It may not be very good for Kenya in that way. But if you have to look at the whole general picture and the razzmatazz and stop it at there, then of course the ballgame is something different. But it turns out that the leaders do not vote on entertainment. It's what they consider to be their national interests. and whether those national interests will be affected by the choice of a particular candidate. We may also not ignore, although we would like to ignore, the influence of extracontinental forces, powers. We understand that many of them are going to be sending observers there, and sometimes they send more than observers in such places. And in some countries in Africa, those extra-continental forces have a lot of influence. So if they talk to a president or a prime minister in a particular way which he understands, whatever that is, and if they talk in favor or against Kenya, that would have an effect. And at least we know in the past that kind of discussion has reportedly had influence on the outcome of such events.
Absolutely, and we've seen a lot, especially on the debate. You've spoken about it earlier. There was a lot on the agenda that each candidate brought to the table. Do you think that whatever the candidates from Raila Odinga to Musa Faki and then to Mohamud Yusuf and Richard Mandrato, did they speak to the issues that really are pertinent to the African continent? Did you feel they spoke to that? And perhaps you can even chime in on more weight for Raila Odinga since he's the Kenyan candidate. Do you think he also articulated the African agenda?
Well, the one time we had to compare the three of them, it did not come out very well for Raila. The Djibouti candidate appeared to be on top of his game, and being the crafty politician that he is in the name of a Minister of Foreign Affairs, he tried to appeal to all sections of the linguistic sections of the continent, and he appeared to be very effective in that sense. The Madagascar candidate, for some reason, he was out of the picture until recently, because it appeared as if the contest was between Djibouti and Kenya, until the SADC people came and said, look, we have a candidate. And which, if they follow the supposed decision of SADC, that's the number of votes taken away from Raila, because we had been made to believe that the SADC countries were with Raila. There was a time when there was that feeling. It turns out that that may have been far-fetched, or maybe wishful thinking to that extent. So the ability of each individual candidate to articulate, yes, has an effect on what people think about the candidate. The Djibouti candidate, during the debate, appeared to do very well. Raila did his best, but he could have done better in that. So if there are those people to be persuaded by performance, verbal performance, and I don't think they are all, the leaders are in that group. I think they've already made up their mind based on their perception of national interest to their respective countries, or the continental interest as they perceive them, and who is best able to protect and advance continental interest while advancing their own interest.
You talk about interests, Prof, and this in the diplomatic circles speaks to so many things, and peace and the silencing of guns seemed to have come out in that debate. Do you think that it is a call coming late too soon, or is it something that they need to look at modern issues, and how then would one need to balance on that specific issue of silencing of guns and peace generally within the African continent? Should they clinch the seat, whichever candidate does so?
Silencing the guns is a good objective and a desired one across the board. An individual chairman may try as much as he can and to be able to be acceptable in all the sides to a serious conflict. If, for whatever reason, the chairman or the president, for that matter, does not command respect and believability, does not have the confidence of the parties, then other forces come into play. And whenever we have guns blazing around, we go deep and find out who is benefiting from the conflict. It turns out that, and that's where now the external forces come into the picture. There are more external forces benefiting from guns in Africa than the Africans who benefit. In Sudan, there is a lot of, I think we can call it, looting of the gold and other wealth that is used to fuel the two sides that used to be together for some time. So instead of the guns going silent, they seem to be increasing in noise. Congo is a problem that has been there from 1960. And whereas the Congolese are killing each other and having up some excuses of one kind or another, deep down are the extra-continental forces that supply the guns and that are looting or exploiting the strategic minerals to be found in the Congo. And sometimes it's good to note that the uranium that was used to develop the atomic bombs that were dropped on the Japanese came from Congo. And that, from that point, it became a very strategic place with all those critical minerals which would be denied to others. So Congo has been a theater of international bloodletting at the expense of the Africans. So the individual leader, whether he can silence the guns or not is another matter, but he can try and see whether, before people start shooting at each other, whether he can convince them not to do it. It's a tall order for anyone, but there is need to create a conducive atmosphere that, one, brings the people together, and two, keeps away the external forces that are engineering the chaos.
Yeah, Prof, let's look at how, I'm sure you've seen how social media has been a buzz, especially with the divided opinion about the Kenyan candidate. A section of Kenyans have regarded another candidate as their candidate. Could you speak to this quote-unquote patriotism and lack of support in some quarters by some Kenyans, especially on social media, who have gone ahead to even comment and chime, sudden feedback and saying that, another country's candidate is their candidate. What do you make of this? And could it be an alarm sign? Does it have any, perception? Because of course it doesn't have anything on the votes, because we know that the presidents themselves are the ones who cast the votes in the ballot. But what do you make of this, what has been called lack of patriotism and support for the Kenyan candidate in some quarters?
Well, it is a reflection of bad politics in Kenya. That things have not been going very well. And because they have not been going very well, you have a divided country. Kenya is a divided country at present, politically. And there are those who do not feel to be part of the system which is in control. And there are those Particularly you mentioned about the social media. And what the social media has done all over the world is to empower people to do things they could never have done before. Long is gone the time when it was almost a crime in Kenya to own a fax machine because you could get information before at the blink of an eye or through the telephone. Now that one is old hat. So social media has revolutionized the way news is spread, manufactured, and distributed. And in the process, it has empowered a lot of people who are usually not called journalists or whatever, because everybody now becomes a journalist and say, this is my view. And they spread. It's been noticed in many countries that these people can change opinion in some places. People who are not very sure what it is, they can be persuaded if the evidence can be provided one way or the other. Would you call that being unpatriotic? I don't know, because the internal politics of a country sometimes is reflected in its foreign policy. Sometimes you find those contradictions in foreign policy. In fact, it's hard to have foreign policy which is not rooted in domestic policy. But how that is reflected is another matter. And as you are saying, the heads of state and government from other countries are intelligent people. They also are grappling with their own social media, and they also don't know what to do in this matter. But deep down, when it comes to decision making, it will be based on their national interests as they perceive them and the way they perceive the continental interests, rather than what some Kenyans say or do not say. Of course, what the Kenyans say or do not say would have an effect on what those leaders think about Kenya. So there is a connection there somewhere. But the social media, I don't think it will have a major effect on how those people vote or do not vote. But it's something to talk about, to make leaders to become aware that they are not the only determinants of what the interests of the country are. They officially are supposed to be the ones, but there have been the debates as to whether they do a good job of protecting the national interests of a particular country. So when you have those internal debates about it, then it becomes difficult to say which is which.
Yeah, Prof, of what then necessity would it be for, or rather what would you think would be the most pressing agenda for the candidate who would take this seat as the AUC chairperson and to promote the agenda in Africa? What would be that, if you would have a list perhaps of the priority areas that the candidate who takes this seat would be able to attend to when they take, when they assume office?
One, the candidate who succeeds, and we hope that Raila does, because he's a Kenyan. That's a Kenyan wish. But whoever succeeds in getting the job, among the first priorities is to cultivate confidence and acceptability where he was not accepted, because this is turning out to be fairly divisive election, not a straightforward thing. So whoever wins will have a big job of, first of all, assuring the losing side that he is there to serve all of them, and not just some part or some special. And to assure, they need to assure the public, the African public, that they are not going to sell Africa to the external forces, continental interest, because that's a major concern. Whoever gets it, will this person be at the beck and call of Donald Trump, Keir Starmer, or Emmanuel Macron, Xi Jinping, or Vladimir Putin? Is this person going to be an independent champion of African interests? Or is a dependent person who will be answering to some external forces? So whoever it is needs to assure the continent that he's going to be an independent fighter for African interests and not answering to the demands of some external forces, because that perception is there and it is not very good. So one, he has to assure the losers that he is not discriminatory, and he has to assure the continent that he will look after the interest of the continent in a fair way, in a good way, rather than sell out. Because there is that fear that we have leaders who are very good in jeopardizing the interest of their countries and selling out to the external forces. So will he, whoever, it is he, because they are all three men now, will that person assure the Africans that African interests will be protected as opposed to bending backwards to accommodate some awkward demands? And that's likely to happen. Effort can be made. In the case of Congo, see whether quietly, not noisily. This is one of the problems that have been arising, is somebody who's claimed to be trying to mediate, and they try to do it in public, as if to grandstand. So maybe quiet diplomacy. Go and see Tshisekedi in Congo. Go and see Kagame in Rwanda, but don't publicize it as if it's a good, you're getting an honor. No, just get their sense. And so when you come up with some proposal of how to deal with the issues, at least you have cultivated the confidence of the parties that they can trust you to be fair. Because in the mediator, all that a mediator needs is the confidence of the parties that he will be fair, even if he might be biased one or the other, but to be fair. Can this person prove or show that he's going to be fair in whatever he does in his assignment? Yeah. If he does that, then the rest are likely to fit in properly.
Prof, an interesting question I've seen on the socials, I've tried to retrieve it, is whichever direction this takes, assuming those who had perhaps promised to vote for Raila Odinga do not, would this create some continental beef across Africa?
No. Actually, it really does not matter very much who wins to most of the African. If Raila does not win, there will be disappointment in Kenya and maybe other places. Maybe Obasanjo will be disappointed because Obasanjo, the Nigerian fellow, has been campaigning very much for Raila. He'll be disappointed. But that will be it. The same thing with the Djibouti guy. If he doesn't win, the president of Djibouti, who accompanies him and all those things, they'll be, okay, we lost. They may not be very happy, but they will say, okay. In the same way, remember the last time Djibouti and Kenya were competing for something, it was to the UN Security Council seat, and Kenya got it. Djibouti accepted, although it was not very amused by the loss, or whatever it is. And Kenya, they campaigned very hard. There was no doubt about it. It did very well. I do remember some of the campaigns. But would they create some commotion in Africa? I doubt it. The leaders, give them credit. I think they are mature enough to know that this was what it is. And they should be the ones to go back to their countries and assure their countries yes, we wanted so and we lost, and lost fairly. The terrible thing that would happen was if any of those African leaders on losing then goes around bad-mouthing the election, it would be a terrible mistake for the continent, which we hope it does not arise. We assume that all those leaders are honorable men and women, and as honorable men and women, they abide by the rules. And if they abide by the rules, they don't turn around and start bad-mouthing the rules once they lose. So I don't think there'll be a major drift just because somebody lost an election or somebody else won in the continent. The continent will move on, and that's why it depends on who wins and how he smoothens the relationship with the losers.
Indeed. Prof, thank you so much. Please stay with us. We want to cross over to Addis for a moment. According to the program, there will be statements by Musa Faki Muhammad, the chairperson of the AU Commission, statements by Abiy Ahmed, Prime Minister of Ethiopia, and Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations, as well as Secretary General of the League of the Arab Emirates, and the President of the State of Palestine, and opening statement by Mohammed Old Sheikh Ghazouani, chairperson of the African Union and president of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania. Let's cross over to Addis Ababa for a moment before proceeding this conversation.
Your Excellencies, heads of states and governments of African Union member states, Your Excellency Musa Faki Muhammad, chairperson of the African Union Commission, Your Excellency Mr. Mahmoud Abbas Abu Mazin, President of the State of Palestine, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Excellency Maya Moore Motley, Prime Minister of Barbados, Your Excellencies, distinguished former presidents here present, Honorable Fairest Ladies here present, Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, Your Excellency Dr. Monique Nzanza Baganwa, the Deputy Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Excellencies, Commissioners, and all the leadership of the Commission, Excellencies, Ambassadors, members of the Permanent Representatives Committee, Your Excellency Mina Wamakela, Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Area, AFCFTA, Your Excellency Madame Nardos Bekele Thomas, Chief Executive Officer of the African Union Development Agency, AUDA-NIPAD, Your Excellency Dr. Jan Kaseya, Director General of the Africa CDC, Your Excellency Ambassador Marie-Antoinette Roscatre, Chief Executive Officer of the African Peer Review Mechanism, APRM, Your Excellency Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs of the Republic of South Africa, former Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Your Excellencies, heads of United Nations specialized agencies and international organizations here present, سعادة نائب الأمين العام لجامعة الدول العربية ممثل الأمين العام, Your Excellency Luis Moshikiu Abo, Secretary General of the International Organization of La Francophonie, Your Excellency Dr. Warkena Jibihu, Executive Secretary of the Intergovernmental Authority on Development, IGAD, Your Excellencies, heads of COMISA, ECOWAS, SINSAT, EAC, ECAS, SADC, and UMMA, Your Excellency Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, President of the African Development Bank Group, a strong believer of the African development and prosperity, Your Excellencies Dr. Benedict Oki Orama, President of the Afri-Exim Bank, Your Excellency Dr. Sidi Wildata, President of the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa, BADIA, معالي الشيخ شخبوط نهيان آل نهيان وزير الدولة بدولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة, Excellencies, Permanent Observer Representatives to the African Union, and Excellencies, representatives of our partners to the African Union, all protocol observed, members of the press, a very good morning to you all. It gives me immense honor and pleasure to welcome you all to the opening ceremony of the 38th Ordinary Session of the AU Assembly of Heads of States and Governments being held today at the Nelson Mandela Hall, the African Union headquarters in Addis Ababa, the capital of Africa. Addis Ababa, a vibrant city that has been at the heart of the Pan-African diplomacy and multilateralism, stands as a symbol of Africa's unity and progress. As a host nation of the African Union, Ethiopia plays a crucial role in fostering continental dialogue and advancing African integration. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the 38th Ordinary Session of the Assembly of Heads of States and Governments of the African Union holds significant importance as it will oversee the elections of the chairperson and the deputy chairperson of the African Union Commission. Over the past years, the African Union has made remarkable progress in conflict resolution, mediation, and peacekeeping efforts, contributing to greater stability across the continent. Economic transformation has been further strengthened through the African Continental Free Trade Area and accession to the G20, contributing towards the implementation of Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, having said so, the program of today's opening ceremony will stand as follows. We will have a statement by His Excellency Dr. Abiy Ahmed, Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, followed by a statement by His Excellency Musa Faki Mohammed, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, following which a statement by His Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations. We shall then have a statement by His Excellency Mahmoud Abbas, President of the State of Palestine. Then His Excellency Mahmoud Wil Sheikh Al Ghazwani, President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania and Chairperson of the African Union, will make his opening remarks. Immediately after that, we will call the Dean of African Ambassadors in Ethiopia to introduce the new Bureau, members of the African Union Assembly, following which we shall have the handover ceremony for the chairperson of the African Union. Then we will go to the launch of the African Union theme of the year, Justice for Africans and People of African Descent through Reparations. Without any further ado, I have the great honor and privilege to invite His Excellency Dr. Abiy Ahmed, Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, to deliver his statement. Your Excellency, the floor is yours. Your Excellency.
Your Excellency, President Mohammed Ould, outgoing Chairperson of the African Union, Your Excellency, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Your Excellency Musa Faki Mohammed, outgoing Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished ministers, ambassadors, diplomats, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Ethiopia, the cradle of Pan-Africanism and a proud champion of African unity and freedom. It is an honor to stand before you today as we reflect on the immense potential we hold, not just as individual nations, but as a united and dynamic continent. In a world marked by rapid change and multiple challenges, we find ourselves at a crossroads of uncertainty and opportunity. This moment calls upon us to strengthen our collective resolve, embrace resilience, and foster unity across Africa. The theme for this year's assembly calls on us to heal the scars of historical injustice and overcome lingering trauma that has long hindered our progress. The demand for reparations is not about charity or financial aid. It is a call for justice. It seeks to restore the dignity of millions and heal the deep scars of poverty, inequality, and discrimination. It demands an end to the systematic exploitation of our wealth, resources, and opportunities. It also calls for a transformative process that acknowledges past harms and takes bold steps to right the wrongs caused upon us, upon society across the continent. Thank you. Thank you. Most importantly, the call for reparations requires not just words, but concrete actions to affirm the equal worth of every human being. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to achieve lasting peace, justice, and prosperity, we must rise above the geopolitical tensions and the historical divisions imposed upon us by colonial borders. By fostering solidarity among all of our nations and embracing a shared destiny, we can pool our resources and talents to unlock our continent's full potential. Africa's cultural, ethnic, and linguistic diversity is a source of pride and strength upon which we must build inclusive governance and equitable development. Conflict resolution, diplomacy, and peace building must remain at the heart of our efforts. By championing African solutions to African challenges, we can secure lasting peace and stability. Let us celebrate our achievements in politics, science, economics, and arts. Strategic initiatives such as the African Continental Free Trade Area give us the tools to boost intra-Africa trade, reduce external dependency, and achieve self-reliance. With Africa's large and dynamic use, abundant natural resources, and growing technological innovations, we have all the means to ensure sustainable growth. The rapid advancement of artificial intelligence, particularly generative AI, offers unprecedented opportunities to transform our economies and societies. By collaborating in AI, fintech, renewable energy, and mobile technology, we can address shared challenges such as climate change, infrastructure gaps, and public health crisis. Africa's rich and diverse data sets are essential for training robust and inclusive AI models. This highlights the importance of African representation in shaping future technologies. However, as we embrace these advancements, it's essential to protect our data sovereignty, prevent digital exploitation, and develop homegrown AI solutions that reflect African values and contexts. As our data sets grow, so must our capacity to harness them for local and global good. When used responsibly, AI can be a powerful tool in conflict prevention, transparent governance, and inclusive development. Africa must actively participate in the global technology race to ensure we are competitive players in the evolving digital landscape, while also ensuring we benefit equitably from this technological revolution. Furthermore, Africa's voice on global issues must grow stronger, ensuring that we have a say in shaping governance frameworks and other much-needed reforms in the global order. By empowering grassroots movements, youth networks, and educational programs focused on digital literacy and technological innovation, we can inspire the next generation. This will ensure Africa stands not just as a beneficiary of a global advancement, but as a key contributor in shaping the future of humanity. Excellencies, the opportunities before us are immense. Ethiopia is determined to prosper, guided by a vision of vibrant democracy, sustainable economic growth, rich cultural heritage, social progress, and a deep commitment to environmental regeneration. To realize this goal, we have laid out a pragmatic roadmap rooted in the transformative principles of Mjadala. Mjadala, an Amharic term loosely translated as synergy, is our guiding philosophy. It is a homegrown ideology that promotes prosperity, unity, sovereignty, security, and national dignity. At its core, Mjadala encourages social and economic advancement, celebrates diversity, and nurtures a spirit of community grounded in Ethiopia's rich culture, spirituality, and values. Reflecting on the progress of the past 5 years and building on the vision of Mjadala, Ethiopia has made remarkable strides. Despite inheriting a nation deeply divided along ethnic lines, burdened by substantial debt, and facing numerous internal challenges, we have moved forward with determination. At the same time, we navigated a complex and ever-changing regional and international landscape. Yet, through resilience and cooperation, we continue to move closer to the realization of our shared vision of prosperity. Our achievements speak for themselves. Allow me to share a few highlights. We have reformed our political system, transforming into an inclusive multi-party framework that reflects the diversity of our nation. To deepen these reforms and foster cohesion, reconciliation, and peace, we are undertaking a national dialogue. On the economic front, we have built a resilient and diverse economy. Over the past 5 years, we have doubled our cultivated land, increasing crop production to nearly 700 million quintals, with the wheat accounting for 40% of this total. These efforts have strengthened food security, and driven rural development. Today, Ethiopia is the largest wheat producer in Africa. Thank you. Through collective efforts, we have reduced external debt by over 50%, double both GDP and GDP per capita, and tripled government revenue in 5 years, with an 8.1% growth reported in the most recent fiscal year. Across the country, our major cities are evolving into dynamic, culturally rich, and sustainable hubs. In education, we have established 40,000 kindergartens and primary schools to boost early childhood education. Additionally, we have launched a program to train 5 million coders to strengthen our digital economy. Furthermore, we strive to honor our heritage by restoring national sites, developing tourist destinations, and reclaiming cultural artifacts, fulfilling our duty as the guardians of our nation's treasures. These accomplishments reflect the unwavering spirit and resilience of the Ethiopian people and underscore our firm commitment to advancing Ethiopia's future. With its focus on unity, cooperation, innovation, and shared progress, Mjadala can serve as a guiding framework for our Pan-African agenda. By embracing its principles, we can forge a path toward a more just, equitable, and prosperous future for all Africans. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let us march forward with determination, harnessing the limitless potential of our continent and its people. The time is now to claim our future, build a legacy of equality and prosperity, and secure dignity for all. Let us be the generation that unites the continent and our diaspora in a shared vision of justice, prosperity, and peace. To conclude, I thank our outgoing chairperson, President Mohammed Ould, for his leadership and representing our organization on the global stage. Allow me to also warmly congratulate our newly chairperson, President Joe Lorenzo, and wish him success during his tenure. I would also like to take a moment to express my heartfelt gratitude to His Excellency Musa Faki Mohammed for his exemplary leadership as chairperson of the African Union Commission over the past 8 years. Throughout his tenure, His Excellency Musa Faki has shown unwavering commitment to Africa's development, peace, and integration, significantly strengthening the African Union's role in addressing the continent's challenge. I also extend my sincere thanks to him for being a steadfast friend of Ethiopia, supporting us not only during our times of success, but also in our moments of difficulty. Thank you, my brother. As we bid farewell to His Excellency Musa Faki, it is with great pleasure that I extend a warm welcome to our incoming chairperson of the African Union Commission here in Ethiopia. I am confident that under his leadership, we will continue to make great strides toward achieving our collective goals. I wish him every success during his mandate. Thank you for your attention, and I wish us all a fruitful summit. God bless Ethiopia. God bless Africa. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement, and thank you for the generous hospitality extended to our Excellencies, heads of states and governments, as well as distinguished delegates. Thank you. And now allow me to invite with great honor and pleasure His Excellency Musa Faki Mohammed, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, to deliver his statement. Your Excellency.
Excellences, Monsieur Mohamed Ould Cheikh Al Ghazouani, Président de la République islamique de Mauritanie, Président en exercice de l'Union africaine, Excellence Dr Abiy Ahmed, Premier ministre de la République d'Éthiopie, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État, de gouvernement et de délégation, Excellences, Monsieur Mahmoud Abbas, Président de l'État de Palestine, ma très chère sœur amie Mia, Premier ministre de Barbados, Excellence, Monsieur Antonio Guterres, Secrétaire général des Nations Unies, Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres, Docteur Nkosazana Zuma, ancienne présidente de la Commission de l'Union africaine, Madame la vice-présidente, Mesdames et Messieurs les commissaires, Mesdames et Messieurs les secrétaires généraux et exécutifs des communautés économiques régionales et mécanismes régionaux, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs exécutifs des organes et institutions spécialisées de l'Union africaine, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs des missions diplomatiques, distingués invités, Mesdames et Messieurs. C'est à la fois avec un grand honneur et un immense plaisir que je m'adresse à vous aujourd'hui pour la dernière fois en ma qualité de président de la Commission de l'Union africaine. Je voudrais tout d'abord, puisque nous sommes encore au début de l'année nouvelle 2025, présenter à vos excellences, vos familles et vos peuples, au nom de tous les personnels de l'Union africaine, mes meilleurs vœux de santé, de prospérité et de succès. Je voudrais aussi exprimer mes sincères remerciements aux présidents en exercice avec lesquels j'ai successivement travaillé ces 8 dernières années. J'ai nommé dans l'ordre de leur présidence Alpha Condé, Paul Kagame, Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, Cyril Ramaphosa, Antoine Félix Tshisekedi, Macky Sall, Azali Assoumani et Mohamed Ould Cheikh Al Ghazouani. En cet instant de remembrance, je ne peux oublier le président Idriss Déby Itnou, paix à son âme, qui, en africaniste convaincu, a eu l'initiative de ma candidature à la tête de la Commission et qui s'est investi sans compter pour un tel destin pour moi. Sa mort tragique a été ma plus atroce douleur de ce double mandat. Excellences, Mesdames, Messieurs, 8 ans se sont écoulés depuis mon élection fin janvier 2017 comme président de la Commission de l'Union africaine. En ces moments chargés d'historicité, de signification et de symboles, je voudrais m'acquitter du devoir moral de vous présenter les grandes lignes du bilan de ce double mandat. Grâce à ces parcours, je me suis profondément imprégné à la fois de ce qui fait la grandeur et le rayonnement de notre continent, de notre organisation continentale, ainsi que des pesanteurs et limites diverses ayant entraîné le rythme de nos cadences. J'ai sillonné ce beau et fantastique continent. J'éprouve une profonde fierté d'avoir visité au moins une fois tous les 55 membres de notre Union. L'opportunité que m'offre ce moment est historique et unique. J'y tenterai de m'acquitter de la double obligation de rendre compte et de m'interroger sur quelques problématiques en ayant bien conscience qu'il ne faut absolument pas abuser de votre temps si précieux. Un rapport consolidé de notre bilan et un rapport annuel vous ont été distribués conformément à notre réglementation. Monsieur le Président, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, les rapides et intenses bouleversements géopolitiques qui ont caractérisé le contexte international durant mes deux mandats ont eu des manifestations à la fois violentes et déstabilisatrices. La subite dégradation de la situation sanitaire consécutive au déclenchement de la COVID-19 s'est accompagnée malheureusement d'importants chocs et de profondes turbulences économiques et diplomatiques. Pour l'Afrique, cela s'est traduit par une aggravation du poids de la dette, de la baisse des flux d'investissement publics et privés, de la violence et de la prégnance de certains conflits africains, de l'affaissement du panafricanisme et des chaînes de solidarité africaines, des manifestations d'obsolescence des institutions africaines, des appétits extérieurs en Afrique, des déficiences patentes en matière de gouvernance et de leadership en Afrique et même dans le monde, de la crise du multilatéralisme post-Seconde Guerre mondiale, etc., etc. La guerre russo-ukrainienne, enclenchée en février 2022, est venue noircir davantage ces tableaux, annonçant une recomposition géopolitique mondiale. Est née une ligne de fracture qui a suscité une forme de bipolarité qui, dans les imaginaires politiques, évoque la réalité pourtant théoriquement dépassée de la guerre froide. Des incertitudes profondes sur la soutenabilité de la paix et de la coopération internationale ont empoisonné les esprits, assombri les consciences et ont renforcé le pessimisme, les égoïsmes et le pragmatisme mercantile. Les conséquences de cette guerre ont profondément affecté l'Afrique, qui importait l'essentiel de sa consommation céréalière et ses intrants agricoles de ces deux pays, la Russie et l'Ukraine. Le spectre de l'insécurité alimentaire et sanitaire a plané sur bien de nos pays, dont un bon nombre continue de souffrir de leur fragilité structurelle. أصحاب الفخامة والمعالي السادة سيداتي وسادتي، وفي الشرق الأوسط فإن الشعب الفلسطيني الشقيق عانى ويعاني أبشع أنواع الظلم في التاريخ البشري. إن الحرب الفظيعة والجائرة التي دمرت كل شيء في فلسطين وخاصة في غزة، واستمرار حرمان هذا الشعب من حقوقه الأساسية في الاستقلال والسلام والوجود والحياة بكل بساطة، لا تشكل عاراً جسيماً لكل الإنسانية. ورغم ذلك كله ظل الشعب الفلسطيني البطل صامداً، كما ظل الاتحاد الإفريقي في جانبه بكل قوة وحزم. هنيئا لك يا أخي الرئيس أبو مازن. Ces paysages d'apocalypse qu'offre aujourd'hui la Palestine, la bande et la population de Gaza en particulier, après plus d'une année de guerre destructrice de toute forme de vie et de biens, continue de se dérouler dans le silence presque total des puissances du monde, si ce n'est l'appel par certains à la déportation systématique des Palestiniens hors de leurs terres. C'est le comble. C'est vraiment le comble. Ce drame inouï pèse aujourd'hui, malgré le cessez-le-feu et la libération des otages et prisonniers, facilité par le Qatar, l'Égypte et les États-Unis, sur la conscience universelle et questionne profondément sur notre humanité. Les taux de la mondialisation avancée, étouffante, déshumanisée, ne laisse point l'Afrique en dehors de l'élite hégémonique qui se déroule loin de sa terre. Bien au contraire, le continent en subit les débordements et fragmentations que traduisent les conflits par procuration, des soutiens des puissances extérieures à peine voilées aux parties belligérantes sur le continent, des expansions du terrorisme et de l'extrémisme violent, des poursuites de la guerre ravageuse au Soudan, à l'est de la République démocratique du Congo, des divisions de la Libye dont je salue l'adoption hier ici même de la charte de réconciliation. Félicitations à vous, Monsieur le Président Danou Sassou Nguesso. Les tensions de tous ordres au Sahel, au bassin du lac Tchad, au golfe de Guinée, au Mozambique, à la Corne de l'Afrique et dans la région des Grands Lacs sont un autre pan de ces chapelets embrasiers des crises africaines. Les flux de réfugiés politiques, économiques, environnementaux et autres personnes déplacées internes viennent accentuer la situation sécuritaire, alimentaire et sanitaire déjà fragile de nombreux États membres. C'est à ce contexte mondial et régional fortement dégradé que nous avons été confrontés au cours des 8 dernières années de développement de notre action. Excellences, Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs, la réforme institutionnelle de notre Union entamée en 2017 ambitionnait la création de conditions optimales pour garantir la poursuite efficiente des programmes inscrits dans notre boussole doctrinale stratégique, l'agenda 2063, aux fins d'une meilleure résistance aux défis ainsi identifiés. À ce titre, la reconfiguration du leadership de la Commission, un processus d'évaluation des performances du personnel, des rapports de collaboration plus étroits entre l'Union africaine et les communautés économiques régionales et mécanismes régionaux actés par un nouveau protocole, l'institutionnalisation d'un sommet de coordination dédié à l'intégration, la mise en place des groupes techniques R10 et F15 chargés de veiller à la qualité des ressources humaines recrutées et au respect des règles d'or de la gestion budgétaire, financière et comptable de l'Union ont été les points saillants de cette réforme. Une évaluation de la pertinence de tous les organes de l'Union, sans exception aucune, fera naître une nouvelle cartographie administrative et institutionnelle de l'Union. J'insiste ici, en particulier, sur 3 parmi ces organes. Le Parlement panafricain, le Conseil de paix et de sécurité et le Comité des représentants permanents. Le mouvement d'ensemble de la réforme, avec ses ombres et lumières, confirme sa pertinence et sa nature nécessairement progressive à se déployer sur le long terme. C'est une exigence d'adaptation perpétuelle des structures de notre Union aux évolutions qui caractérisent le monde. Je voudrais ici remercier les présidents Paul Kagame et William Ruto pour leurs remarquables efforts pour faire avancer cette réforme. Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs, l'évaluation de la première décennie de mise en œuvre de l'agenda 2063, couvrant la période allant de 2014 à 2023, révèle les progrès sectoriels accomplis dans notre marche vers la construction de l'Afrique que nous voulons. Il est crucial d'en tirer les vraies leçons et de procéder aux ajustements pertinents subséquents. Dans le domaine de la santé, c'est une approche holistique, traduite sur le terrain à travers des actions auréolées de succès. Avec la survenance de la pandémie de la Covid-19, Africa CDC s'est affirmée comme l'instrument le plus efficace de la lutte contre toutes les maladies. La préoccupante question du financement de la santé continue de nous préoccuper. Deux mécanismes. Avec la survenance de la pandémie de la Covid-19, Africa CDC s'est affirmée comme l'instrument le plus efficace de la lutte contre toutes les maladies. La préoccupante question du financement de la santé continue de nous préoccuper. Deux mécanismes de financement de la couverture sanitaire universelle et celle de la lutte contre la malnutrition sur le continent ont été conçus. Grâce au Centre africain des vaccins vétérinaires, PANVAC, dont le nouveau laboratoire de production de vaccins a été inauguré en février 2024, une avancée significative dans le domaine de l'élevage, de la santé animale et du développement socio-économique a été réalisée. L'Agence africaine des médicaments, AMA, a commencé l'installation de son siège à Kigali et ses activités sont sur la rampe de lancement. La médecine traditionnelle a bénéficié de l'élaboration de 2 plans décennaux, le dernier courant de 2025 à 2035. Le champ de l'éducation a été animé par la volonté de concevoir un nouveau système éducatif pensé en fonction des exigences d'un monde où l'enjeu majeur est devenu la compétition autour de l'innovation scientifique, technologique et maintenant par l'intelligence artificielle. C'est en cohérence avec cette âme que des stratégies diverses et complémentaires ont été développées, notamment lors de la conférence de Nouakchott de l'année 2024, initiée par la présidence en exercice la Mauritanie, en collaboration avec la Commission de l'Union africaine et d'autres partenaires, dont l'UNICEF et l'UNESCO en particulier. La centralité des problématiques genre et jeunesse a été affirmée. Les envoyés spéciaux femmes et jeunes se sont bien implantés dans l'univers institutionnel du leadership de l'organisation. Tout au long des 8 années de ce double mandat, bien d'autres domaines cruciaux ont retenu toute l'attention qu'ils méritent, de par leur importance. Les questions minières, du programme détaillé de l'agriculture et de l'économie bleue, du développement des infrastructures et de l'énergie, du changement climatique avec l'adaptation et la résilience climatique du continent, de l'intégration régionale à travers la mise en œuvre de la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine, de l'opérationnalisation effective du Fonds de la paix qui a dépassé l'objectif de 400 millions de dollars, du traitement des crises humanitaires dont l'Afrique est l'épicentre avec la mise en place de l'Agence africaine humanitaire, du renforcement de la visibilité de l'Union africaine à travers notre partenariat avec les Nations unies. Tous ont été au centre de notre entreprise collective. Je profite de l'occasion pour rendre ici un hommage tout particulier à un artisan majeur de ces partenariats. J'ai nommé Antonio Guterres, un grand ami de l'Afrique. Merci Antonio. L'accession de l'Union africaine au G20 et les BRICS, dont plusieurs États africains sont membres, est venue couronner cette visibilité. Sur toutes ces questions, les structures spécialisées de l'Union africaine et les États membres ont mené des réflexions approfondies et tracé des perspectives claires pour certaines et rendu concrètes bien d'autres. Monsieur le Président, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, il y a quelques mois, j'ai adressé à vos Excellences une lettre relative à quelques urgences centrales dans le devenir de notre Union et de ses capacités de réaliser au mieux possible nos objectifs. Je pense ici d'abord au Conseil de paix et sécurité, évoqué plus haut. Son rôle devrait s'accomplir sur la base des textes qui régissent son fonctionnement, dont il tire la force et la légitimité de concevoir, d'encadrer les questions prégnantes de notre sécurité collective et d'imposer, si nécessaire, les sanctions requises le cas échéant. Il est fort regrettable que ces décisions soient parfois contraires à nos principes et lorsqu'elles ne le sont pas, restent souvent lettre morte. Les décisions de cet organe continental central ne sauraient être considérées avec désinvolture et négligence par les États membres, ni par une conception et des pratiques biaisées des communautés économiques régionales au nom du principe galvaudé d'une subsidiarité interprétée de façon intéressée et partisane. L'évocation du CPS renvoie à la question des changements non constitutionnels du gouvernement. À cet égard, j'ai mentionné dans la dite lettre que nous n'avons plus désormais que 2 options. Soit abandonner les principes qui régissent actuellement cette problématique, soit les appliquer sérieusement, quitte à les réviser et les adapter à nos besoins et réalités nouvelles. Nous ne pouvons, pour notre crédibilité, continuer à ressasser telle une litanie ces principes tout en les piétinant ou acceptant leur flagrante et constante violation. Il n'y a rien de plus corrosif de notre crédibilité qu'une telle attitude qui a conduit ces derniers temps à une véritable défiance vis-à-vis des règles et principes et fragiliser l'intégration dans une partie du continent. J'ai mentionné également le marasme persistant et paralysant de notre insupportable division en matière de représentation en relation avec nos partenariats dits stratégiques. J'appelais ici encore à choisir l'une des deux options qui s'y présentent pour nous et dont j'ai présenté clairement les termes dans ma lettre. J'avais également mentionné la question récurrente du financement de l'organisation, laquelle paradoxalement contraste avec les tendances continues de multiplication des organes sans souci de leur financement. Une organisation indépendante et gardienne de notre liberté et de notre souveraineté ne saurait se construire par le financement d'autrui. J'avais également soulevé la réduction privative d'initiative du président de la Commission de l'Union africaine et appelé à son harmonisation avec les obligations légales et coutumières qui s'imposent désormais à lui. En somme, l'essence de ma correspondance est simple et peut-être brutale. C'est la question d'être dignement ou ne pas être de notre organisation, placée devant une terrible conjugaison de facteurs de complexité. Ce sont toutes ces questions auxquelles vous faites face aujourd'hui que j'ai voulu pudiquement poser dans ma lettre. Allons-nous enfin ouvrir les yeux sur le sort de notre organisation ou alors continuer à la laisser se lamenter et gémir? Excellences, Monsieur le Président, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, c'est une vérité banale aujourd'hui d'affirmer que les concepts et les instruments juridiques servant de cadre d'analyse des dynamiques de la politique internationale contemporaine sont périmés. Ils ont perdu leur vertu à la fois structurante et explicative des phénomènes mondiaux actuels. Un tel constat explique pourquoi les débats portent aujourd'hui sur les modalités d'avènement d'une nouvelle gouvernance économique et politique mondiale. L'Afrique ne peut rester muette et inactive. Elle doit impérativement se jeter dans la bataille pour se tailler sa place propre dans les configurations en cours de recomposition. Ce n'est pas facile. Cela demandera de l'ingéniosité, de la créativité, de la méthode, du courage. Plus généralement, cela demandera une vraie rédemption pour un réveil de la conscience et de l'âme du panafricanisme. Celui de la conscience de notre africanité, celui de la fierté de notre africanité, celui de l'attachement à notre africanité, celui du rejet de notre dépersonnalisation et de notre servilité nihiliste, de notre identité et de notre être. C'est à quoi nous appelle la jeunesse africaine. Celle-ci, majoritaire dans tous nos États, est de plus en plus exigeante. Sa voix résonne de plus en plus fort grâce aux nouvelles formes de communication qui amplifient toutes les expressions. Cette jeunesse africaine nous interpelle et nous fait constamment un procès en déphasage de ses aspirations, qui sont celles d'une Afrique ouverte sur elle-même et unie, souveraine dans ses politiques et choix, debout et solidaire. Cette solidarité a toujours été notre planche de salut dans notre combat contre le colonialisme et l'apartheid et le parachèvement de notre indépendance. Nous venons de nous incliner sur la mémoire d'un de ces grands combattants, Sam Nujoma. Ça doit nous rappeler quelque chose, mesdames et messieurs. La foi dans notre solidarité panafricaine a galvanisé nos consciences, nos volontés et nos intelligences pour nous conduire vers un destin commun plus prometteur. Il n'y a pas de nouvelle voie de notre futur que d'écouter et de donner corps aux aspirations de notre jeunesse, nos concitoyens et notre diaspora. Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs, j'ai définitivement mes fonctions dans quelques jours. j'avoue que je me sens envahi par un doux sentiment de liberté qui m'autorise ces quelques mots venant du cœur. Le premier est un mot de profonde gratitude à vos excellences pour la confiance que vous m'avez accordée en m'élisant pour 2 mandats successifs président de la Commission de l'Union africaine. Soyez assurés que j'ai mesuré et je mesure toujours toutes les dimensions de cette confiance et du lourd poids de la gratitude et la reconnaissance subséquente. Le deuxième mot porte sur l'autre.
Those who have left us also for different reasons, you have realized good and great things, and above all, as far as possible, respected a certain ethic and a line of conduct that we have believed to be consistent with our principles. Please accept my full gratitude. The members of the African Union Commission are the men and women that have worked very often in the shadows with diligence, dedication, discipline, and talent. I would like to pay tribute to them, the tribute that they deserve. The third word relates to my own limitations. I wanted so much to do quickly and better during the 2 terms that you entrusted to me. I know that I have not done everything. Perhaps I underestimated the burden of the task and the weight of the constraints. I know that I may have made mistakes. I should not say perhaps, but I should say certainly I've made mistakes. Maybe here and there I have weakened and made mistakes and missed opportunities to do better. I would like to apologize and ask forgiveness if my shortcomings have caused any individual or collective harm. The fourth word relates to my feelings at the moment. I am happy to regain my freedom, but I know that we'll also have the nostalgia of the places, the women and men whom I have known, for the Ethiopian people, with their age-old civilization. To you, my brother, dear brother Abiy Ahmed, Amasaganalo. Maybe we'll have time to write the history of all this tangle of feelings and sensations. Finally, my fifth word is that of my oath to continue to think of Africa, to serve Africa, to dream for its youth for whom we have not done enough and for whom we must do a lot, because after all, it is they who count today and more so tomorrow. A final word to you, Mr. President, Chairperson, and Mr. President, dear brother Sheikh Al-Ghazwani, to tell you how much I appreciated your close relation throughout your mandate. You have been a master of wisdom, civic-mindedness, and loftiness, inspiring in all respects. To you, Mr. President, and dear brother Joao Lorenzo, and I would like to stress that the quiet strength that you symbolize reassures me about a chairmanship of seriousness and substance. May you both in particular, and all of us, have an active thought for the great prisoner of the Sahel, President Mohamed Bazoum, whose interminable detention is not justified. He must be released unconditionally. I wish full success to our summit. I wish full success to our next leadership. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you for your statement. Thank you for your unwavering commitment. Thank you for the dedication towards Africa's peace, development, and unity. Thank you very much. I will now have the honor to invite His Excellency Antonio Guterres. Thank you, Your Excellency. Secretary General of the United Nations, to deliver his statement. Your Excellency.
Monsieur le Président de l'Union africaine,
The chairperson,
all protocol observed. President Mohamed Ould Ghazouani, thank you for your leadership in the outstanding exercise of your mandate. President João Lourenço,
President João Lourenço, I commend you and I look forward for the opportunity to work with you as a new chair of the Union.
I also want to give a very special expression of gratitude to the chairperson of the African Union Commission, Moussa Faki, for his 8 years of strong and permanent commitment to multilateralism and impeccable cooperation with the United Nations. Cher Moussa,
dear Moussa, working with you was a privilege, a pleasure, and an honor.
Excellencies, the partnership between the African Union and the United Nations has never been stronger. Together, we see an Africa booming with hope and possibility. You have a booming, enterprising population, including the largest number of young people in the world. The African Continental Free Trade, the partnership is poised to turbocharge the region's economy, has never been stronger. And together, we see an Africa booming with hope and possibility. You have a booming, enterprising population, including the largest number of young people in the world. The African Continental Free Trade is poised to turbocharge the region's economy, and calls to address the legacies of colonialism and slavery are growing louder, as reflected in your team this year, and as reflected in the leadership of so many passionate voices for the liberation of Africa, such as the great Dr. Sam Nujoma of Namibia, whose life we celebrate and whose loss we mourn. The world must never forget that Africa is the victim of two colossal and compounded injustices. First, the profound impact of colonialism and the transatlantic slave trade. The roots stretch back centuries, and the bitter fruit continues to affect Africans and people of African descent to this day. Decolonization alone in itself was not a panacea. Political independence did not free countries from structures based on exploitation and decades of economic, social, and institutional underinvestment. It is high time for reparatory justice frameworks to be put in place. Second, Africa was under colonial domination when today's multilateral system was created, and that injustice endures. Look no further than the United Nations Security Council. There is no excuse that Africa still lacks permanent representation in the 21st century. I will keep working with the African Union and all member states to ensure the representation Africa needs and the justice you deserve, including with 2 permanent members of the Security Council. And we will keep pressing together for an international financial architecture that is no longer outdated, dysfunctional, and unfair. Correcting age-old injustices is essential to address here and now challenges. And the good news is that we have many of the solutions we need. Last year, you helped drive that effort at the United Nations with the Pact for the Future. And I thank Africa for its support that was vital to approve the pact. Our task now is to make those commitments a reality. South Africa's G20 chairmanship could not come at a better time. Let me point to 4 areas for action. First, we must push for peace, security, and alleviating appalling levels of human suffering. Sudan is being torn apart before our eyes and is now home to the world's largest displacement crisis and famine. As we near the holy months of Ramadan, it is time for an immediate cessation of hostilities. And the international community must come together to stop the flow of weapons and the bankrolling of bloodshed. In the Democratic Republic of the Congolese people have been suffering yet again from a brutal cycle of violence. And the fighting that is raging in South Kivu as a result of the continuation of the M23 offensive threatens to push the entire region over the precipice. Regional escalation must be avoided at all costs. There is no military solution. The deadlock must end, the dialogue must begin, and the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the DRC must be respected. The conclusions of the recent joint EAC-SADC summit offer a way forward, with a renewed call for an immediate ceasefire and new momentum for regional efforts based on the Luanda and Nairobi processes. Now is the time for swift implementation. And you can count on the continued support of the United Nations, including MONUSCO. In the Sahel, the clear and present threat of terrorism is undermining peace, security, and sustainable development. And in Somalia, we are urging predictable funding for the African Union support and stabilization mission, and I hope that our voice will be heard by the Security Council. And as we gather here in Africa, I know all our minds are also very much on Gaza. A resumption of hostilities must be avoided at all costs. The Palestinian people have suffered too much. I welcome efforts by the parties to abide by the ceasefire agreement and urge action for a permanent ceasefire and the release of all hostages. Peace is possible in the Middle East, and that starts with tangible, irreversible, and permanent progress towards the two-state solution, Israel and Palestine, living side by side in peace and security. Excellencies, on all fronts, we stand shoulder to shoulder with the African Union to advance security, stability, human rights, and rule of law. Excellencies, second, we must keep working together to deliver the AU 2063 agenda and the 2030 agenda for sustainable development and drive action on finance. African countries pay up to 8 times more to borrow than developed countries, and 20 are in or at risk of debt distress. The Pact for the Future supports an international financial architecture reform to reflect today's economy, ensuring fair representation and urging effective action on debt relief. And I will stand with Africa as a matter of justice and to right the historic wrongs. Excellencies, third, the climate crisis. Climate disasters are tearing across Africa, destroying lives, upending livelihoods, devastating economies, and inflaming conflict. At the same time, the renewables revolution is unstoppable, and Africa is poised to become a global clean energy powerhouse. Yet, today, Africa receives just 2% of global renewables investment. Realizing Africa's potential requires access to affordable finance, including by implementing the COP29 finance decision fully and on time, and supporting development of a roadmap to realize $1.3 trillion a year. Excellencies, Africa has contributed little to the climate crisis, yet is paying the price with record droughts, floods, and heat. Climate justice requires a massive investment in adaptation, with the international community bearing an enormous responsibility. Developed countries must double adaptation finance, and countries must significantly boost the loss and damage fund. Allow me a note. When the loss and damage fund was created, the pledging conference that took place has allowed for an amount that is equivalent at the highest contract for a basketball player in the United States. It is absolutely necessary to make the loss and damage fund an effective instrument to support developing countries in adaptation. And we also need justice when it comes to your abundant critical minerals. Too often, your countries are plundered, bound to the bottom of value chains as others grow rich on your resources. The work of the United Nations Panel on Critical Energy Transition Minerals is designed to help embed justice, sustainability, and human rights across the value chain. Africa's minerals must benefit Africa's people. Excellences, enfin, nous devons agir dans le domaine des nouvelles technologies, notamment l'intelligence artificielle. Près de 2/3 de la population africaine sont privés d'un accès fiable à l'Internet. Nous avons une responsabilité historique. Faire en sorte que l'intelligence artificielle profite à l'humanité tout entière. Je présenterai bientôt un rapport sur les compagnies.
Share a model on capacity building so as to assist the global south to use AI for the common good. Together, let's ensure these commitments are honored. Excellencies, the United Nations and the African Union stand united in our determination to deliver justice for your continent, leaving no one behind. We have much to build upon, so together, let's make commitments reality. And once again, let me say something in my mother tongue and say with one voice, Viva Africa.
Et permettez-moi
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. We highly appreciate your leadership in strengthening the African Union-United Nations partnership. Thank you. السيدات والسادة.
Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, I'm very happy and honored to welcome today His Excellency President Mahmoud Abbas Abu Mazen, President of the State of Palestine. You have the floor, Excellency. Excellency Mohammed Wild Al Ghazwani, President of the Republic of Mauritania and the Chairperson of the African Union, Excellency Prime Minister of Ethiopia, Mr. Abiy Ahmed, Excellency Moussa Faki, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of you. At the outset, I wish to extend our congratulations to Excellency President João Lourenço, President of the Republic of Angola, for becoming the chairperson of the African Union for the year 2025. We wish him full success. We extend our thanks to His Excellency President Mohammed Wild Al Ghazwani for his chairmanship of the previous session of the African Union. I'm very happy to meet once again with you and on behalf of the Palestinian people, who have a great deal of esteem to the people and the leaders of African states. We are proud of our friendship with them. They have always provided to us a faithful support to our just struggle for freedom and independence. Heads of state and delegation. At the time when we are working with countries in the world and international organizations to consolidate the ceasefire and provide more humanitarian assistance, and at a time when the state of Palestine is fulfilling its mission in the Gaza Strip to assist the refugees and to go back to their areas and to provide the living conditions for our people, and to, as we are preparing for the reconstruction, we hear calls for deporting our people from their lands and affecting the sovereignty of other countries. These calls are meant to distract the world from the war crimes and the genocide and the destruction in Gaza, in addition to the crimes of colonization and the settlers grab land and annexation, in addition to attacks against holy shrines in the occupied territories and Jerusalem. These are carried out by the forces of occupation and the gangs of settlers. The aim is to destroy the possibility of a two-state solution for the Palestinian cause. Today, more than 2,300,000 people live in Gaza, including 1,500,000 refugees, 1,500,000 refugees who were forced to leave their country in 1948. They suffered from more than 50 massacres by the terrorist Zionist gangs. The only place they can go back to is their cities and villages from which they were expelled during the Nakba. In implementation of UN Resolution 194. which calls for the return of Palestinian refugees to the cities and the villages from which they were deported, and that they would be compensated for the harm they suffered. We reaffirm our complete rejection for all the calls aimed at deporting the Palestinian people from its land. This will keep the region in the cycle of violence instead of going to peace creation. It is an illusion for people to believe that they can have a new century agreement or to deport our people by occupying our land. In this regard, we hail the positions of the countries that rejected the calls for deporting our people from their land and stood by our side to defend their rights. We highly hail the position of the African Union and its member states in this regard. The Israeli colonial practices mean that we need to have an urgent action by the international community and the Security Council before the forces of radicalism disseminate to kill the two-state solution. Heads of state and delegation, the Palestinian cause is the cause of a people seeking freedom and independence. Our commitment to international legality and the signed agreements, including the implementation of the vision based on a two-state solution, mean that we need to end the Israeli occupation that occupies with military power the land of the state of Palestine and its Al-Quds, the eastern part of Al-Quds. There is the UN Resolution 338, also UN Resolution 242, and the Arab Peace Initiative, whose aim is to enable the people of the region to live in peace and security. All of this in implementation of the consultative opinion of the International Court of Justice, which has stipulated the illegality of occupation and that it should be ended in 12 months. This was decided by the International Court of Justice. There's also the decision by the UN General Assembly and the call for a conference that will take place in Geneva next month. I call upon the AU member states on this occasion to participate in this important conference. Heads of government and delegation, the achievement of peace and security requires from all of us to effectively participate in the global alliance to implement the two-state solution and to support the international conference for peace that will take place in the United Nations by the middle of next June. Under the dual chairmanship of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and France. This will be an opportunity to mobilize international resources for the international recognition of the State of Palestine and to obtain our full membership in the United Nations. We have not been able to achieve this because of the vetoes of the United States. Our aim is to implement the two-state solution based on international legality. The holding of the AU summit and the theme of justice through compensation reflects your authentic commitment to justice as a universal human value. It is a commitment whose echoes are seen in your continuous support to the Palestinian people who are still suffering from the last form of colonization in the world. We are the only ones living under colonization. You lived under this colonization, but you were liberated. Finally, we reiterate our thanks to the African Union and the member states for their continued support to the struggle of the Palestinian people to cherish their freedom and independence. And we wish your summit full success and more prosperity for the African people and their free peoples. Thank you very much for your attention.
Shukran.
Thank you, Excellency President of the State of Palestine, Abu Mazen, for your statement, your participation. Mr. President confirms the continued support of the African Union to the Palestinian cause, support in full support.
We invite His Excellency Mohammed Wil Sheikh Al-Ghazwani, President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania and Chairperson of the African Union, to deliver his opening remarks. Excellency.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة على سيدنا محمد. أصحاب الفخامة.
Excellencies, heads of state and government, Excellency Abiy Ahmed, Prime Minister of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia, Excellency Musa Faki Mohammed, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellency Mahmoud Abbas, President of the State of Palestine, Mrs. Mia Mutli, heads of government and delegation, Excellencies, ministers, Excellencies, ambassadors, dear guests. At the outset, I wish to extend my thanks to the government and the people of Ethiopia for the efforts made to hold this summit. We thank them for the support and the hospitality accorded to us in this beautiful city of Addis Ababa, which saw the establishment of our organization as inspired by the founding fathers, to have an Africa that is peaceful and united. I'm very happy to reiterate my thanks to my brothers, the presidents of the member states of the African Union, for the honor bestowed in me for chairing this organization. throughout my mandate. I also extend my thanks to the presidents of countries and who are with us to attend this important meeting at the beginning of 2025. This year raises a number of questions. Thank you, Excellencies, heads of government. My chairmanship of the African Union has taken place at an international period that is highly sensitive. This also coincided by our adoption of the second decade plan within the framework of Agenda 2063. It represents a plan for development for member states and the regional economic communities and the various organs of the African Union. By adopting this decade plan, we can see our solid commitment to meet the aspirations of our peoples to have the Africa that we all want, in spite of the obstacles and in spite of all the challenges. And these challenges are tremendous. When I became the chairperson of the African Union, I was fully aware of the volume of the commitment and the responsibility. Today, our world is witnessing various crises. These are crises where we have more areas of conflict, and tensions have jeopardized relations between countries. They have also jeopardized the values on which the world system has been established since the Second World War. After a particular period of the development of international organizations and our belief in a more just world, the references went back and hopes collapsed. And now there is a revision of the international system in a way and that the contours are not clear. For a number of years, unfortunately, bloodshed continues. Many people found themselves in difficult humanitarian situations. The world has witnessed a level of violence unprecedented since the Second World War. Palestine is what Palestine is facing is a good example of this. This global situation is made more complex and complicated by the wars in Africa. These crises, global and continental, have had a negative impact on the efforts of development in our continent, where there are tremendous challenges such as poverty, unemployment, and the weakness of health systems and the weak economic structures, in addition to the impact of climate change, the dissemination of terrorism. All of this is having an impact on peace and security. It is destroying the social fabric of our communities. In my previous speech, I committed myself to work on these challenges, and I worked during my term on respecting the rules and regulations of the African Union. All of this in full harmony with the AU Commission and the regional economic communities and the regional organs. Our aim was to consolidate the efforts of peace and to reach peace on the basis of dialogue by supporting the valuable efforts made by Excellency Ngasso, President Ngasso, at the head of the African High-Level Committee on Libya. I also continued work with President Paul Kagame and President Tshisekedi to deal with the situation in Eastern DRC. In 2024, Mauritania hosted the third meeting to consolidate the peace initiative in Sudan. We also met General Al-Burhan on the 13th and the 14th of January 2025. And the aim was to end the hostilities in Sudan and to protect its peoples and territories. In spite of the efforts made by the Union and the regional economic communities and the member states, the establishment of comprehensive peace in our continent remains to be achieved. Therefore, I call for the implementation of the decisions made by the Malabo decisions in 2022. On the basis of the work of the PSC, and this can be done at 4 levels: harmonization, financial sustainability. All of this will meet the ongoing security challenges. All of this will enable us the possibility to explore more effective solutions to achieve peace and security. We need to identify the appropriate mechanisms that should enable us to settle the challenges of peace and security. In this context, we need the efforts of each one of us as part of a collective effort in order to meet these challenges. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we gave a great deal of attention to the agenda of development during our term. We endeavored to mobilize resources by organizing or participating in a number of meetings. We organized with His Excellency Samuel Ruto in the Nairobi summit to support the resource mobilization. We consolidated this with our work with President Hassan Ouattara on the occasion of the economic summit held in Abidjan. This represented a landmark in resource mobilization for our organization. The efforts of support have led to renewing the mobilization of resources. We also participated in the work of the to mobilize more resources from Korea for the benefit of development. The volume reached for Africa from $5.5 billion to $10 billion, in addition to $14 billion to finance exports for countries investing in our continent, in addition to the 4th edition of the China-Africa Summit at the level of the heads of state. China declared to devote $50 billion to boost development in our continent. In addition to the efforts made for resource mobilization, we endeavored during our participation in the 7th meeting in Italy and the BRICS meeting in Russia in October. Also in our meeting in Brazil in November 2024, in addition to other events, we endeavored to solve the problem of debt by promoting development. We also called for the review of the support and we called for establishing a new charter for financing development that would be more flexible and sustainable and would lead to the mobilization of resources that are commensurate with development. We also called for a better implementation of plans by the multi-party financial organizations for the benefit of development. and to implement our international agenda. In addition to resource mobilization, in order to promote development, we endeavored to turn our resources into an effective and sustainable development that can meet the faced challenges. These challenges have been worsened by the various crises. In this context, and in line with what was indicated, we called for a more flexibility to enable people to access education. In line with the theme for last year, we had this meeting in Mauritania in collaboration with the African Union, a continental meeting on education and employment of youth. This meeting was held in Nouakchott. The aim was to integrate youth and employment, and to youth represent the majority of the people, and these youths face the dangers of violence, the radicalization, and illegal migration. I call upon the summit to adopt the Nouakchott Declaration because it calls for a sustainable education to support peace and security, and to create jobs, and to reduce unemployment and precarity. African youths need an effective educational and training system. They also, like other African citizens, need health systems that enable them to have access to good quality health care. This will enable them to deal with the arising health issues as witnessed in our continent, such as the smallpox, cholera, and the like. In this context, I would like to hail the work carried out by the Africa Disease Center in dealing with the sudden health crisis. I congratulate Dr. Jankaya for the pioneering work done in this regard. Today, I will present a detailed report on this issue. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in line with the Dhaka Declaration on food security and the following, we held two exceptional meetings to consolidate the agricultural systems. The first meeting was held in Nairobi in May 2024. It dealt with soil and the use of fertilizers. And in January 25, there was also a meeting in Kampala to develop flexible agricultural systems. A strategy and an action plan were adopted in order to promote a comprehensive agricultural development for the years starting 2026. I invite the summit to adopt the declaration and the action plan, and the same applies to the declaration of Nairobi. The aim is to promote investment and develop agricultural industries. The focus on industry requires that we need to have an energy that is sufficient and at an acceptable cost. We held in Dar es Salaam with Her Excellency Samia Suluhu, and in coordination with the African Development Bank and the World Bank, in last January, we held the African Summit on Energy, in order to promote access to electricity for millions of Africans in sub-Saharan countries. There were a number of energy pledges. In this regard, I call for extending our congratulations to the President of the African Development Bank and the President of the World Bank. for their efforts within the framework of this ambitious partnership to support development efforts in the continent. Energy plays an important role in dealing with climate challenges. These climate challenges have a major impact on our countries. There is the issue of global warming, and we need to deploy more efforts for the energy transformation. On your behalf, during the 29th session of the multi-party meeting on climate change, COP29, held in Baku in 2024, we called for the need for the international community to fulfill its commitment and to assist us in dealing with the negative impact of climate change. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the achievement of the second action plan to implement Agenda 2063 is closely related to the coordination between the AU and the regional economic communities. For this reason, in our mid-year coordinating committee in Accra, we focused on integrating our national plans in continental programs to achieve African complementarity and to make its voice heard. This common voice will enable us to have the position that should enable us to effectively participate in the development of international agenda that should focus on sensitive African issues. Therefore, in all these events, we defended the rights of the African continent in its representation in the Security Council. We also called for a review of the international rules of governance. Our efforts were positively met, and there were clear commitments to work on them in the various meetings. But the effectiveness of the follow-up and the joint African work mean that we need to continue the structural transformation of our continent. You all know the questions raised by the structural transformation, such as the principle of alternation and how this is implemented, in addition to the distribution of positions. Because of the sensitiveness of this issue, we held an extraordinary meeting of the Executive Council, during which there was a decision to see how we can apply the principle of alternation to have a just alternation between the regions. In line with this reformist spirit, we worked on the review of the skills within the African Union. An extraordinary meeting of the Executive Council was held in November 2024 to make a decision on the best ways to carry out this operation. Following extensive consultation, the Council identified solutions to this issue. It established a clear roadmap to continue this process. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in my initial speech, I emphasized the need to overcome the challenges, and I indicated that this could only be done by joint efforts on the basis of our common destiny. In order to achieve our noble objectives. Today, I reiterate the same issue as I hand over the chairmanship to His Excellency President João Lourenço, wishing him full success in the mission he is entrusted with. I express my readiness to continue with supporting him. I should seize this opportunity to extend my thanks to Musa Faki Mohammed, the chairperson of the African Union Commission. I hail his leadership skills. I thank him for his valuable support during my term. I extend my thanks to the members of the African Union Commission and the various organs of the organization. I'm very proud for being able to serve my African continent and to be its voice in international meetings. I end my term fully convinced of the capacity of our continent to achieve the objectives of Agenda 2063. I'm more determined to work more effectively in this regard. I reiterate my congratulations to President João Lourenço. I wish him full success. I wish our summit full success. Long live the African Union. Long live Africa, independent and prosperous. I thank you very much for your attention.
شكرا فخامة الرئيس.
Thank you very much, President, for your statement.
Ladies and gentlemen, now allow me to invite His Excellency Ambassador Yusuf Mundoha Asumani, Ambassador of the Union of Comoros to Ethiopia and Permanent Representative to the African Union, Dean of the African Ambassadors in Ethiopia, to introduce the new Bureau of the African Union Assembly for this session. Your Excellency. Thank you,
Excellency Ahmed Al-Ghazani, current President of the African Union and the President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania, Your Excellency Abiy Ahmed, Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, Your Excellency, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government of the African Union states, Your Excellency Mahmoud Abbas, President of the State of Palestine, Your Excellency the Vice President of Barbados, Prime Minister of Barbados, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Excellency Musa Faki Mohammed, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Your Excellency Deputy Secretary General of the Arab League of States, heads of delegations, excellencies, ambassadors, permanent representatives and observers of states, excellencies, commissioners, excellencies, heads of African Union organs, invited guests, all protocols observed, Assalamu alaikum. I have the honor of introducing the Bureau of the Conference for 2025 pursuant to Article 16 of the Rules of Procedure of the Conference. The Bureau is as follows. Chair, the Republic of Angola, Southern Region. First Vice Chair, the Republic of Burundi, Central Region. Second Vice Chair, the Republic of Ghana, Western Region. Third Vice Chair, Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, Eastern Region. Apologies. Rapporteur, the Islamic Republic of Mauritania, Northern Region, which is submitted for your approval. Thank you, Excellencies.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and congratulations for the new elected Bureau. I have the honor now to invite Excellency Mohammed Wil Sheikh Al Ghazwani, President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania, to deliver his handover speech. Your Excellency, please.
Je voudrais remercier mes chers collègues.
I wish to thank my peers, heads of state and government, members of the Assembly, for having elected me at the head of the African Union as President for the period 2024-2025. Together, we have worked to advance the integration agenda on the continent. I wish to thank you for all the support and to thank you for the unflinching support that you gave me, contributing to the success of Mauritania and the entire continent in pursuing this lofty task. I will now call upon my brother, President João Lourenço, to hand over the baton, to him, and I wish him success in this endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And now I have the honor to welcome His Excellency João Manuel Lourenço, President of the Republic of Angola, the new chairperson of the African Union, for the handover ceremony in the High Table. You are welcome, Your Excellency.
Yes, thank you.
Congratulations, Your Excellency. Allow me now to call His Excellency João Manuel Lourenço, President of the Republic of Angola, Chairperson of the African Union, to deliver his acceptance speech. Your Excellency.
His Majesty Mswati III from the Kingdom of Eswatini, Your Majesty Letsi III from the Kingdom of Lesotho, Your Excellency Mohamed Ould Ghazouani, President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania and the outgoing President of the African Union, Excellencies, Heads of States and Government, Your Excellency Abiy Ahmed Ali, Prime Minister of the Democratic and Federal Republic of Ethiopia, Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of United Nations, Excellencies, representatives of heads of states and governments, Your Excellency Musa Faki Mahamat, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, members, Excellencies, and President Mahmoud Abbas, President of the Palestinian Authority, and our guest of honor, Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps accredited in Addis Ababa, ladies and gentlemen. I would like, on the outset, to deeply thank His Excellency Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed from the Democratic and Federal Republic of Ethiopia and his people for, once again, as it always the habit each year in February, that they host the most important meeting of the African Union. I would like to thank them for the warm welcome and hospitality that was accorded to us since our arrival in this beautiful country. I would also thank Mohamed Ould Ghazouani, President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania and outgoing President of the African Union, for the proactive way, dynamic and proactive way that he led our organization during his tenure. We were able to carry out, through his mandate, actions that contributed to the achievement of the main objective defined by our organization for the last year that just ended. And we also built educative systems that are strong to allow quality education for African citizens, taking into account the better performance of our continent at the global stage, taking into account the objectives of the Agenda 2063 of the African Union and Agenda 2030 of the United Nations. Excellencies, you are leaving us a great legacy. It's upon us now to continue to work and capitalize on your work that you're leaving for us. And I count on your support and experience, as well as the support of all the other African countries, so that Angola can also undertake a presidency that will be at the level of our expectations, and that we can also add our efforts for the achievement of the development goals of our countries, together with the achievement of Agenda 2063 in all our efforts in building the Africa that we want. My thanks are also addressed to all the African countries, but more especially Southern region, for the trust entrusted to us in order to lead in 2025 the African Union at a time when our continent is faced with major challenges related to peace and security, which are a blockage to many initiatives and actions that we want to undertake for the development of our nations. As you all know, is the first time that Angola is assuming this major responsibility of leading the destiny of our continent in the coming 12 months. But we are going to look attentively to the problems of Africa, and we are going to contribute with our experience to finding solutions to peace and security, and for the implementation by member states of our economic policies, social policies to promote progress and development of our continent. This is very important for us. The fact that we are assuming the chairship of the African Union in 2025, at the time we are also celebrating 50 years of our independence, national independence. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, throughout this conference, many issues will be discussed that are very important for our continent. The working framework of the African Union and the operationalization, the issue related to justice for African and people of African descendants to true reparations, which is the theme selected for this year, and a theme that Angola also chose for its chairship, which is related to the building infrastructure as a factor for development for Africa. These aspects, if combined, can allow us to build a communication channel and a channel of dialogue with our partners. It will make us understand the importance and the advantage of cooperating for a developed Africa, Africa that is industrialized, that is going to win over hunger, misery, and unemployment, and reducing the probability of armed conflict and illegal immigration. We will have the opportunity to address all these aspects in our 4th conference for development that is going to take place in Sevilla, in Spain, from 30th June to 4 July this year. And we believe this is a historical opportunity to redefine the rules of financing based on economic justice and inclusion, taking into account the commitments from previous conferences that were not fulfilled, especially the Monterey Consensus, Doha Declaration, and Addis Ababa Declaration. The 4th Sevilla Conference is going to address the challenges that we are faced in the funding for development and promoting the adoption of innovative solutions and more effective solutions such as fiscal justice, debt relief, climate funding, reforms in financial and global institutions, and social inclusion. These are going to deserve our attention so that we can adopt a common position that can ensure the continent to reinforce its influence in the global governance and the reduction of the cost of the debt, and for a sustainable development of our continent. The achievement of these objectives is going to create synergies that are going to promote more trade, more cultural exchange, and technology, and other aspects that are going to bring benefits for all the parts involved. We believe that in the objective that we aim for our countries, we include issues that for priorities, especially in fundamental infrastructures, railways, roads, airports and ports, power supply stations that are essential for the industrialization of our continent and to improve the living conditions of our people. During our presidency of the African Union that we are going to assume from today, we hope to work together with all the members of our institutions. We're hoping to launch a plan for together with our partners so that the African Union Commission can be able to establish the basis for infrastructure projects that are going to be undertaken in our continent. We would like to underline the contribution of Angola for the development of Africa, taking into account our superavit when it comes to energy supply, especially in this sector of energy. Given its strategic relevance that it have in the transportation of goods and in African trade between Africa and within Africa, taking into account the Lobito corridor and the Tanzanian railways that we believe are going to play a major role in connecting African countries and in promoting the trade that we want to achieve, especially under the AFCFTA. Taking into account what I've just said, I believe that we should come up with a well-defined strategy in order to yield the benefits. I believe that by integrating G20, it's essential in ensuring that Africa plays an active role in global decisions. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the strategic lines of our presidency are aligned in general terms with the priority actions defined by our continent, especially under the acceleration of the implementation of the second 10-year implementation plan of the Agenda 2063, especially covering 2024-2034, centered in transportation infrastructure, connectivity, energy, natural resources, peace and security, agriculture, blue economy, continental integration, and African free trade area and strategic partnerships. In this framework, our major lines of our interventions of major importance is the issue of peace and security, because we believe this is one of the pillars for the materialization of the aspirations of our Agenda 2063 of the African Union, especially the program that aims at silencing the guns by 2030, by transforming Africa in a peaceful region, safe, with a promising future, with prosperity for all Africans, and in placing our continent in the development route. In the reports of our activities, the undertaken as a champion, AU champion for peace and reconciliation in Africa, I made a detailed presentation, the activities that I undertook in helping the achievement of peace in our continent, especially in the eastern region of the Democratic Republic of Congo. I will also present my vision on what I believe that is essential to be taken into account in the future in order to put an end to the conflicts in Africa and in order to address the challenge of unconstitutional change of government, terrorism, invasion, and occupation of neighboring countries. We also have major challenges related to natural disaster resulting from climate changes and Marburg, cholera, and other diseases that are affecting us, and call on us to unite our efforts in order to find collective solutions for their elimination. In this perspective, I believe that it's essential that the third conference on the oceans that is going to take place in France is an opportunity for us to address the main concerns of this topic and that are affecting our continent. With more than 30 coastal countries, our continent will have to protect maritime ecosystems and promote blue economy and undertake more actions against illegal fish, maritime pollution, and against climate changes, which are major challenges that we have to face together permanently. I would like to hope that this conference will contribute to reinforce our coastal resilience and building conditions to mobilize international funding for sustainable projects and the blue economy. Excellencies, this year and during the Angolan presidency, we are going to work in coordination with the African Union Commission to mobilize financial resources through the contributions of our member states in order to be able to have necessary resources for the realizations of projects and programs of continental level and reducing our dependencies for external funding. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are living a global landscape, a very challenging global landscape, especially with the challenge in our continent and in Eastern Europe and Middle East. Despite all that, we are sure that by combining our efforts and joining force, we are going to overcome these challenges and build the Africa that we dream of, contributing in the solution of the problems that are affecting our humanity. It's in this context that I believe that we should continue to act together so that the United Nations will be more inclusive and more aligned to the challenges and opportunities. And the reform of the United Nations should continue to be a priority for our continent. And it is very important to reaffirm our commitment with the consensus of Ezuline and the Sirte Declaration of 2005 for 2 seats as permanent members with the right of veto and other privileges that are related to the seats. Excellencies, I would like to call on you, your best contribution, so that our presidents of our continental organization that we assume today can take part, can happen in a climate of understanding and the dynamism that is necessary in this long work that we together undertake for the transformation of Africa as a continent that rich and prosperous for its people. Allow me to address my vote of thanks to His Excellency Musa Faki Mohammed and the outgoing commissioners that had their mandates at the Commission for their excellent work throughout their mandates at the helm of our common house of Africa. I wish to the new coming Commission successes in their mandates and endeavors. And I appeal that the Pan-African spirit and the ideals of our founding fathers continue to lead the future of our continental organization. I would like to hereby accept to undertake the functions of the chair of the African Union, and that our tears today for having lost the African child, Sam Nyoma, will be transformed in strength that will help us achieve the challenge that are ahead of us. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in introducing the theme of the year 2025, Justice for Africans and People of African Descent through Reparations, it is now with great honor that I welcome Her Excellency Dr. Monique Nzanza Baganwa, the Deputy Chairperson of the African Union Commission, who will share her introductory remarks. Your Excellency. Then we will introduce Barbados.
Thank you. Your Excellency, the Chairperson of the African Union, Your Majesties, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Your Excellency and dear brother, the Chairperson of the African Union Commission, ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of time, allow me to stand on already established protocol. Over the past centuries, the voices of Africans and people of African descent have echoed in various quarters with a singular demand: justice. Justice for the millions who were forcibly uprooted from their homes. Justice for those whose lands were plundered, wealth stolen, and dignity were stripped away. And justice for the generations that continue to face economic, social, and political disenfranchisement stemming from historical wrongs. As I draw my term in office as Deputy Chairperson of the African Union Commission to an end soon, a unique opportunity is offered to me and one of my teams, SIDO, to introduce to you the 2025 theme of the year, Justice for Africans and People of African Descent through Reparations. As we embark on this journey in 2025, we are guided by the words of the eminent Pan-Africanist Kwame Nkrumah, who declared, and I quote, "We face neither east nor west. We face forward." The African Union's Agenda 2063 envisions a continent that is integrated, prosperous, and driven by its own citizens, a continent that is peaceful. The strength of this Africa has always been in its unity and resilience. At this moment, we stand at the precipice of history, and together we shall pave the way for a more just and dignified future for Africa, the CARICOM, and Africa's global diaspora at large. Your Majesties, Your Excellencies, as I conclude, since I'm not the one to deliver the high-level message, we have two leaders who will do it in just a short. But let me take this opportunity to thank all our stakeholders who have journeyed with us. Thank you, Ghana, and our champion, President Mahama, for inspiring the African Union with this theme. I wish to thank you, my dear brother Musa Faki, for your leadership and support. But through you also, acknowledge our teams who have worked hard around this theme of the year. Especially, I wish to recognize two ladies. Madam Coleman from your cabinet chairperson, and Angela from SIDO. You did an amazing work. Special appreciation goes to Her Excellency Mia Amor Motley, Prime Minister of Barbados and Chair of the CARICOM Authority. You have traveled all the way from home to another home to join us in today's launch. May I now invite you, Your Excellency, to come to the podium and address this august assembly. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Your Excellencies, and may I start, Chairperson of the African Union, President of Angola, Your Excellency, Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, and our host, Dr. Abiy Ahmed, Your Excellency, outgoing Chairperson of the African Union and President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania, Your Majesties, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government of the African Union, and First Ladies present, Your Excellency, the President of the Palestinian Authority, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Excellency Musa Faki Mohammed, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Your Excellencies, former heads of state and heads of government of the African Union, distinguished delegates, ambassadors, and guests all. I stand here clothed in the spirit of the battles of Adwa, conscious that it was that battle within 24 hours that shook the confidence of the powers of Europe, but inspired the people of Africa and the children of the African diaspora that good would prevail over evil and light over darkness, but only in the context of our unity. I stand here conscious that it was that battle that forged the beginnings of Pan-Africanism that eventually led to the movement for independence and the destruction of the colonial powers to give us not full development and power, but the first steps of political independence. I stand here conscious and buffeted by the dreams and works of the great Pan-African pioneers, and conscious that as a children of the Caribbean, we have long dreamt for the moment of unity with our brothers and sisters of Africa, a division that was secured by those whose success and survival depended on separation of us rather than on the ability for us to act as one common people. Our relationship, you can say, was embryonic. But regrettably, as long as it has been and as related as we have been, it has been sporadic. And it is up to us as the children of independent states to determine whether the history of separation shall be our future or whether the spirit of Adwa can be our inspiration to confront the challenges of a new world. Yes, I stand here as a daughter of Africa. I stand here equally as a proud Prime Minister of Barbados, a country which is the first landmass that you reach after you leave this great continent of Africa. A country which became a hub for the wrong reasons, but today I come to Ethiopia to share with you in the Africa Union that we can be a hub now for the right reasons between our two peoples. I stand here as the proud chairman of CARICOM, the Caribbean community, recognizing that as a member of the 6th region of Africa, we have come to reclaim our Atlantic destiny. We have come to ensure that the very futures of our people are different and will not once again be determined by a middleman who will ensure that the Middle Passage is one that sees our people at the bottom of the ocean's floor of the Atlantic or in the fields of the plantations of the Caribbean, but instead that it will be a future that sees our people, hears our people, feels our people, and that will determine in future that it is we who shall forge the manner in which we cooperate, integrate, and invest, rather than simply being victims of a past history. I stand here equally as the chair of the V20, 70 countries across the world that are climate vulnerable, 40% of whom come from this great continent of Africa, recognizing that it is only through unity that we can confront the existential crisis of our generation, that of the climate crisis. The Secretary General of the United Nations has already laid out, ably so, many of the iniquities that we continue to face in spite of political independence. It was His Majesty Haile Selassie who popularized and told us that there shall be no first-class or second-class citizens, words popularized by Bob Marley, learned by all of our people without appropriately recognizing the context in which he spoke and the mission which must be ours for generations until it is achieved. He told us that there would be war if there were first-class and second-class citizens. He told us that there would be war if the color of our skin was more significant than the color of our eyes. And we see here in the continent the continued descent into conflicts born out of ethnicity differences, born out of a mad grab for resources, not invariably for our own benefit, but for the benefit of others who seek to use our people as pawns in the determination of their own future. But we stand here as proud people, and we have enough among ourselves to know the difference between right and wrong, and to forge a future that is not for a few, but for the many. Indeed, as the world confronts the climate crisis, it is the poorest of the poor who remain the most vulnerable to floods and droughts and hurricanes. It is the poorest of the poor, and soon to be the middle of the middle, who will no longer be able to access insurance and therefore to be able to forge ahead with development if we do not make changes. We have examples of a partnership that have worked for us, not just from the spirit of Adwa and the conquest and the rise of the Pan-Africanist movement in our history, but within recent times. During the COVID-19 pandemic, It was the African Union, under the leadership then of President Ramaphosa, and with the assistance of Dr. Tedros of the WHO, that recognized that the Caribbean, which was being marginalized by denial of access to basic therapeutics, basic medical equipment, to vaccines, that we should not be left as pariahs on the global landscape, but that our brothers and sisters in Africa would bring us through the Africa Medical Supplies platform to be able to ensure that we could secure for our own people. It was with the solidarity of many of you in the African Union that the Bridgetown Initiative has been able to take root and to make a case for a more modern and a fairer system that allows us to be able to access finance and to be able to put in place measures that allow us to be able to pause our repayment of debt during the period of necessity for rebuilding after horrific climatic events. We have seen how partnership helps us. We do not need any more evidence. What is required of us is to lead the way to peace, to prosperity, and to justice. And the reparations which we call for the international community to be able to recognize, first and foremost, with that which we ask from each of our children: say sorry. Say sorry, and mean it. And after you say sorry, recognize that the future of the world is not possible without the stability of Africa and its diaspora. For as long as hypocrisy and double standards remain, it will be impossible to secure stability and peace in any nation across the earth. The reparations that we call for, beyond sorry, must be for fair access and development and compensation, because we each started the journey of independence with a chronic deficit. A deficit of resources, a deficit of fairness, a deficit of opportunity. And it is up to us, many of us in the second and third generation of independence, to be able to frame out fairly in a mature conversation what those reparations must look like if we are to attain justice and to inspire the young people of this world that good must always prevail over evil. But it is not only the reparations that we ask from the international community, because we ourselves must repair the damage that was foisted on us. The notion that transit visas, begging for them, must be the lot of our people in order to move across this world cannot be something that gives us satisfaction. To go east and to go west, we are first forced to go north. It is not right. And it is not beyond the heads of government and heads of state of the region, of the Caribbean community, and of the continent of Africa to determine that we must stop talking about, but simply do what is necessary to build the air bridges and sea bridges to guarantee that we control our destiny. I ask us to reflect on this because it is this simple act, apart from our music and our culture and our food, that will guarantee that it is not simply heads of government and heads of state that will meet in Accra or Bridgetown, but it is ordinary people who will be able to trade and to move from the closest point of Dakar to the closest point of Bridgetown, to be able to open up the opportunities that technically ought to be available not just simply through the Africa Free Trade Area or the CARICOM single market and economy, but through the combined opportunities provided by both. I ask us equally to recognize that in an era where AI is threatening to redefine what humanity can do and even if we can survive, that it is not ours to be the victims once again of technology as we were with gunpowder, but it is for us to help shape the future of the world, because more often than not it is Africa and its people who have brought the humanizing forces to bear on civilization. And if we are to be the cradle of civilization, then we are to be the protectors of people and planet, of humanity, as we go forward. And some watching on may say, how? And I say, how not? How not does a continent that has 40% of the world's minerals not be in charge of helping to secure the destiny and stability of the planet? How not does the numbers of our two communities, who constitute a third of the world's states, not act in singular purpose to forge the kind of world that we want, and to be able to ensure that the institutions that deny access to us, to hear our voices as reflective of the continent and of the small island developing states of the world, how do we not secure that admission, which is not only just, but a moral imperative if the world is to have stability in this 21st century? My friends, I ask you, how do we not secure this victory when 1 in every 5 and possibly 1 in every 4 persons on the planet will come from this continent and its diaspora? Those who lead today have a moral imperative, not just to our citizens in our own countries, but above all else, to unity. The spirit of Adwa demands of us that we recognize that even in the face of the greatest technology being foisted upon us, that we can rise and win if we act in unity. This has been a message not given by our generation alone, but by previous generations of African and Caribbean leaders. But we ask ourselves, why does it elude us? And the answer comes not from outside, but only from within. When I speak of the USA with affection, I do not only want to speak of that which is known in the Americas. I want to speak about that which ought to have been possible if the 1884 Berlin talks did not take place. The possibility of the United States of Africa, which is as diverse as India, which is as diverse as China in terms of ethnicity and language and religion, but which is entirely possible if we see not ourselves first, but we see the unity of ourselves together. This may be the cry of a naive and romantic daughter of Africa. But if that is the case, I prefer to die being a naive and romantic daughter of Africa than one who is cynical and one who is daunted by the actions and power of others. We know what it is to stand in unity with you to fight apartheid and to fight for the liberation of the peoples of Africa. For when President Castro stood to send people from his own country to southern Africa to free your people, it was in my own country that the planes refueled, ensuring that that battle was possible. And when 100 years ago, almost, a Barbadian man and woman left our nation and left the United States to come here, Arnold and Mignon Ford, he wrote the anthem and lyrics of the anthem of the United Negro Improvement Association, UNIA, and his wife dared to establish a co-educational school here in Ethiopia, ensuring that boys and girls could receive education in a time and at a time when war was dominating the global landscape. They chose to see light rather than darkness. I ask us today, in tangible terms, that will allow our people to travel, that will allow us to pool our investments to ensure that the people of Africa not be denied the electricity that is so necessary as a platform for participation in the new world. I ask us not only to pool that investment, but to also ensure that we pool our voices, because there is too much division in this world today. There is too much war and there is too much conflict. And we know what precipitates and causes that. If we leave Addis Ababa with the commitment that the world is not going to be safe without a prosperous and stable Africa, then we understand what is the moral imperatives we must undertake in each of our countries to secure that unity of purpose and to secure ultimately the saving of the people and planet. I ask you today to recognize that, and I thank Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed for agreeing that the first in-face summit of CARICOM and the African Union should take place here in Addis Ababa on the 7th of September of this year of our Lord. By that simple act, we build on the inaugural summit which took place virtually in 2021. But more importantly, we seek to regularize and to establish as a permanent point of interaction the unity of which I speak and call for. And I ask you as I leave this podium to recognize that we too in the Caribbean want to see you. Indeed, in my own country in Barbados, we will celebrate the Caribbean Festival of Arts, the 15th CariFesta, from August 22nd to August 31st. And we do so not only asking for those from Cuba and Bahamas in the north, to Venezuela, to Suriname and Guyana in the south, to Belize in the west and the Eastern Caribbean to come together to express our commitment to each other creatively through food and fashion and music and dance and art and sculpture, and talk of philosophy, talk of religion, talk of who we are, talk of the future. I ask us to recognize that we celebrate this year our resilience, and that we do so not only asking the people of the Caribbean to come, but the people from whom we came here in Africa, in India, in China, and the continent to which we went, in particular in Central America and Latin America. This is our moment to show the world that we were not simply apostrophes to the history and the modern history of humanity, but that truly we are the ones who can level the playing field and to create the opportunities that will allow the world to see people, hear people, and feel people, and to value the planet and its biodiversity at the very time when it is greatest in crisis. Let us remove the scars of history and be firm craftsmen of our fate, recognizing that the only people who can stop us now are we but ourselves. We have to emancipate ourselves from mental slavery and to build the future that our people want of us, and to give them that pride that is theirs. And we must do so in the spirit and with the results of ADWA. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Prime Minister of Barbados, Chair of the Caribbean Community, CARICOM, for a global call for the African Union theme of year 2025. It is my distinct honor to welcome now His Excellency John Mahama, the President of the Republic of Ghana, as the African Union leader on advancing the cause of justice and payment of reparations to Africans. Your Excellency.
Thank you.
Your Excellency Chairman, President of Angola, Your Excellency Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, Your Excellency Chairperson of the African Union, and in the interest of time, may I just proceed on established protocol and say, Your Excellencies, my colleague, heads of state, distinguished citizens. It's a privilege to address this historic launch of the African Union theme of the year 2025, and I quote, "Justice for Africans and the people of African descent through reparations," unquote. This moment marks a significant milestone in our collective pursuit of justice, equity, and the long overdue recognition of the historical injustices that continue to shape the lives of Africans and the people of African descent worldwide. At the 37th Ordinary Session of the Assembly of the African Union in February 2024, our heads of state and government made a landmark decision to dedicate the year 2025 to the cause of reparatory justice. This decision underscores our collective commitment to addressing the historical injustices and their lingering consequences that have impacted generations of Africans and people of African descent. It aligns with our broader struggle for liberation, unity, and socioeconomic empowerment as enshrined in Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, a vision for an integrated, peaceful, and prosperous continent. Your Excellencies, the transatlantic slave trade was one of the most heinous crimes against humanity, spanning about 400 years and forcibly displacing more than 12.5 million Africans. It is estimated that at least 2 million of our compatriots perished during the Middle Passage alone. The legacy of this brutal system, along with colonialism, apartheid, genocide, and neo-colonial exploitation, have left deep and enduring scars on the fabric of our societies. Today, the descendants of enslaved Africans continue to face economic disparities, social inequality, systemic discrimination, and racial prejudices. Addressing these challenges require more than just acknowledging them. It demands action. The economic impact of colonialism on Africa has been profound. Historical estimates suggest that the continent lost trillions of dollars in both human and material resources due to colonial exploitation. The forced extraction of wealth, which included minerals, cash crops, and labor, deprived African nations of the capital and infrastructure necessary for sustainable development. Colonial policies intentionally stifled industrial growth, leading to a dependency on foreign economies that persists even till today. The systemic plundering of Africa's natural resources, coupled with the disruption of traditional governance structures, has resulted in lasting consequences, worsening poverty and the development and inequality throughout the continent. In November 2023, Ghana hosted the Accra Reparations Conference, a historic gathering that brought together African heads of state, scholars, and representatives of the global African diaspora to advance the reparations movement. This conference reaffirmed the urgent need for comprehensive reparatory justice and laid the foundation for stronger advocacy and policy frameworks. It provided a platform for dialogue on the financial, cultural, and social restitution necessary to address the enduring effects of slavery and colonialism. The outcomes of this conference served as a guiding pillar for our collective efforts moving forward. The 2025 AU theme of the year is therefore a call to galvanize efforts towards reparatory justice. It is an appeal to ensure that the dignity, rights, and well-being of Africans and their descendants are fully restored. Reparations involves not only financial compensation, but also restitution, rehabilitation, and guarantees of non-repetition for the abuse of fellow human beings. It is also about truth-telling, historical accountability, and the restoration of agency to those who have been marginalized for centuries. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the call for reparations, while including, extends beyond financial redress to encompass addressing structural inequalities, ensuring educational and economic opportunities, reclaiming cultural heritage, and amplifying the voice of Africa and the diaspora communities on the global stage. Achieving justice requires multi-stakeholder collaboration. Today's pre-launch event serves as a crucial platform for concertedly rolling out constructive consultation, dialogue, and partnership. We welcome the participation of AU member states, regional economic communities, the global African diaspora, civil society organizations, academia, the private sector, and international partners in this transformative endeavor. The African Union Commission, in collaboration with key partners, have developed the concept note and revised the roadmap to guide the implementation of the reparations agenda. This initiative will further the aspirations of Agenda 2063, fostering an Africa that is self-reliant, just, and inclusive. Through this launch, we seek to, among other things, mobilize political will and commitment towards reparatory justice and racial healing. Present and discuss the roadmap for implementing the 2025 theme of the year. Foster partnerships among AU member states, diaspora communities, and like-minded international allies. Engage stakeholders in resource mobilization efforts to support reparations initiatives across Africa. Elevate awareness and advocacy to ensure sustained engagement beyond 2025. Encourage dialogue and knowledge sharing among experts, policymakers, historians, and affected communities. And finally, to ensure an end to the culture of silence and denial on racism and colonialism. Your Excellency, the work ahead requires a unified voice, a clear strategy, and unyielding commitment. Today, we reaffirm our commitment to working together to develop policies and frameworks that will support reparations efforts across Africa and beyond. We must continue to advocate for stronger legal and institutional mechanisms at the national, regional, and international levels to ensure that reparatory justice for the historical trauma inflicted on global Africa is not just a conversation, but a reality. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, I wish to express Ghana's unwavering support for this critical initiative. Let us seize this moment with the determination it deserves as we work together towards a future that is fair, that is just, and equitable for all Africans and people of African descent, and by natural extension, the uplifting of all humanity. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Allow me now, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to move to the family photo while calling the rest of the respective delegates to remain in their seats. Remain in their seats, please, to ensure the smooth organization of the family photo. Allow me this time to call Excellencies and Honorable Heads of States and delegates in an organized manner to proceed to the photo session location. Allow me now to start by calling distinguished presidents from Liberia, Libya, Madagascar, and Malawi. Please follow our protocol team to the family photo. There is only one door open for the family photo, which is gate number 5. Please, protocol teams, lead our leaders to the family photo. And then the second row, please, distinguished presidents and heads of states from Cape Verde, Cameroon, Central African Republic, Chad, Comoros, Congo, Cote d'Ivoire, Democratic Republic of Congo, Djibouti, Egypt, Equatorial Guinea, Eritrea, Swatini, the Gambia, Ghana, Guinea-Bissau, Kenya, and Lesotho. Please follow our protocol team to the family photo. Excellencies, Presidents and heads of delegations from Sierra Leone, Somalia, South Africa, South Sudan, Tanzania, Togo, Tunisia, Uganda, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Algeria, Benin, Botswana, and Burundi. Please follow our protocol team to the photo session location. Honorable Presidents and heads of delegations from Mauritania, Mauritius, Morocco, Mozambique, Namibia, Nigeria, Rwanda, Sahrawi Republic, Sao Tome and Principe, Senegal, Seychelles, please follow our protocol team. Excellency Prime Minister of Barbados. They went? Okay. Okay, with that, I thank you all for your time and I wish you fruitful deliberations. They didn't wait. Yes. They will change. I have my team.
Oh!
Security. No, no, no. So.
Oh!
Security. What is what are out there?
Hey, excuse me.
Oh, fantastic!
How's it going?
Hey, boss.
Sécurité! Oh, voyez là! Oh!
Hey, excuse me.
Oh! Shit! Let's move, please! Everyone, everyone!
Move everyone. Hey, excuse.
Touch me.
No,
I'm not
telling you from here.
I'm not
Please, don't
Shut the door.
Shut the fuck up. Please. Don't talk to me. If you don't respect us, you don't respect us. Go away. Just move, guys.
Excuse. Why can't you just push these people behind this pillar? Push everyone. What is your work? No. These people, they need to move back. We're not interested in them.
Sécurité! No, 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 no. Security!
Move back!
Indeed, that is a family photo, a tradition that has been observed by the African Union ever since it was renamed to the AU from OAU in 2002. By the heads of state who have gathered outside the Nelson Mandela Hall after the first session of today's 38th ordinary session of the heads of state and government in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. Welcome to this continued coverage of this session. My name is George Maringa, and thank you so much for staying with us. And to just give you a recap of what happened in the morning, the session that started just about 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. this morning is that there were statements that were issued by various speakers this morning, starting with Musa Faki Muhammad, the outgoing chairperson of the AUC, that is the African Union Commission, where he spoke about his tenure and he thanked the heads of state for their support, even singling out some like President Dr. William Ruto for his commitment in the AU reforms. You will remember that Dr. Ruto has been keen on the conversation about AU reforms, especially on the continent. He also singled out other heads of state, and he said that he has been thankful for the opportunity that the heads of state gave him just about 8 years ago to be able to lead the AUC, the African Union Commission. He has worked with these presidents, and he said he has toured this very beautiful continent of Africa, and where he has seen the efforts that go around ensuring that the African continent is as it should be. He said he will continue, and he said actually that he looks forward to having his freedom back, a job that he has held for the last 8 years. Musa Faki was followed by Dr. Abiy Ahmed, the Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, the host of this summit, who thanked the AUC chairperson, the outgoing AUC chairperson, Dr. Musa Faki, for his contribution to the AUC, and even as he singled out the achievements that his country, Ethiopia, is working towards and has worked for, especially over the last 8 years under the guidance of Musa Faki. Was followed by Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations, who said that he's proud of the African Union and the African Union Commission for the efforts that they have had together in working with various situations. He singled out the COVID-19 pandemic. He also talked about the efforts to fight Ebola and other pandemics and other diseases, as well as talking about the ensuring that Africa and the African Union gets to a place that is better, and the synergies of the two organizations. Later on was a statement by the Secretary General of the League of Arab States, and also a statement by President of the State of Palestine. There was also the announcement, or rather the opening statement, by Mohammed Ould Sheikh El Ghazouani, chairperson of the African Union and the President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania. There was also an announcement by the Bureau of the Assembly of the African Union for the year 2025 and the chairperson of the African Union for the year 2025. There was a handing over statement by the outgoing chairman, Mohammed Ould Sheikh El Ghazouani, President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania, and an acceptance statement by incoming AU chairperson by the same João Manuel Conclaves Lourenço, President of the Republic of Angola, and that has led to the launch of the African Union theme of the year 2025, which was, of course, decided upon by the President of Ghana. We did hear that, and there was this group photo followed by a coffee break, and then the heads of state will be going into a closed sessions. We thank you for staying with TV47. Kenyans continue to also monitor the events coming out of Addis Ababa. And talking about Addis Ababa, we did promise you that we are covering these for you in the best way that only we can. We now want to link up with our very own senior political affairs reporter and political desk lead, Apollo Kamau, who has pitched camp in Addis Ababa with our colleague George as well, his videographer. Apollo, good afternoon. A lot has been talked about, and Kenyans opponents, of course, even on the socials, have been saying these speeches ought to end so that they can see the results of that very crucial vote. Apollo, could you take us through perhaps what you should expect now in the second session, especially regarding the closed session that will follow, even as the heads of state convene in Addis Ababa for the 38th session of the AU summit?
Good afternoon, Maringa. What you are watching on your television now is the end of the opening session of the 38th AU Summit, which, as you saw there, various speeches, including the farewell speech of Moussa Faki. We heard the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres and other heads of state. And also we had the issue of the handing over of the AU chairperson, which has now been taken over by Angolan president. After this session, they have now broken for lunch. We return for another closed-door session, and this is the crucial part this afternoon when we expect them to cast all that crucial vote as far as the candidacy for the AU chairperson, AUC chairperson, and the deputy chairperson of the African Union Commission is concerned. When they return for that session, we kick off the second part of the agenda. And as you know here, and what we have seen, and looking far from where I'm standing, I can see Amina Mohamed, the former Foreign Affairs Minister. She has been making her rounds here, speaking to leaders, and for her, this afternoon will be interesting because it mirrors what happened back in 2017 when she was vying for the AUC slot for the chairmanship. This afternoon, it's a different picture, though similar. We have Kenya's candidate, Raila Odinga. We have Djibouti's Mahamoud Yusuf. We have Madagascar's Richard James, all who are angling to get this slot. And by angling for the slot, it's all about clinching the two-thirds majority, about 33 votes of the 48 or 49 heads of state who will be gathering this afternoon. So Kenya says the kind of lobbying it has done for the past few days and for the past few months, it has crystallized into something they believe the reassurances and the assurances they have received so far will be formidable enough to be able to achieve the two-thirds majority, that is 33 of the votes. And just to shorten the process, if they can manage it in the first round, it will be well and good. What we are also watching out is if the process can extend like the way it happened in 2017, going to the seventh round. So we are waiting for the first three rounds, how it goes. And then after that, down to the wire, the last man standing. Before the last man standing, the weaker candidate who has less numbers than the first two will have to drop out. In case we have the last man standing and he doesn't achieve the two-thirds majority, then it means it will have to be postponed. So that's what most people here are avoiding, hoping for a quicker process given the campaign that has been going on for the past few weeks and few months. So this afternoon is a highlight, to put it that way, for Kenya, for Djibouti, for Madagascar. But given the wide array of agenda here at the African Union, but the special focus is on that crucial vote, whether President William Ruto, being the chief campaigner of candidate Odinga, will have delivered that crucial vote. So this is what we are watching out for, Maringa.
Indeed, thank you so much, Apollo Kamau, speaking to us from Addis Ababa. The heads of state and government have gathered for the 38th Ordinary Summit in Ethiopia, and that will be followed by a closed session that will see a vote this afternoon. And the heads of state had convened for that session where they listened to various heads of state. As I did outline to you the program of that session that started in the morning, that was followed by that group photo and the lunch break that you're seeing delegates right there. And Apollo Kamau has singled out one key figure that was in such a situation last election, that is 8 years ago, the former Foreign Affairs Cabinet Secretary Amina Mohammed, who is in Addis Ababa, according to Apollo Kamau and other leaders who are there. And just to inform you that we are waiting for the results of the 38th Ordinary Summit that will see the election of the African Union Commission chairperson. This person, the incoming chairperson, who actually Abiy Ahmed, the Prime Minister of Ethiopia, said he wishes him good luck and good fortunes as they go ahead to administer their duties and discharge their duties, will be succeeding Musa Faki, who has been the AUC chairperson since 2017. I want to give you a history of who has held that position ever since its inception. Now, Amara Esse was the AUC chairperson, OAU Secretary General, and he was tasked with leading its transition into the AU from the Organization of African Unity to African Union between 2002 to 2003, and served as the interim chairperson from 2002 to 2003. And his tenure was pivotal, overseeing not just a symbolic shift, but a structural transformation aimed at making the AU more effective in addressing Africa's political, economic, and security challenges. Now, one of his key achievements was laying the foundation for the AU's operational framework, including the establishment of the Peace and Security Council, PSC, envisioned as Africa's version of the UN Security Council. He also helped define the role of the AUC chairperson, granting it more executive authority compared to the largely ceremonial position of the OAU Secretary General. Despite his tenure, SC set the stage for the Commission's future growth, and he, however, faced resistance from some African leaders wary of AU reforms encroaching on national sovereignty. Securing funding and political commitment from member states also remained a challenge. It was a short tenure of 1 year. Now, Alpha Omar Konare was the chairperson of the AUC from the year 2003 through the year 2008, and the former Malian President Alpha Omar Konare succeeded SC and served from September 2003 to April 2008. His leadership focused on further institutionalizing AU reforms and strengthening its role in regional stability. He played a major role in launching the African Peace Facility in 2004 through an agreement with the European Union aimed at financing peacekeeping operations. He also championed political and economic integration, advocating for policies to enhance African unity and self-reliance. But Konare faced significant challenges, including financial constraints that hindered AU initiatives. Political divisions among member states also complicated policy implementation. Despite these obstacles, he shaped both Mali's democratic trajectory and the AU's development. Now, Konare's decision paved the way for a competitive election, which Xi Jinping won, becoming the third AUC chairperson between 2008 to 2012. Ping focused on promoting the AU's institutional capacity and expanding its role in conflict resolution and peacekeeping. Ping championed political integration and worked to establish mechanisms for addressing security challenges. However, like his predecessors, he struggled with financial limitations and political divisions among AU member states. His leadership faced criticism, particularly for lacking assertiveness in handling crisis in Libya and Cote d'Ivoire. During his tenure, Africa experienced several coups, including one in Niger in 2010, and in response, Ping initiated consultations to establish an international contact group to coordinate efforts in restoring constitutional order. The AU suspended Niger, enforcing its policy against unconstitutional changes of government. Ping sought re-election in 2012 but failed to secure the required two-thirds majority. After several rounds of voting, the election was postponed as he continued as a caretaker leader. Let's pause on that history for a moment. I will be giving you more details of what has happened with the previous AUC chairpersons. But for now, I want us to cross over all the way to Kenya's capital, Nairobi, to the streets of the CBD, where our very own Paul Kirobi is on standby. I understand there is a watch party where Kenyans are following this event. Paul Kirobi, good afternoon. Habari ya leo, Wakenya wanasemaje? Indeed, we will be getting a hold of Kirobi in just a short while. But just to remind you, after the tenure of Jean Ping in 2008 to 2012, came in Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma between 2012 and 2017. And in July 2012, Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma beat Ping in a highly contested election, becoming the first woman to chair the African Union Commission. A former South African minister under Nelson Mandela, she brought a bureaucratic and reform-driven leadership style to the AU. Her most notable achievement was spearheading Agenda 2063, a long-term development blueprint aimed at transforming Africa into a prosperous, integrated and peaceful continent. And she emphasized industrialization, women empowerment and intra-Africa trade, and was even awarded the honoris causa, that is the Doctor of Philosophy honorary degree by the Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology during her tenure. Let's link up with Paul Kirobi, who I did state earlier on is in the streets of Nairobi. I understand there is a watch party. We will be finding out whether it is still ongoing, what's happening there, and just listen to the views of wananchi na matarajio yao. Paul Kirobi, hujambo? Nairobi, jiji la Nairobi lasemaje?
Tunataka kabisa George Maringa na kupata moja kwa moja kutoka katikati mwa jiji kuu la Nairobi, na siku ya leo ni siku ya ndovu kumla mwanawe. Manake macho yote ya wananchi wa Kenya yameelekezwa kule katika taifa la Ethiopia, ambapo kinara wa ODM ambaye ni mgombeaji katika nafasi ya wenyekiti wa AUC utakuwa unafanyika uchaguzi huo, na ikumbuke kwamba kuna wagombeaji watatu akiwemo Mahmoud Yusuf kutoka taifa la Djibouti, na tunaye Richard Randriamandrato ambaye ni kutoka katika taifa la Ethiopia, na ikumbuke kwamba kutoka taifa la Madagascar kunradhi. Na siku ya leo itakuwa ni siku ya ndovu kumla mwanawe, na hapa sehemu ambayo nimesimama kutakuwepo na watch party hapo mwendo wa baadaye, ambapo wafuasi wa Raila Odinga watakuwa wanakusanyika hapa ili kutazama tu kuona jinsi ambavyo uchaguzi wenyewe utakavyokuwa unaendelea. Na asubuhi ya leo nimejumuika na baadhi ya wakazi na ambao kidogo pia ni wachanganuzi wa masuala ya siasa ili kutueleza tu kuhusiana na kinyang'anyiro hichi ambacho kinaendelea kule katika taifa la Ethiopia, na nitakuwa napenda tu kusikiliza maoni yao kuhusiana na ni yepi ambayo yatakuwa yanatarajiwa, na iwapo Raila Odinga atachukua nafasi hii ni kipi ambacho labda kitakuwa kinafuata, na iwapo serikali ya Kenya itaweza kufaidika kutokana na uongozi wa Raila Amolo Odinga ambaye amekuwa akipiga siasa za taifa la Kenya kwa zaidi ya miongo mitatu. Labda nianze tu na mmoja kaka ambaye yuko hapa atueleze majina yake na anatarajia nini, na iwapo matumaini yako kuhusiana na Raila Odinga kushinda kiti ya wenyekiti wa AUC ni yepi na itakuja na faida zipi hasa?
Mimi naitwa Ronald Masindano, na left right center hii kiti ya Raila kule AU, Kenya has everything to benefit. and all of us have to benefit. Kwa sababu kitu ya kwanza, Raila kutolewa mahali pale na kwenda mpaka Addis ni kuonyesha ya kwamba Kenya has come of age, and it's going to catapult our foreign policy as a country. And I believe that's why the president is a key campaigner. And this is very, very important. And what he is doing is very good. Because then we are showing the world that Kenya is a strategic country. And we are ready to take up this thing. Remember, Kenya is home for UN secretariats. So it's going to be so easy now to plan these things and to plan on behalf of Africa and the entire globe. So this thing is going to change our geopolitics. It's going to change our standing, our foreign policy. We will create a new image for the world out there. So for me, let Raila go for this thing and we wish him the best.
Na mbona unahisi kwamba Raila Odinga ni mgombeaji ambaye anafaa kushinda kiti hiki cha AUC, ukitazamia kwamba jinsi ambavyo uongozi katika bara la Afrika limekuwa likiendeshwa, ambapo kuna idadi kubwa sana ya maskini na idadi ndogo ya watu ambao ni mabwenyenye au matajiri?
This competition is not for small boys, and Raila has a history of charting difficult waters. He knows how to come out of the woods. He is actually the timber we require now to go for this seat. This is not for small boys.
Asante sana kaka. Wacha nizungumze na mwingine hapa. Labda tu unaweza ukasongea kaka hapa, utueleze majina yako mawili na mbona unahisi Raila Odinga akichukua nafasi wenyekiti wa AUC utafaa sana taifa la Kenya?
Jina langu ni Daktari David Wafula Luangale. Mimi nahisi kwamba kuna umuhimu mkubwa iwapo Raila Odinga atapata wenyekiti wa AU. Mwanzo kabisa tunaona kwamba ana tajiriba ya kutosha ya kisiasa, ya kitaifa na pia kimataifa. Raila amekuwa mwakilishi wa AU katika sehemu ya muundo mizingi na alifanya kazi iliyofaa sana. Faida ambayo tunaweza kuipata kama nchi iwapo Raila atapata kiti hicho ni kwamba kuna miradi mbalimbali ambayo inapitia katika AU kwenda kwa mataifa wanachama wa AU, na Kenya kama nchi itapata mkao ambao utakuwa ni mzuri iwapo Raila atapita. Na pia tunapoangalia Raila ni kwamba amekuwa ni ule mtu ambaye anaitwa Pan-Africanist. Amekuwa akiangazia masuala ya Afrika kwa miaka mingi na anaelewa Afrika. Hata tunapoangalia chinzi ambayo alipika kampeni yake kutembea mataifa mbalimbali ili kushawishi viongozi wa mataifa haya kuwarai wampikie kura, ilikuwa ni ya kiustadi sana. Sasa mimi naamini kwamba Mheshimiwa Raila atapata kiti cha wenyekiti wa AU na sisi kama nchi tutafaidika. Unaangalia kwamba kwa muda mrefu Raila amekuwa akiangazia masuala ya watu ambao ni maskini, masuala ambao ni ya masomo, masuala ya vijana na masuala ya wanawake. Unaona kwamba katika Afrika nzima akina mama wamewachwa nyuma katika sekta mbalimbali. Raila ataweza kuangazia hayo, na pia kwa vijana tunaona kwamba vijana wamewachwa nyuma katika uongozi na mambo mbalimbali katika Afrika, na Raila ana tajiriba ya kutosha kuangazia mambo hayo. Na pia ukiangalia mambo ya food security ama ile usalama wa chakula, ni kwamba Raila ana uwezo wa kuangazia mambo haya kulingana na tajiriba ya uongozi wake wa miaka mingi.
Na labda swali lingine ambalo ningependa pia kukuuliza ni kuhusiana na swala ambalo wengi wamekuwa kitaja siasa za mwaka 2027, na iwapo Raila ataelekea katika nafasi hili ya wenyekiti wa AUC, basi kidogo huenda italafiana na siasa za Rais William Samoei Ruto. Sijui maoni yako ni upi kuhusiana na hilo, na manake pia kuna baadhi ya watu ambao wamekuwa wakisema kwamba kuna haja ya Raila Odinga kurejea katika siasa za taifa la Kenya.
Mimi pia naiangalia katika mitazamo miwili, either apita ama asipite. Ni kwamba akipita kutakuwa na afueni sana katika siasa za 2027 ambapo Rais Ruto hatakuwa pengine na upinzani ambao angeupata iwapo Raila hatashinda. Kwa sababu asiposhinda akirudi kule nyumbani, kuna mambo ambayo yamejiri hivi karibuni. Tukiangalia tu uamuzi wa bunge kuhusiana na wengi katika bunge, unaona kwamba kuna mambo ambayo yameonekana katika bunge letu. Iwapo Raila hatapita na arudi nyumbani, lazima kuna mwelekeo mpya ambao atawapa wabunge ama wafuazi wao kulingana na uamuzi ule wa bunge. na pia iwapo hataenda akirudi kule nyumbani, huenda kwamba 2027 pia akasimama urais, na hapo kwamba itatatiza sana mheshimiwa rais Ruto. Na iwapo pia ataweza kupita, bado anaweza kutatiza siasa za huku nyumbani, kwa sababu atapeana mwelekeo wa ODM ambacho ni chama ambacho kimeonekana kuwa na wafuasi wengi, ama Azimio kwa ujumla, baada atapeana mwelekeo ni nani ambaye atasimama kiti cha urais. Kwa hivyo kupita kuna afueni kubwa kwa Rais Ruto, na kutopita kuna hakuna afueni kwa Rais Ruto, kwa sababu kutakuwa na mchecheto mkubwa hapo mbele katika siasa za 2027.
Naam. Shukran za dhati. Pia ningependa pia kuzungumza na mwingine wa mwisho hapa, labda tueleze majina yako kamili na utueleze kuhusiana na siasa za bara la Afrika ambalo kidogo tumeona idadi kubwa ya watu wengi ni maskini na idadi ya watu ambao ni mabwenyenye ni wachache mno. Sijui mtazamo wako ni upi kuhusiana na regional politics ambayo imekuwa ikifanywa bara la Afrika?
Asante sana TV47. Mimi naitwa Samuel Masika, na nitakubaliana na wenzangu ambao wamesema tunamtakia Raila ushindi katika kinyang'anyiro hichi cha AUC. Yeye ni ndugu yetu mkubwa, na kwa hivyo sisi kama Wakenya tunaungana pamoja kuombea ndugu yetu aweze kushinda katika mataifa ya ukule nje. Tukiwa hapa nyumbani tunaweza kuwa na tofauti zetu za kisiasa, lakini tukipata mmoja wetu ambaye anapata nafasi ya kutoka kule nje ili kuweza kutuwakilisha, tunamwombea ili akaweze kushinda. Kulingana na swali lako kutazama jinsi vile Afrika tuko, I think shida ambayo tuko naye Afrika ni ile system of governance ambayo tuko nayo, where utajiri uko katika mikono ya watu wachache and then watu wengine wameacha wakiwa maskini. I think wakati ambapo wakoloni waliondoka, kuna watu wachache ambao walichukua rasilimali nyingi wakajiekea, na kuacha watu wengine kama hawana rasilimali. Lakini tunaomba Raila ambaye amekuwa akipigania haki za kibinadamu na yule usawa, kwa sababu akiingia katika AUC tunatazamia kuwa atahakikisha kuwa kuna ule usawa. Tumekuwa na historia nyingi za udikteta, kukosekana na demokrasia katika uchaguzi. Na unajua wakati kiongozi ambaye amechaguliwa kidemokrasia hapatiwi nafasi ya kuongoza, wale inaonyesha ule kiongozi ambaye ataingia atakuwa ni ule kiongozi ambaye ataongoza kwa kifua ama udikteta, na hivyo wananchi wanafinyiliwa na ule uchochole ama umaskini unaendelea katika maisha ya wanadamu. So tunaomba Raila ashinde, na kwa sababu yeye hapa nyumbani tumeona akipigania watu wa kiwango cha chini wapate nafasi zao. Amepigania uongozi mzuri, katiba mpya ambaye tuko naye. Amekuwa katika mstari wa mbele kupigania haya maneno. Tunaomba wakati anapochaguliwa kule katika AUC ama muungano wa mataifa ya Kiafrika, hakikisha mambo haya pia yanazingatiwa katika mataifa ambayo tumeangalia. Mataifa mingi Afrika sasa yanaongozwa na serikali za kimapinduzi, na hata tukiashiria siku ya leo kuna wale maserikali ambazo hazitapiga kura kule AUC kwa sababu viongozi ambao wanasimamia nchi zile wameingia kupitia mapinduzi. Na haya mapinduzi yanakuja kwa sababu watu wachache wanafinyilia wengine, and then tunatokea na mtu ambaye anasema hapana, haya hayataendelea. Kwa hivyo inabidi wapindue hiyo serikali ili ikaashirie mambo ya wananchi.
Na nina swali hapa ambalo ningependa nikuulize kuhusiana na hili swala ambalo limekuwa likileta utata iwapo kinara wa ODM Raila Odinga atashinda katika nafasi ya wenyekiti wa AUC. Na swali ambalo ningependa kukuuliza hapa ni kuhusiana na ajenda ambayo Rais William Ruto amekuwa akishinikiza mwaka 2023, mwaka 2024 kwamba kuna haja ya kuwepo na better financial system. Yes. Kwa sababu dola ndio imekuwa ikitawala katika mataifa pia ya kigeni. Sijui iwapo Raila Odinga atashinda nafasi ya wenyekiti wa AUC, kutakuwa na better financial system kama jinsi ambavyo Rais William Ruto amekuwa akishinikiza, ama bado kuna nafasi muda wa kupigania hilo swala?
Kwa hivyo ushindi wa Raila ni hatua moja tu kuelekea zile principles ambazo maybe Rais William Ruto amekuwa akisimamia. Unaangalia kuwa akishinda huenda akashinikiza kumekuwa mataifa ya Afrika yamekuwa yakinyanyaswa sana na mataifa ya kule nje kulingana na ile borrowing. Unapata mataifa za Afrika bado zinaomba ili kuweza kufadhili miradi na kufadhili mambo mengine tofauti, na hiyo tunafinyuliwa sana na mataifa ya kutoka kule nje. Na pia ukiangalia uchumi ukiendelea kupimwa na dola, sisi tutabaki bado tuko chini. Kwa hivyo sisi kama Afrika tunafaa tujipange ili tukakue na ile how do we call it, our own currency, because if we have our own currency then our economic progress is measured against our currency. But kwa sasa unaangalia sisi ni kama tu taifa la madola. Sisi watu wengi kila kitu ambacho tunafanya, pesa zetu zinapimwa na uzito kwa dola, uchumi wetu unapimwa na uzito kwa dola. So inabidi wakati Raila anaingia kule, ambaye nimesema ni hatua ya kwanza, kwa sababu watu utatumia kifua. Niko na hakika katika mfumo wa mataifa wa Kiafrika ama ule muungano wa mataifa ya Kiafrika kuna kama bunge ambao wanakaa chini, pia wana come up with policies, they come up with regulations that regulate the economy of Africa. So mimi naomba hiyo ikuwe jambo moja ambayo Rais Ruto atawakilisha kupitia ndugu yake mkubwa Raila Odinga ambaye ameingia katika ile bunge la AUC, ili kuhakikisha that this principle that he has been pushing, especially the unity of African nations, having a common currency in Africa, removing the transborder restrictions against Africans, ziangaziwe vizuri, tukuje pamoja, wakuwe na zile naitwa nini, principles ama policies ambazo zina guide hizo vitu, ili tunaweza tusema tunataka tukue na currency yetu. But ukiangalia uwezo wa Kiafrika bado tuko chini kidogo. Lazima tutajipima na wale ndugu zetu ambao wametangulia, mataifa ambayo yameendelea, lakini ni vyema Afrika ishikane, kwa sababu sisi tuna rasilimali nyingi sana. Unapata kama taifa la Kongo ambalo liko na madini ya kupindukia, madini mengi sana ambayo yanasaidia mataifa mengine kule Afrika. Sisi tunaweza yatumia aje hayo madini kuifaidi Afrika, pia sisi tukue na ile high profile kama vile mataifa ya Amerika, mataifa ya UK. So naomba Raila akiingia, tunamwombea first of all ashinde, because hatua ya kwanza ni yeye kushinda. Akishashinda ni hizi maneno ambazo rais wetu William Ruto amekuwa akiongelelea pia yazingatiwe kule katika bunge la AUC, watakapokuwa wanaketi different presidents coming together, wapitishe. Kitu ya kwanza ni vile umesema, hiyo policy ya kuwa na common currency, so that our economy is measured against our own currency and not the dollar. Then we'll be able to do well. Yes. Asante.
Naam, bila shaka hayo ndio maoni ya wakazi na baadhi tu wachanganuzi wa masuala ya siasa katikati mwa jiji kuu la Nairobi. Na hapo mwendo wa baadaye tutakuwa tunazidi kutazamia kwa undani zaidi wakati ambapo wafuasi wa kinara wa ODM Raila Odinga watakapokuwa na wasili hapa katika eneo la Aga Khan Walk, ili kuweza kutazama moja kwa moja kinyang'anyiro ambacho kitakuwa kinaendelea kule maeneo ya Ethiopia. Mie narudisha kwako studioni George Maringa. Shukrani za dhati.
Asante sana Paul Kirobi ukiwa katikati mwa jiji. Bila shaka we continue to follow the event in Addis Ababa with our continued coverage, and I'm joined on set na mwenzangu Elizabeth Mutuku. Jambo.
Si jambo, nimeona umekipiga kuanzia asubuhi. Imekuwa namna gani?
Tumeshuhudia mengi, tumeshuhudia hotuba hapa na pale kutoka kwa viongozi mbalimbali. Tumeshuhudia vile vile kuwasili kwa Rais William Ruto akiandamana na kiongozi wa ODM ambaye pia ni mwaniaji wa kiti hiki cha AUC Raila Odinga, waliweza kuabiri gari moja. Tumeshuhudia hotuba mbalimbali na vile vile Wakenya wakiweza kuwa na maoni tofauti kwenye mitandao ya kijamii kusema kwamba wanatumai kwamba Raila Odinga atachukua hiki kiti, wengine wakisema maoni ni kinzani tu.
Ninajua kuna baadhi ya yale ambayo yamejitokeza katika hotuba ya wale viongozi ambao wamezungumza. Ni kama yepi? Manake mengi ambayo nimesikiza. Manake nilikuwa nafuatilia pamoja na mwelekezi wangu na pia muhariri wetu siku hii ya leo Eric Munene, ni kuhusiana na usalama. Nilikuwa nikijiuliza swala hili litaathiri vipi swala nzima la uchaguzi huu.
Usalama hasa barani Afrika ni swala ambalo limejitokeza, na anayeondoka mwenyekiti anayeondoka sasa Musa Faki ameweza kuzungumzia wadhifa wake alipokuwa mwenyekiti wa AUC, akisema kwamba anatumai kwamba Afrika itaendelea kuwa na amani. Japokuwa kuna lile swala tuliona jumuiya ya mataifa ya kusini mwa bara SADC yakisema kwamba yanaungana ama yanaunga mkono yule mwaniaji kutoka taifa la Madagascar. Na vile vile tumeweza kuona swala ambalo rais wa Jamhuri ya Kidemokrasia ya Kongo hajaweza kushuhudia mikutano yoyote mwenyewe, hususan mkutano ambao ulifanyika wiki iliyopita weekend katika jiji la Dar es Salaam, mkutano ambao uliongozwa na rais wa Kenya Dr. William Samoei Ruto. Vile vile usalama ama hali tete ambayo imeshuhudiwa mashariki mwa DR Congo limeweza kushuhudia masuala mengi, wengi wakisema kwamba hili linaweza kuathiri, lakini vile vile kumekuwa na viongozi ama wale wadadisi wakisema kwamba swala la demokrasia ya Kongo si swala ambalo linafaa kuathiri kura ya Raila Odinga, hususan katika mchuano huu ambao anahitaji ama anaomba kumrithi Musa Faki.
Katika mazungumzo yake, Antonio Guterres ambaye ni kiongozi wa muungano ule wa mataifa aliliangazia swala hilo, na jana katika mahojiano ambayo pia alifanya na vyombo vya habari alisisitiza kwamba licha ya kuwa kuna maswala ya M23 katika mapigano ambayo yanaendelea ama machafuzi ambayo yanaendelea kushuhudiwa katika taifa hilo, la mno ni kwamba hawataweka vikwazo katika mataifa ambayo yanahusika na wale ambao ni wahusika, kwani wanataka wote kupokea msaada kama jinsi ambavyo unahitajika katika mataifa hayo.
Bila shaka. Na vile vile tuliweza kushuhudia swala ambalo rais wa Rwanda Paul Kagame aliweza kusema ambapo alipokuwa kwenye mkutano wa marais ambapo uliofanyika kule Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, akisema kwamba Rwanda haifai kulaumiwa kwa masala ambayo yanafanyika kule DR Congo, mashariki mwa DR Congo, akisema kwamba Rwanda haina interest zozote kule na DR Congo, lakini amani ni muhimu, akisema kwamba Rwanda ni taifa ambalo ni la hali ya chini, a poor country. Hivyo ndivyo alijitetea na kusema kwamba kwa hivyo basi DR Congo inafaa kujishughulisha na kutafuta suluhu za kibinafsi kuondoa mtafaruku ambao unashuhudiwa. Na vile vile licha ya kwamba mwaka uliopita Paul Kagame aliweza kusema hadharani katika mahojiano na vyombo vya habari, hata na chombo cha habari hapa nchini, akisema kwamba ataweza kumuunga mkono Raila Odinga. Ikumbuke kwamba kura hii ni secret ballot, ni ile ambayo ni kura kama ile ya uchaguzi mkuu. Unakwenda peke yako unapiga kura licha ya kuwa nilikushawishi. Na kura hii inatarajiwa kwenda mara kama ngapi? Tuko hapa studioni kuhakikisha kwamba tunaendeleza huu mjadala, lakini kwa manufaa ya mwananchi zitakuwa rounds kama ngapi? Kura hii ikumbuke kwamba wawaniaji kwa sasa ni watatu na kila mmoja anafaa kuwa na 2/3 majority. Hivyo basi kulingana na sheria ambazo tuliweza kuarifu watazamaji wetu hapo awali, iwapo raundi ya kwanza kutapata ile 2/3, hivyo basi mshindi atatangazwa. Iwapo hakuna ambaye atapata ile 2/3, wa mwisho ama watatu itabidi ameondoka ili wawili wasalie. Na zitazidi kupigwa hizi kura hadi 2/3 iweze kufikishwa. Na wakati huu wapo katika kikao cha faragha. Naam, wako baada ya mankuli watakwenda katika kikao cha faragha. Na hiyo 2/3 inaweza kwenda hadi raundi 4, wakati wa Amina Mohamed zilikwenda hadi raundi 7. Nakumbuka hilo. Licha ya kuwa nilikuwa ndo nimeingia katika masuala ya wanahabari, lakini nakumbuka vizuri jinsi ambavyo mambo yalivyokwenda. Baadhi ya yale ambayo yanaonekana, manake leo nilikuwa na watazama Rais William Ruto, Raila Odinga wakitembea, na pia nikisikiza wanahabari wetu Apollo Kamau George ambao wapo katika kule Addis wakiangazia masuala ambayo yanaendelea kule. La mno ambalo nilikuwa naangalia ni ule muonekano, licha ya kuwa Raila Odinga yeye kwa kutembea kwake siku zote yuko confident. Ukiangalia rais anakaa amechapa kazi zaidi. Amechapa kazi, na pia Raila Odinga alionekana alishawishiwa kwa awamu mbili, akaambiwa ingia the other side. Mara ya kwanza akaonekana asikii, alikuwa anawasiliana na nafikiri na msaidizi wake, security wake. Vile vile akaambiwa ingia the other side kwa mara ya pili. Kulikuwa na ule muonekano wa Kenya wamesema kwenye mitandao ya kijamii wakisema kwamba mbona Rais Ruto anaonekana labda huenda akawa amechoka hivi. Rais kwa
upande wake ukimwangalia, na ninatumai picha zenyewe ndio hizo ambaye ni mwelekezi wetu Emmanuel Inonda amezieka, ni pamoja na muonekano wa Rais William Ruto ni kwamba anaonekana mtu ambaye amepiga kazi. Na hiyo jana nikiwasikiza wanahabari wetu Apollo Kamau alikuwa anasema kwamba kulikuwepo na dakika za mwisho za kuweza lobby wale ambao ni marais, kuwazungumzia mara tena, kufahamu yale ambayo yanaendelea, ili wakati ambapo tunafika kule debe, wakati unasema ni kura ya siri ama secret ballot, ina maana kwamba nilikuambia, lakini uenda ukabadilika. Lakini sisi hapa Kenya, kama unavyo katika maeneo mbalimbali humu nchini, kila Mkenya ni matumaini. Actually it looks like tuko katika election already ya 2027, ni kama tunatafuta rais, lakini tunatafuta rais wa Afrika.
Bila shaka, na Wakenya wanafaa kukumbuka kwamba unavyoona Rais William Ruto na Raila Odinga wakiabiri gari hilo, kura ya Rais William Ruto ni ya Rais William Ruto peke yake. Hawezi naibu wake hawezi kumpigia kura, hawezi kumtuma mtu yeyote ampigie kura. Hii ni ya marais peke yake, na kama rais hayupo, hiyo kura haipigwi.
Ina maana kwamba
kila rais amebeba kura moja.
Tshisekedi ambaye kwake kuna masaibu yale ambayo tunayajua, hataweza kushiriki hiko.
Iwapo labda wataweza kusema anaweza kupiga kwa njia ya mtandao, tutasubiri kusikia ama kuona matangazo hayo. Lakini kile ambacho kinafanyika ni kwamba rais ambaye yupo hawezi pigiwa kura na mtu mwingine. Na vile vile sasa watu waliuliza na itakuwaje kuhusu Paul Biya. Maana tunajua jinsi ambavyo afya yake imekuwepo. Na vile vile masuala mengine ambayo tuliweza kushuhudia. Lakini tutazidi tu kusubiri kuona jinsi ambavyo matokeo yatazidi kuelekea ama kutokea kule katika mji wa Addis Ababa. Liz, naona sasa tuelekee magharibi mwa nchi, sio?
Katika kule ambako mwanahabari wetu Laban Shikokoti yupo, atujuze hali ipo namna gani katika kaunti hiyo ya Kisumu, na wananchi wa Kisumu wana matarajio yepi, wanahisi namna gani kuhusiana na shughuli nzima ya kupiga kura, na endapo wana matumaini ya kwamba Raila Odinga ambaye wa Kenya na East Africa kwa pamoja wameweka matumaini yao kwao ama kwake kwamba atakuwa akileta ushindi katika taifa hili la Kenya na kwa Afrika pamoja. Kwako Shikokoti, utujuze kulikoni.
It is a fine morning from Utonga Beach in Siaya County. With me here are Nyanza residents. Today, Africa decides who the AU chair will be. With me here, maybe to begin with, tell us your name, then what do you expect today? Because Africa is deciding who the EU chair will be.
Okay, my name is Stephen Owin Undiege from Siaya County. What I know today, Baba is going to win from Addis Ababa, and we as the resident of Kenya, we are fully happy and we really congratulating him for that big win. Baba is a son of Africa, son of Kenya, and his win is for us all. Thank you.
Okay, tell us your name then. Today Africa is deciding. What do we expect?
Thank you. I'm Moses Mboya, Utonga BMU secretary. What I can say that my expectation is that Raila is going to win. And as I know, and I'm one of Raila's friend, and I love Raila. I know how Raila have been working with the other counties, even outside the Africa continent, the Europe countries. Raila has been working with them in a good way. That I expect that Raila is going to win, and I'm sure that he's going to win.
What makes you think that Raila is the perfect candidate and he will win?
Yeah, what makes me say that Raila is the perfect candidate is that Raila has been standing with the people. Raila has done a lot. When Raila was our Prime Minister, Raila did a lot of work, and I'm happy that Raila is going to do a lot of work if elected as AU chairman. Yeah.
Thank you so much, brother. Maybe let's get one view from our sister. To start with, tell us your name, then what do we expect?
My name is Irene Omondi from Kenya. We are here at reporting live from Utonga in Siaya County. To Baba, we love you as Kenyans. Thank you so much for always being a great leader, a good inspiration to the youths in Kenya, and to every politician. We all admire you so much, and that's why you have numbers, you have supporters. We are praying for you. All the best, Baba. All the best, and congratulations in advance. We love you.
Thank you so much. Those are the expectations of Nyanza people, expecting that Baba will carry the day. From Siaya County, my name is Laban Shikokoti. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you so much, Laban Shikokoti, joining us from Siaya County for feedback and, the views from wananchi, especially regarding their anticipation ahead of the vote at the AU headquarters in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. We continue to monitor events from Addis Ababa for the 38th ordinary session of the heads of state and government have gathered in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia for the 38th session, and that will see the culmination being the vote. And remember, the vote is won by 2/3 majority. And just to give you a context, Amina Mohammed, who Apollo Kamau has told us is in Addis Ababa, is there, and during her contestation last election in 2017, the vote went up to 7 rounds. So it depends on how contested the vote is. But of course, we shall be bringing you live updates with our very own Apollo Kamau and George Kinyanjui, who are in Addis Ababa. They've pitched camp there for that coverage, special coverage of that summit. Liz Mutuku, ukisubiri ama ukizungumza ama ukiangalia swala ambalo tunaposubiri kuungana naye Profesa Macharia Munene, mdadisi wa masuala ya kigeni, wabunge walisemaje? Jambo ambalo unashughulikia ama your forte is in political affairs, na kulikuwa na swala ambalo hususan ilikuwa imesemekana kwamba wabunge wangefadhiliwa na bunge, na vile vile spika wa kitaifa Moses Wetangula alijitokeza na kusema kwamba wabunge hawa watajifadhili. Inakuwaje sasa kwamba kuna huu msisimko wa kuelekea Addis Ababa kutoka kwa wabunge? Walikuambiaje? Hiyo
jana nilifanya story kuhusiana na wale ambao wamefika katika taifa lile la Ethiopia, Addis Ababa, na zaidi ya wabunge 75 walikuwa katika maankuli ya mchana pamoja na magovernors na wengineo viongozi kutoka taifa hili la Kenya. Walikuwa katika maankuli ya mchana na Raila Odinga kumuhimiza, kumpa support ambayo inahitajika, na la mno ambalo wengi walikuwa wanasema ni kwamba endapo atapata, endapo hatapata. Ni story ambayo nilifanya hiyo jana, na wanasema ni sawa tu, lakini la mno ni wanamuombea kwamba Raila Odinga akipata nafasi hii atakuwa mmoja wa ambaye ataleta umahiri wake katika masuala ya Afrika nzima, sio hapa nchini Kenya. Na wengi wakawa wakisema tutabenefit pia as a country wakati ambapo atakuwa akiongoza kule. Lakini pia katika kule usafiri, kuna wale waliondoka humu nchini wakafika Addis pasi kutafuta namna ya kuidhinishwa kuingia katika main venue, kama wale ambao ni wakilishi wadi walikuwa wametoka katika maeneo mbalimbali na walibakia tu kushangilia kutoka pale nje, manake hawangeingia katika ukumbi ambapo marais, viongozi wengine walikuwa wanakutana kwa ajili ya uchaguzi huu wa 38 wa mwenyekiti wa Afrika Mashariki. Wakati ambapo walikuwa na yaangazia hayo yote, nikizungumza na viongozi wale ambao wanashikilia chama cha ODM zaidi, kina Junet Mohamed, kina Millie Odhiambo, wote kwa pamoja walikuwa na mambo tofauti. Wanasema sisi tuliitwa katika broad based, na ina maana kwamba endapo mambo yatakwenda kwa namna yote ile, tutakuwa huku broad based. Kumbukeni pia tuko katika Azimio. Kumbuka Raila Odinga ndiye mpaka saa hizi kinara wa Azimio. Ina maana kwamba ana nafasi mbili ambazo endapo hatapata, lakini sisi tunamtakia kila laheri, anaweza kurejea akaamua kufanya kazi serikali katika mfumo wa broad based, na wakaibroaden, manake kuna mapendekezo mbalimbali, na kulingana na wale ambao ni wadadisi wa siasa na wandani katika masuala ya siasa, wanasema kuwa Raila pale bungeni bado anahitaji kupanua zaidi mipaka yake, na anahitaji kamati karibia 10 katika bunge lile. Na kama ulikuwa unasikiza spika wakati ambapo alirejea, alielezea kwamba kamati 18 zitakuwa zikiundwa. Kamati hizi ni pamoja na ile kamati ya bajeti ambayo inashikiliwa na mbunge wa Kiharu Ndindi Nyoro, na kutakuwepo na mabadiliko kwa viongozi mbalimbali. Ina maana kwamba endapo huu utakuwa ni mwisho wa hili, Raila Odinga kuna many options zenye anaweza kupursue once he comes back.
Bila shaka. Na bila shaka mwingine ambaye tunaarifiwa yuko kule ni aliyekuwa rais mstaafu wa taifa la Kenya Uhuru Kenyatta, ambaye yupo huko kama EAC Peace Facilitator for the DRC conflict, na hilo swala vile vile limeweza kujitokeza.
Na hiyo jana alikuwa anatarajiwa kuzungumza wakati ambapo ripoti iliyowekwa wazi ya jinsi ambavyo masuala ya usalama yanaendelea. Rais mstaafu Uhuru Kenyatta was expected to give a speech and updates kulingana na masuala ya DRC yamefikia wapi, lakini hakufanya vile kwani hakuwepo, na wengi hawakujua sababu zake za wakati huo kutokuwepo, lakini hii leo yupo. Na bila shaka Liz, kuna mataifa ambayo hayaruhusiwi kupiga hii kura. Unaweza tuarifu ni gani haya? Ni pamoja na Niger, Mali, Guinea, Gabon, Burkina Faso, Sudan, Morocco. Endapo swala la Kongo lile wataingia katika kupiga kura, maana kumbuka umeniarifu kwamba watakuwa wakipiga kura kupitia wao wenyewe kuwepo. Endapo watapiga kwa njia ya kimtandao, litakuwa ni taifa la 8. Kwa sasa ni mataifa 7. Yale mengine ambayo yanashiriki ni pamoja na yale ambayo yalio na wagombezi na jinsi ambavyo ulipoelezea wale watatu wale ambao wanawaunga mkono wale wawaniaji watatu akiwemo Raila Odinga ambaye ni wetu kutoka humu nchini. Kutoka asubuhi nilikuwa kuona ukizungumza moja kwa moja na Profesa Munene. Sijui kama yupo bado? Yupo bado, naarifiwa kwamba Profesa Mashera Munene yupo. Tuliweza kuzungumza naye earlier. Professor Mashera Munene, good afternoon. Thank you so much for staying with us. We are now joined also in studio by Elizabeth Mutuku, my colleague, and we would like to pick your mind on several issues, Professor. You've listened and followed the outcomes of the AU, whatever is happening right now. When you look at the expectations and how perhaps the mood, we've talked about it right here in studio with Elizabeth, the mood that you could see, President William Ruto in, he looked like someone who has really campaigned. Do you think that there is any possibility to ever state, and perhaps, and I know you will say it is upon the vote, but is there a way of even ever predicting who will take up, or rather who will win the AUC position, Prof?
Well, all the 3 candidates have at least 1/3 of a chance to win. Although for a while it looked as if the competition was between Djibouti and Kenya. And in terms of exuberance, the Kenya candidate appears to be overexcited about this, and with a very big delegation of cheerleaders, political cheerleaders. And so if that is the case, the optics itself would imply that Raila is going to win. That would be misleading, because we do not know how the voters, the heads of state and government, are going to do it. And as we noted earlier, the force driving them would be their national interest, or the way they think of what the interests of Africa are. And then with those preliminaries, then what do they think of President Ruto? What do they think of Kenya as a country? And what do they think of Raila as a person, whatever it is that they know about him? If those factors are favorable towards Kenya, then there is every likelihood that they will vote for the Kenya candidate. If for some reason they should have some adverse feelings and raising serious questions about anything, then it may not look very nice for the Kenya candidate. The Djibouti candidate has also looked very well prepared before, and he stands a very good chance, just like Raila. And at present, it will be prudent to say it's probably a toss-up between the two of them. But it can go either way without any big surprise.
Professor, there is the question of trust, and majority of Kenyans have been asking why sometimes when it comes to Kenya, the trust issues are so immense. What really happened? Because I know you've been following this.
Well, the trust issue is very serious to the voters, the other heads of state. And that's why I point out that what do they think of William Ruto? What do they think of Kenya? What do they think of Raila? Can they trust these three? Can they trust Ruto? Can they trust Raila? Do they trust Kenya? If, for whatever reason, they are skeptical, then they are not likely to vote for the Kenyan candidate because of that skepticism, lack of trust. If they can trust and they have confidence in the ability of Kenya to do the right thing, and they have no hesitation to that effect, then they'll vote for the candidate. So the question of trust is critical in this, and each president or prime minister, whoever is casting the vote, will have to scrutinize himself or herself and decide whether the vote will be serving the interest of his or her country, and whether the vote will be serving the interest of the continent, or whether there are doubts as to whether the person who gets the vote will be able to mortgage the continent to some foreign entities, forces, which is a very serious threat to the continent. And whether the candidate who gets it will be able to cross the divide and reach to the other side and assure them that their interest and their concerns will be properly addressed. So there are a lot of internal self-questioning that's taking place with the various leaders. I think most of them have made their decision, which is they vote at least in the first round. Those who have not yet made up their decision may not be very many. Those who are waiting to be persuaded. But either way, they will take into account what they consider to be the national interests of their countries are before they make that decision.
The trust issue, Professor, seemingly goes back to the history. What are some of the underlying issues which might be a threat probably to our candidate, that is Raila Odinga, when it comes to this voting process?
Well, you ask what is the background history. You know, there was a time when Kenya was known as a revolutionary country, and that just before independence. And then it got some reputation as a new colonial entity when others were running around or trying to avoid being called the neo-colonial entities. More importantly is what I was referring to. Since the other leaders know Ruto as a person, at least they've interacted with him to some extent. They have read about Kenya, and some of them know something about Raila's past, where some of them think of him in a very positive way, and others may think of him as a violent man, and questions of trust come in. So yes, in making the decisions, each of the leaders will go through that perceptions of history when it comes to Kenya, or when it comes to Raila Odinga, or when it comes to Ruto. And it boils down to, can you trust Kenya with such a major project, a continental project? Do you believe anything, the claims by Raila, and knowing the record that one has of his previous activities? Do you have faith in what Ruto says? Those kind of things. And each will be asking himself and herself alone not in consultation with other leaders, just alone. And whatever decision they come up with will inform the outcome of this election, one way or the other. The only thing that appears to be attracting a lot of attention is that while the other two candidates are kind of quiet and almost somber, the Kenyan candidates seem to be excited and creating some talking points with the rest of the place. I think there is more talk about what Kenyans are doing than what the Djibouti candidate is doing.
How critical is the language factor when it comes to this process, or rather when it comes to leading the AUC?
Well, it is important that the candidate or the winner be able to speak to all the regions in the language that they understand. And that gives the advantage to the Djibouti candidate, who speaks French, Arabic, and English fluently in all of them. Raila has a problem. He speaks English and Kiswahili. And apart from English, and Kiswahili is widely spoken in Eastern Africa. And there are proposals that it should be made an African language, a Pan-African language. But it's not. So in that sense, he is disadvantaged by his inability to speak either Arabic or French. And the advantage goes to the Djibouti candidate, who is fluent in all of them. And he also has interacted extensively with many of these leaders in his capacity as Minister of Foreign Affairs in his country. So there might be that little bias about they know him as a person, as opposed to just reading about him or hearing about him, and that he can address them in the language they are comfortable in. That's an advantage to Djibouti. So the language is an important factor, but it is not the deciding factor. Of course, we can also look at other realities. Religion might play a part. They're saying that if you are Muslim, then you may prefer to cast your vote to another Muslim leader or person. If you are Christian, then you might vote somebody who professes the Christian faith. If you are something different, then you might have to make up your mind which of the candidates is less obnoxious to you than the other. So religion might play a part, but no, I don't think it will play the major part. Language is likely to be more important in this matter than religion, as far as the whole voting will go.
All right, thank you. There is something you've spoken of, excitement, and already you can see the delegations we have in Addis compared to other candidates, and you've spoken of them being quiet. And I was thinking, or rather any other Kenyan would like to know whether this also could affect the way the voting and how the presidents, the heads of states will feel when it comes to voting to our candidate or even the voting process.
I don't think they'll be affected by the demonstrations that Kenyans put up there. Kenyans like to be excited about everything, and especially something political, they get very excited. And this is a political thing. I think most of the leaders have already made up their mind. And if any one of them has not made up his or her mind, I would suspect there's something wrong somewhere, because there is not something that has just started and waiting to the last minute, unless somebody was persuaded in the last 1 week or so, due to a number of factors things that took place. The fiasco regarding the Congo crisis. I don't know whether it will change people's mind, but you never know. But it did not look very good for some candidates in that development. So the excitement is good, it's entertainment, and people will enjoy themselves. The MPs and governors who are there appear to be enjoying their drinks or whatever else they are doing, but they are not going to affect one way the vote that will be cast.
Yeah, Prof, you talk about the countries that are going to vote. Let's look at those that are not allowed to vote. And for the benefit of our viewers, Prof, Niger, Mali, Guinea, Gabon, Burkina Faso, Sudan, and Morocco. For the benefit of our viewers, why the sanctions? Why do the sanctions prohibit them from participating in this particular vote?
Well, there are different explanations coming to mind. Some of those countries, the AU has, as a matter of principle, that you don't change government through coups. Not that it has not been done before, but it's kind of a principle that they adopted with the creation of the AU in the process of promoting the democratic behavior and values, principles. And the countries in the Western Africa, the Sahel region, a number of those countries did come to, those leaders did come to power through various types of coups, one can say. When that is the case, some countries reacted in a very awkward way to those coups, and it turned out that they are attracting a lot of attention because they appear to be doing what many countries would like to, or the citizens would like to have done in their countries, and yet they are not able to do it. So there may be some reflections in the future as to whether they did the right thing, and see how they are going to readmit these countries into the fold. Sudan is an ongoing civil war from the time they kicked out Omar Bashir and put him in some place in Omdurman or somewhere. And what you have now are two generals or two former assistants to Bashir who are now quarreling over power. And they really need to get their act together before they can participate in this major event. Morocco has always had some problems with other African countries over the issue of Western Sahara, because Western Sahara, that used to be called Spanish Sahara, is recognized by the AU as a member of the organization, and various countries do have an embassy or somebody from Western Sahara as ambassador to their countries. In Kenya, we do have such office here. Now, this is something that Morocco feels very strongly because the first time it left the OAU was over the issue of Western Sahara, because its position and the rest of Africa were diametrically opposed. Now, it tried to replace Spain as the colonial power in Western Sahara. Then it kind of stopped that and actually simply invaded the place and grabbed the place. So in the way the OAU or the AU condemns invasions of other places, Morocco invaded Western Sahara, and with the support of some big powers, it seemed to be fixated there. And we know that Morocco and Algeria don't see eye to eye on a lot of things. and Morocco is the aggressor, and it annexed Western Sahara, and to many of the African states, that is not acceptable.
God have mercy.
So there are reasons why each of them will not be participating for having gone against the principles that supposedly guide the African Union on good behavior to neighbors and within the community.
we've got the context of Africa seeming not to want to stand by itself because there is, the BRICS that is there, and you already have a member state in the name of South Africa. Kenya intended to get into BRICS. Why is it that African Union, by your perspective as a professor of, foreign and international relations, why can't AU seem to be achieving the mandate that it's supposed to be? Because all the previous AUC chairpersons have had the issue of funding, but then groups and organizations like BRICS and others seem to be enticing, so that then African countries and the AU doesn't seem to know why it stands in the balance, Prof.
Well, the African countries, many of the African countries, have a problem of meeting their own budgets. And if they have a problem meeting their own budgets, they then have a problem contributing to common agenda. In the East African community, for instance, we know not all the members pay their fair share of contribution to the East African community. I think only 2 countries are known to do it faithfully. The others find reasons not to pay. And the AU itself, as an organization, for its budgeting and depends on extra-continental forces, power. Organizations like the EU is not to contribute some money or something to projects. IGAD has the same problem. And so what happens is that the extra-continental forces, once they realize how weak the African organizations are, they are very quick to come and say they are going to help. And in helping, they help also in the thinking. So some of the things we see being done are really not coming from the African leaders themselves. It is because they have been suggested by the donors, the funders of the organizations. So funding is a little tricky. Now, African countries, the AU and others, appear to be addicted to foreign aid. And the addiction serves external forces very well. It's like drug addicts. The drug peddler does not want to see the drug addict get out of it. And so the aid peddlers would not want to see the African countries getting out of that aid addiction, because it serves their interest, their purposes and all those kind of things. Because the sort of wealth and resources they get out of Africa from that arrangement are immense. And in return, Africa gets peanuts. And then the leaders are usually very happy to be given a little pocket money for their trouble. But as they wink, as things going wrong. There was one leader who was killed, Muammar Gaddafi. Actually, he was the force behind the creation of the AU when he did come. And he had this dream of even starting an African currency to be backed by gold that Libya had. And within a short time, he died. The NATO forces went and just killed him and said that he had done something else. But it's come out since then that the reason he was killed was because he was challenging fundamental principles of imperial controls. And when that happens, then you are in trouble. So many of our countries and leaders do have that problem of trying to be independent in action, in mind, and in everything. And the minute they try to be, they end up in a lot of trouble with the extra-continental forces that do their best to determine what happens in the continent, in the country. We have seen that in Kenya, some times ago we did. But it's not just in Kenya that has happened. It's happening almost everywhere. Part of the problem in the Congo right now is not that it started now, from 1960, was because it is so rich in critical minerals and strategic minerals that the competition among the big powers to control the place does not allow for peace to prevail in the place. And so when people talk about bringing peace or working to silence the guns or other things, they make the mistake of not addressing the external sources of the chaos. By just looking at the internal and say that it is your problem alone, they make that mistake because those challenges are beyond the local people. That's not to say that the local people do not have anything to answer for. They do. But we cannot ignore the fact that the people who are looting the minerals and the wealth are outside the continent. Even in Sudan, if you look at it, what's going on there? The same thing, the Congo and on. So there is that concern, the weakness of the African leaders and the African countries. The fact that some of the leaders are handpicked or put there by external forces, and then you are told that's your leader now. And we have seen that in a few places. That's part of the reaction that's going on in some parts of Africa, rejecting that kind of imposition of leaders from outside. And so when somebody has been appointed for you as your leader, the appointing authority will determine everything that's to be done in that place, not the interest of the country or the people concerned. So in general, I think that's what has been going on. And so you're made dependent, you'll stay dependent, and you have to beg for your budget, for the AU, for the IGAD, for West African, ECOWA, for SADC, for East African Community. All those things are weakening factors for African countries, and which explains why they are not able to stand their position even if they wanted to.
Yeah, Prof, in looking at the theme of this year, and in line with what you've talked about in the over-reliance in aid and the great appetite for that matter, the AU's theme 2025 is that it is justice for Africans and people of African descent through reparations. Looking at that theme, what do you think would then inform how the AU and African countries push themselves forward 2025-2026 in the era of new leaders like Donald Trump? We've seen also what the UK has talked about. What kind of movements or tectonic shifts would you expect in line with this theme for the African continent to properly cement itself?
And just to add on what you've said on African Union unable to execute its mandate, I was wondering what is that one thing they can do to come out from that pit of being a toothless dog, as they say here in Africa?
One, they need a mental revolution so that who decides for Africa should be an African matter. And it's not a new debate, because we can go back all the way to 1900 when there were two conferences in London, one by black people and the other one by white colonizers. And white colonizers, of course, were talking on how to be effective colonizers by controlling the Africans. And the other one by blacks was the black elite who happened to be in London or thereabout, and they could feel the pain of being discriminated and being looked down when they are very able. So they ganged up to try and see how they can fight to liberate themselves and interpret the matters for themselves. The 1900 conference, some people say it was the first Pan-African Congress in which W.B. Du Bois made a big name for himself by predicting that the 20th century was going to be one of color line, deciding which color is dominating what. And to a large extent, he was right, because anti-colonialism was essentially anti-racism. And anti-racism would lead then to decolonization. But in the process, since the emphasis was on color, but not the mind, we have the continuity that comes in the form of neocolonialism and postmodern colonialism as to who determines what your interests are, the thinking. It's still it's an ongoing debate, and that's what's needed, the overthrow of thinking. This habit of leaders consulting Washington or New York or London or Brussels or Paris, and instead of consulting their own people, they consult some experts out there in those places. I think one of those leaders, I think Isaiah Fewaki at one time said that they should learn how to consult African experts instead of consulting people from outside the continent, which still goes on in a very strong way. That's one thing that may need to be looked at in a serious way. And it is not going to be easy, especially when the leaders, the presidents and prime ministers are themselves beholden to that philosophy of relying on extracontinental advice. That is not going to be, but that is needed as much as is possible to that extent.
Yeah. And
now, the other question you asked, the first one was...
Yeah, go on, Prof.
The question you asked first about
Yes, the theme that of the AU this time is justice for Africans and people of African descent through reparations. How do you think the continent...
reparations.
Yes. How does the continent need to align itself with the shifting global policies? Yes.
Reparations was a popular theme in the 90s, and they are a part of the 21st century, and it sounded very good. And there are a few places that might have got a bit of money. At least the Jews did get some money from the Germans as part of the reparations. So if it could be done there, why couldn't it be done to Africa? There have been a few cases here and there, but the whole debate about reparations has somehow been sidelined by different arguments. One of them comes up, the people who should be paying claim they were not the ones who did it, therefore they should not be held responsible. Although they are beneficiaries of some bad behavior and they are enjoying them, they said they did not do it. Therefore, don't ask them. And they are not feeling responsible at all for any of those things. Then you have even in the African community, the diaspora and the continental. You have some arguments that have been pushed by some Africans in diaspora that if there is to be any reparation, they are the ones to get it because the ancestors, they were the ones who were sold, and maybe the Africans should pay up for having sold them, something like that. You've had that kind of argument before in the various places. You have increasingly the new right movement in Europe and in the United States, best represented by Donald Trump, what is called the new right movement, which emphasizes everything, almost everything European or white. Those who talk about the West being a pristine garden which should be protected from the jungles of Africa, that kind of thing. So they are not interested in that kind of argument. If it is true what we heard, that Elon Musk and through Donald Trump. And Elon Musk is a South African by birth. And they came up and said that they will treat the Boers as special people because they are discriminated in South Africa, and punish the government of South Africa for that kind of thing. You know, that's a different movement that is taking root, and so you wonder how is it going to be dealt with, to be meshed. And before you go and can dismiss the Trump-Musk argument, it needs to be looked at seriously how to deal with it, because it is there and it's gaining momentum. Part of the reason Donald Trump won in a big way was because he was anti-foreign. He's essentially anti-black in various ways. And there is that feeling of returning the white people to power as much as possible and getting rid of people who are not as white as they should be, even if they try. Along with that is a problem, a challenge that has come up that makes the diaspora difficult to be champions of reparations. They have become champions of the conservative argument in their adopted countries, where they are now citizens. What has happened over time, the empire, imperial subjects, have blended into the empire, or learned how to blend into the empire so well that they learn the system and they can rise up the political system, the political ladder. And some of them are reaching a point where they're making policy. In the United Kingdom, we have an Indian, a person of India, an Indian, second generation or first generation, became prime minister, and his cabinet had quite a number of Indians running Britain at the time. Now, you do have a Nigerian as the leader of the Conservative Party, and she speaks more British than the British. And her identity is not Nigeria. She is British. Yes. And so she'll be pushing the British agenda, whatever that is, against such things as reparations and things. It's noted that when the Indian was prime minister, that's when they worked very hard to kick people out of England, Britain, and claim that they are migrants, they are not wanted in the place, which was very interesting. The Minister of Foreign Affairs in England today is a diaspora man. And his language and his talk is British first. And he's not going to be tolerating things like the Britain paying a lot of money to people some other place and call it reparation. In the US, in Canada, you've had quite a number of Indians as ministers. And in various places. In the US, you had an Indian, and a diaspora person, one would say, as vice president and almost became president, Kamala Harris. And so they've been able to, the subjects have managed to penetrate the imperial centers and become players in that sense. And for them to survive, they have to be more native in those countries than the natives of that place. So you listen to these people, they are more British than the British, the white British. They are more American, they go out of their way to sound more American than even those white Americans who are singing everywhere. So that's a problem that we'll need to, as we discuss the reparation issue, how does one deal with this new reality? That there are people in positions of influence in their respective countries that should be paying, who are going to be opposing the idea. So the reparation is a very good thing to talk about. But you also have to be realistic that it is going to be difficult. And given the weakness of the AU and its institutions, its ability to push the agenda may require a little more help of the mind rather than physical. They need to call on their intellectuals to come to their aid. Right now, they don't use their people very well, and that's the weakness.
Indeed, that's a great point, Prof. And then when you look at this whole issue of the funding and going back to the over-reliance on funding and all that, we've got Africa CDC, but we've also got the CDC Center, and how, to basically look at the pause on funding for foreign aid by the US, which has been a great contributor. Do you think this has been a wake-up call to the African continent to perhaps look at its own ways of even manufacturing this? Because we've got the big pharma, which controls a great percentage of this society of ours. But then there is that over-reliance and that hesitance, because even if you listen to the budget policy statement read by the CS for Treasury here in Kenya, there will always be the mention of development partners. How then can we then exercise and ensure that these development partners is something that perhaps even as an African continent we will be able to do it for ourselves, even before we move even to the common currency across the continent, Prof?
Yeah, development partner is a terminology that appears to have come into the picture in the last 20 years. Before we used to call them donors. And then the baptized and development partners, but they do the same thing. One of the problems we have in some of the countries, Kenya included, is that we budget with dreams and not with the reality. So we start by dreaming what do we want to spend money on. And then you come with these fantastic things that are impossible. And then you say, now how do we get the money? The donors will donate. And if they are not donating, then what? So instead of starting with what you have, and then budget everything around what you have, we do it wrong. Philosophically, it's done wrongly. And that compounds the problem right now in Kenya and in other places. Besides that, we have consumer economies instead of production economies. We do not encourage our people to produce wealth. Instead, we tend to make them poor, which is a colonial legacy. Colonialism deliberately made people poor so that they can be ordered around and work for the settlers and other people. So there is need for a mind change. Instead of emphasizing consumerism, emphasize production, that Kenya or any other African country will produce what it needs. And if it produces what it needs, the surplus can be exported. Start that as a starting point, and then move up the scales. That does not mean that there will be no importation. Of course, there will be some importations, but there will be limited importations for the country. And if you check properly, some countries that have come out of poverty, they did that. They emphasize producing for their people instead of importing for their people. And if they produce for their people, they meet their needs. They don't have to spend their foreign currency buying things they don't need. Right now we do buy a lot of things we don't need because we are consumer people rather than a producing people. So if there is that change of mind, attitude, then it will be a good starting point. Now the challenge here is to convince our presidents and prime ministers and other people who make decisions usually after getting advice from some external forces, and those people giving advice do not necessarily have the interest of Africans at heart. And that will keep the cycle going of poverty creation and increased dependency and therefore inability to do something. Now, there may be something positive happening in those West African countries that came to power, very young people, idealistic, one would say, and it looked as if they were determined to make their ideals realities. If it is true what we are hearing, that they've already, some of them have already paid their external debt, they don't have any debt, the economies are thriving, and they are not overly dependent on the colonial powers as before, or the imperial powers as before. And they're attracting a lot of attention, particularly from the youth, saying that's the way maybe we should be going. Do your own thinking instead of borrowing thinking from somebody who wants to keep you down all the time. So in the final analysis, this boils down to a change of attitude, of the mind, not so much material. The material will follow later. And that change of attitude is a political decision. And that political decision will require some courage, some determination, knowing what the dangers might be, because there are a lot of dangers in taking such action.
Prof, speaking of consumer nation more than productive nation, it reminds me of President William Ruto's manifesto then when he was seeking to be elected as the president of this country. He reiterated of the importance of being producer nation. Are we getting there? The other question is on the integration of Africa, moving away from liberation. Are we really integrated even as we are meeting, or rather even as they are meeting in the 38th summit?
First, on President Ruto's commitment or promises, he has had problems fulfilling those promises. And that's part of the reason he's having a lot of problems, because there is a difference between the promise and the delivery. There has been that promise problem. The unity question is a disappearing one. And in the 1960s, there was a lot of emphasis on African unity, the Organization of African Unity. In East Africa, there used to be something they used to call shirikisho, bring all those former British colonies in East Africa under one political umbrella. It did not work. It did not work because they had developed different ideologies, personality clashes, systems to be followed. Kenya and Tanganyika, or before it became Tanzania, started going different ways. And Uganda, which tended to follow Tanganyika in many things, also deviated from the Kenyan path, in which Kenya then appeared to be a pariah state in the region. So it became difficult to have that desired unity. And instead of coming together, the East African community, the first one, collapsed in 1977. And it says that some people celebrated the collapse in Kenya and maybe other places, which it just showed the depth of distrust. And the different colonial cultural development that had taken place were also a factor in the way each country looked at itself. The people in there, the kind of identity they had developed. Although we were all in East Africa under the British rule for some decades, we were not all ruled the same way. And we had different cultural evolutions that became part of the system. It's noted that Kenya was the first in the region to come up with a policy document the session of paper number 10 of 1965, which was mislabeled as African socialism. While the document itself had very little that was African and very little that was socialism. But since there was a lot of talk about socialism, the Kenyatta and his company decided to use the term socialism to tell people to shut up, which is what Kenyatta did. But they located Kenya within the Western camp very clearly. 2 years later, Nyerere came up with his own document, Ujamaa, which was more socialistic in seriousness than what Kenya had. Then 2 years later, after that, in 1969, Obote came up with his own version of socialism, called it Common Man's Charter. And one of the problems with that was that Obote kicked out a lot of Kenyans from Uganda because they were capitalistic. So what I'm saying is that even when there was enthusiasm for it, it became difficult to implement because of suspicions and different backgrounds, and then envy, who becomes the president, who becomes what, those kind of things. The OAU, when it was created, had a major problem of maintaining unity within the colonial state. And the forces of fragmentation were many. So it took Julius Nyerere in 1964 in Cairo to convince the rest that for them to avoid wars, constant wars, trying to adjust borders here and there, they'd better adopt the colonial boundaries as much as they had nothing to do with them, for the sake of maintaining order, peace, and stability. And that's where the issue of non-interference in internal affairs of a sister republic came in. And along with that came the principle of no contraction and no expansion. So no country can expand its borders, and no country could be made to contract its borders. And it remained that way for a long time. That's why the Biafra War, the African continent could not side with Biafra because it was trying to contract Nigeria. The same thing with Congo, which was trying to Katanga and say, no, you can't have this because this is a way of fragmenting the African entity. So we emphasize that solidarity. There appears to have been some change of attitude with the AU, and that yes, you can have contraction if there is a common understanding within the state, within the particular state. And Ethiopia was the first of these to contract that way by letting Eritrea go. And Eritrea was another story in itself. The combined forces of those who were fighting against Haile Mariam, and they had cut a deal that once we win, you go, and we go. At least the principle was set, and Eritrea became independent. Then you have now Sudan. Sudan, which became independent in 1956. But Sudan was one of those countries where there was multiple colonialism experience. Because at one time, Sudan was known as Anglo-Egyptian Sudan, which means it was under the British and the Egyptians at the same time. There was a time when it was under the Turks. Then within Sudan itself, you have layers of control. Southern Sudan, which was not as Islamic, appeared to get less than Khartoum. And so as soon as they were officially independent, a war broke out between the southern part and the rest of Sudan. And that war continued until the Kenyans intervened. General Sumbayo did a very good job of finding a way out, convincing both sides that they should let go and live together as two different entities. The independence for Southern Sudan was cooked up in Kenya, therefore, in that sense. And which also brought in one episode. When Kenya was inaugurating its 2010 constitution, it invited Omar Bashir, and Omar Bashir was under indictment by the ICC. And the assumption was that he should not be seen anywhere. But Kenya invited him, and he came, I think for a main purpose, to ensure that he would not go back on the agreement on the independence of Southern Sudan. It was in Kenya's interest to do that. So give him some tea, and he was very happy. He came and he went back, and Southern Sudan got its independence. That's another example of the old principle of not contracting is put aside because of the realities of the day. And how then that is pushed on depends on what is to be. Recently, we saw something about the ICC, which Kenyans know something about, because the ICC has proven itself to be a useless body under the manipulation of powerful countries. The ICC indicted Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu. And previously, the US was usually in the habit of telling people to respect the ICC, although it doesn't respect it. And the White House had no problem receiving Netanyahu in the White House. And there were no noise was made about his presence there, which implies the weakening of some of these international bodies and something like that. So what I'm trying to say is that the spirit of unity is not what it used to be. We've become more fragmented politically, economically, even in terms of minds and attitude. So it becomes very difficult. And the hope is that whoever gets the chair would work very hard to see whether it can be revived, the spirit can be revived in a more positive way, so that people start thinking of being Africans as opposed to being members of a small entity in some small place, which is very busy killing itself with other similar entities.
Did Professor Macharia Munene, thank you so much. You've been with us since morning, and thank you for your expert insight and analysis, especially as we look at the 38th ordinary session of the African Union, which will then see the election of the AUC Commission Chairperson. Thank you so much, Prof. We've been speaking to Professor Macharia Munene, an international relations expert. Have a good afternoon, Professor. And indeed, Liz, tukirejea hapa studioni tunasubiri mengi ambayo tutazidi kuona. Mkutano ambao unaendelea kwa sasa ni mkutano wa faragha. So tunasubiri kuona mambo ambayo yatatarajiwa kutokea kule, ingawaje tulitarajia kwamba kulingana na schedule ama orodha mpangilio ni kwamba leo in fact kulikuwa kunafaa kuwa na mwendeleo ama kuendelea kwa mkutano huo wa faragha tena mwendo wa saa 9 na kikao cha leo kinafaa kuendelea hadi saa 2 usiku. Kwa hivyo itakuwa ni kama Paul Kirobi alivyosema, siku ya ndovu kumla mwanawe. Na tunasubiri kuonea matokeo ama kitakachofanyika, ikisubiriwa kwamba uchaguzi wa mwenyekiti wa Jumuiya ya Afrika ataweza kuchaguliwa hii leo, kamati ya AUC.
Na sio tu uko peke yake ambako tutakuwa tukifuatilia Maanake huku wananchi pia watakuwa na nafasi ya kufuatilia kwenye runinga mbalimbali ambazo zimewekwa katika maeneo mbalimbali. Mwanahabari wetu Paul Kirobi yupo pale CBD. Kuna wale ambao tayari wapo pale wakingojea kuona itakwenda namna gani. Inamaanisha kwamba katika taifa hili la Kenya hamna kulala mpaka wakati ule ambapo tutakuwa tumejua ni nani ambaye ameibuka mshindi. Na baadhi ya mambo ambayo ni muhimu katika kinyang'anyiro hichi kama alivyosema George Maringa awali katika muktasari wake wakati ambapo alikuwa akikuelezea, ni kuona kila na mmoja ambaye ataibuka mshindi amepata angalau theluthi mbili, nafahamika kama 2/3, wakati ambapo kura hiyo itakuwa ikipigwa. Wale ambao ni wawaniaji katika taifa hili la Kenya na Afrika Mashariki zaidi ambao tunaangazia kwa kina ni pamoja na Raila Odinga na yale ambayo yatakuwa yakiibuka kule. Mkutano huu wa faraga haufanyiki pasi rais wetu Rais William Ruto, manake pia ni mmoja wa marais. Tulimsikia awali akiitwa.
Naam, tulimsikia awali alikiitwa, na ikumbuka kwamba mkutano huu wa faraga ni marais na vilevile mawaziri wa masuala ya kigeni na ama mwenyekiti ama mwakilishi wa taifa hilo katika Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. In other words, in English is that there is the president, the Foreign Affairs Minister, and then the permanent representative to the African Union. Let's now listen in tupeleke watazamaji wetu kilichofanyika awali. There were so many speeches, Elizabeth, na vile vile tuweze kusikiza ambayo yaliyofanyika awali in that 38th Ordinary Summit of the African Union, which saw the Angolan president take over the reins as the AU chairman, and will do that. It is a rotational basis type of leadership, and there were so many remarks made by leaders earlier on. Let's take you back to Addis for that.
Of Barbados, Your Excellencies, distinguished former presidents here present, Honorable Fairest ladies here present, Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, Your Excellency Dr. Monique Nzanza Baganwa, the Deputy Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Excellencies, Commissioners, and all the leadership of the Commission, Excellencies, Ambassadors, members of the Permanent Representatives Committee, Your Excellency Mina Wamekela, Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Area, AFCFTA, Your Excellency Madame Nardos Bekele Thomas, Chief Executive Officer of the African Union Development Agency, AUDA-NIPAD, Your Excellency Dr. Jan Kaseya, Director General of the Africa CDC, Your Excellency Ambassador Marie-Antoinette Roscatre, Chief Executive Officer of the African Peer Review Mechanism, APRM, Your Excellency Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs of the Republic of South Africa, former Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Your Excellencies, heads of United Nations specialized agencies and international organizations here present, سعادة نائب الأمين العام لجامعة الدول العربية ممثل الأمين العام, Your Excellency Luis Moshikiu Abo, Secretary General of the International Organization of La Francophonie, Your Excellency Dr. Warkena Jibihu, Executive Secretary of the Intergovernmental Authority on Development, IGAD, Your Excellencies, heads of COMISA, ECOWAS, SINSAT, EAC, ECAS, SADC, and UMMA, Your Excellency Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, President of the African Development Bank Group, a strong believer of the African development and prosperity, Your Excellencies Dr. Benedict Oki Orama, President of the Afri-Exim Bank, Your Excellency Dr. Sidi Wildeta, President of the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa, BADIA, معالي الشيخ شخبوط نهيان آل نهيان, وزير الدولة بدولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة, Excellencies permanent observer representatives to the African Union, and Excellencies, representatives of our partners to the African Union. All protocol observed, members of the press, a very good morning to you all. It gives me immense honor and pleasure to welcome you all to the opening ceremony of the 38th Ordinary Session of the AU Assembly of Heads of States and Governments, being held today at the Nelson Mandela Hall, the African Union headquarters in Addis Ababa, the capital of Africa. Addis Ababa, a vibrant city that has been at the heart of the Pan-African diplomacy and multilateralism, stands as a symbol of Africa's unity and progress. As a host nation of the African Union, Ethiopia plays a crucial role in fostering continental dialogue and advancing African integration. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the 38th Ordinary Session of the Assembly of Heads of States and Governments of the African Union holds significant importance, as it will oversee the elections of the chairperson and the deputy chairperson of the African Union Commission. Over the past years, the African Union has made remarkable progress in conflict resolution, mediation, and peacekeeping efforts, contributing to greater stability across the continent. Economic transformation has been further strengthened through the African Continental Free Trade Area and accession to the G20, contributing towards the implementation of Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, having said so, the program of today's opening ceremony will stand as follows. We will have a statement by His Excellency Dr. Abiy Ahmed, Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, followed by a statement by His Excellency Musa Faki Mohammed, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, following which a statement by His Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations. We shall then have a statement by His Excellency Mahmoud Abbas, President of the State of Palestine. Then His Excellency Mahmoud Wil Sheikh Al Ghazwani, President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania and Chairperson of the African Union, will make his opening remarks. Immediately after that, we will call the Dean of African Ambassadors in Ethiopia to introduce the new Bureau, members of the African Union Assembly, following which we shall have the handover ceremony for the chairperson of the African Union. Then we will go to the launch of the African Union theme of the year, Justice for Africans and People of African Descent through Reparations. Without any further ado, I have the great honor and privilege to invite His Excellency Dr. Abiy Ahmed, Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, to deliver his statement. Your Excellency, the floor is yours. Your Excellency.
Your Excellency, President Mohammed Ould, outgoing Chairperson of the African Union, Your Excellency, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Your Excellency Musa Faki Mohammed, outgoing Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished ministers, ambassadors, diplomats, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Ethiopia, the cradle of Pan-Africanism and a proud champion of African unity and freedom. It is an honor to stand before you today as we reflect on the immense potential we hold, not just as individual nations, but as a united and dynamic continent. In a world marked by rapid change and multiple challenges, we find ourselves at a crossroads of uncertainty and opportunity. This moment calls upon us to strengthen our collective resolve, embrace resilience, and foster unity across Africa. The theme for this year's assembly calls on us to heal the scars of historical injustice and overcome lingering trauma that has long hindered our progress. The demand for reparations is not about charity or financial aid. It is a call for justice. It seeks to restore the dignity of millions and heal the deep scars of poverty, inequality, and discrimination. It demands an end to the systematic exploitation of our wealth, resources, and opportunities. It also calls for a transformative process that acknowledges past harms and takes bold steps to right the wrongs caused upon us, upon society across the continent. Thank you. Thank you. Most importantly, the call for reparations requires not just words, but concrete actions to affirm the equal worth of every human being. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to achieve lasting peace, justice, and prosperity, we must rise above the geopolitical tensions and the historical divisions imposed upon us by colonial borders. By fostering solidarity among all of our nations and embracing a shared destiny, we can pool our resources and talents to unlock our continent's full potential. Africa's cultural, ethnic, and linguistic diversity is a source of pride and strength upon which we must build inclusive governance and equitable development. Conflict resolution, diplomacy, and peace building must remain at the heart of our efforts. By championing African solutions to African challenges, we can secure lasting peace and stability. Let us celebrate our achievements in politics, science, economics, and arts. Strategic initiatives such as the African Continental Free Trade Area give us the tools to boost intra-Africa trade, reduce external dependency, and achieve self-reliance. With Africa's large and dynamic use, abundant natural resources, and growing technological innovations, we have all the means to ensure sustainable growth. The rapid advancement of artificial intelligence, particularly generative AI, offers unprecedented opportunities to transform our economies and societies. By collaborating in AI, fintech, renewable energy, and mobile technology, we can address shared challenges such as climate change, infrastructure gaps, and public health crisis. Africa's rich and diverse data sets are essential for training robust and inclusive AI models. This highlights the importance of African representation in shaping future technologies. However, as we embrace these advancements, it's essential to protect our data sovereignty, prevent digital exploitation, and develop homegrown AI solutions that reflect African values and contexts. As our data sets grow, so must our capacity to harness them for local and global good. When used responsibly, AI can be a powerful tool in conflict prevention, transparent governance, and inclusive development. Africa must actively participate in the global technology race to ensure we are competitive players in the evolving digital landscape, while also ensuring we benefit equitably from this technological revolution. Furthermore, Africa's voice on global issues must grow stronger, ensuring that we have a say in shaping governance frameworks and other much-needed reforms in the global order. By empowering grassroots movements, youth networks, and educational programs focused on digital literacy and technological innovation, we can inspire the next generation. This will ensure Africa stands not just as a beneficiary of a global advancement, but as a key contributor in shaping the future of humanity. Excellencies, the opportunities before us are immense. Ethiopia is determined to prosper, guided by a vision of vibrant democracy, sustainable economic growth, rich cultural heritage, social progress, and a deep commitment to environmental regeneration. To realize this goal, we have laid out a pragmatic roadmap rooted in the transformative principles of Mjadala. Mjadala, an Amharic term loosely translated as synergy, is our guiding philosophy. It is a homegrown ideology that promotes prosperity, unity, sovereignty, security, and national dignity. At its core, Mjadala encourages social and economic advancement, celebrates diversity, and nurtures a spirit of community grounded in Ethiopia's rich culture, spirituality, and values. Reflecting on the progress of the past 5 years and building on the vision of Mjadala, Ethiopia has made remarkable strides. Despite inheriting a nation deeply divided along ethnic lines, burdened by substantial debt, and facing numerous internal challenges, we have moved forward with determination. At the same time, we navigated a complex and ever-changing regional and international landscape. Yet, through resilience and cooperation, we continue to move closer to the realization of our shared vision of prosperity. Our achievements speak for themselves. Allow me to share a few highlights. We have reformed our political system, transforming into an inclusive multi-party framework that reflects the diversity of our nation. To deepen these reforms and foster cohesion, reconciliation, and peace, we are undertaking a national dialogue. On the economic front, we have built a resilient and diverse economy. Over the past 5 years, we have doubled our cultivated land, increasing crop production to nearly 700 million quintals, with the wheat accounting for 40% of this total. These efforts have strengthened food security and driven rural development. Today, Ethiopia is the largest wheat producer in Africa. Thank you. Through collective efforts, We have reduced external debt by over 50%, double both GDP and GDP per capita, and tripled government revenue in 5 years, with an 8.1% growth reported in the most recent fiscal year. Across the country, our major cities are evolving into dynamic, culturally rich, and sustainable hubs. In education, we have established 40,000 kindergartens and primary schools to boost early childhood education. Additionally, we have launched a program to train 5 million coders to strengthen our digital economy. Furthermore, we strive to honor our heritage by restoring national sites, developing tourist destinations, and reclaiming cultural artifacts, fulfilling our duty as the guardians of our nation's treasures. These accomplishments reflect the unwavering spirit and resilience of the Ethiopian people and underscore our firm commitment to advancing Ethiopia's future. With its focus on unity, cooperation, innovation, and shared progress, Mjadala can serve as a guiding framework for our Pan-African agenda. By embracing its principles, we can forge a path toward a more just, equitable, and prosperous future for all Africans. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let us march forward with determination, harnessing the limitless potential of our continent and its people. The time is now to claim our future, build a legacy of equality and prosperity, and secure dignity for all. Let us be the generation that unites the continent and our diaspora in a shared vision of justice, prosperity, and peace. To conclude, I thank our outgoing chairperson, President Muhammad Ould, for his leadership and representing our organization on the global stage. Allow me to also warmly congratulate our newly chairperson, President Joao Lorenzo, and wish him success during his tenure. I would also like to take a moment to express my heartfelt gratitude to His Excellency Musa Faki Mohammed for his exemplary leadership as chairperson of the African Union Commission over the past 8 years. Throughout his tenure, His Excellency Musa Faki has shown unwavering commitment to Africa's development, peace, and integration, significantly strengthening the African Union's role in addressing the continent's challenge. I also extend my sincere thanks to him for being a steadfast friend of Ethiopia, supporting us not only during our times of success, but also in our moments of difficulty. Thank you, my brother. As we bid farewell to His Excellency Musa Faki, it is with great pleasure that I extend a warm welcome to our incoming chairperson of the African Union Commission here in Ethiopia. I am confident that under his leadership, we will continue to make great strides toward achieving our collective goals. I wish him every success during his mandate. Thank you for your attention, and I wish us all a fruitful summit. God bless Ethiopia. God bless Africa. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. and thank you for the generous hospitality extended to our excellencies, heads of states and governments, as well as distinguished delegates. Thank you. And now allow me to invite with great honor and pleasure His Excellency Musa Faki Mohammed, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, to deliver his statement. Your Excellency.
Excellence, Monsieur Mohamed Ould Cheikh Al Ghazouani, Président de la République islamique de Mauritanie, Président en exercice de l'Union africaine, Excellence Dr Abiy Ahmed, Premier ministre de la République d'Éthiopie, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État, de gouvernement et de délégation, Excellence Monsieur Mahmoud Abbas, Président de l'État de Palestine, ma très chère sœur amie Mia, Premier ministre de Barbados, Excellence Monsieur Antonio Guterres, Secrétaire général des Nations Unies, Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres, Docteur Nkosazana Zuma, ancienne présidente de la Commission de l'Union africaine, Madame la vice-présidente, Mesdames et Messieurs les commissaires, Mesdames et Messieurs les secrétaires généraux et exécutifs des communautés économiques régionales et mécanismes régionaux, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs exécutifs des organes et institutions spécialisées de l'Union africaine, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs des missions diplomatiques, distingués invités, Mesdames et Messieurs. C'est à la fois avec un grand honneur et un immense plaisir que je m'adresse à vous aujourd'hui pour la dernière fois en ma qualité de président de la Commission de l'Union africaine. الفظيعة والجائرة التي دمرت كل شيء. Remercier les présidents Paul Kagame et William Ruto pour leur crédibilité. Continuer à ressasser telle une litanie ces principes tout en les piétinant ou acceptant leur flagrante et constante violation. Il n'y a rien de plus corrosif de notre crédibilité qu'une telle attitude qui a conduit ces derniers temps.
Other men and women then have worked very often in the shadows with diligence, dedication, discipline and talent. I would like to pay tribute to them, the tribute that they deserve. The third word relates to my own limitations. I wanted so much to do quickly and better during the 2 terms that you entrusted to me. I know that I have not done everything. Perhaps I underestimated the burden of the task and the weight of the constraints. I know that I may have made mistakes. I should not say perhaps, but I should say certainly I've made mistakes. Maybe here and there I have weakened and made mistakes and missed opportunities to do better. I would like to apologize and ask forgiveness if my shortcomings have caused any individual or collective harm. The fourth word relates to my feelings at the moment. I am happy to regain my freedom, but I know that we'll also have the nostalgia of the places, the women and men whom I have known, for the Ethiopian people, with their age-old civilization, to you, my brother, dear brother Abiy Ahmed. Amasaganalo. Maybe we'll have time to write the history of all this tangle of feelings and sensations. Finally, my fifth word is that of my oath to continue to think of Africa, to serve Africa, to dream for its youth for whom we have not done enough and for whom we must do a lot, because after all, it is they who count today and more so tomorrow. A final word to you, Mr. President, Chairperson, and Mr. President, dear brother Sheikh Al Ghazouani. to tell you how much I appreciated your close relation throughout your mandate. You have been a master of wisdom, civic-mindedness, and loftiness, inspiring in all respects. To you, Mr. President, and dear brother João Lourenço, and I would like to stress that the quiet strength that you symbolize reassures me about a chairmanship of seriousness and substance. May you both in particular, and all of us, have an active thought for the great prisoner of the Sahel, President Mohamed Bazoum, whose interminable detention is not justified. He must be released unconditionally. I wish full success to our summit. I wish full success to our next leadership. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you for your statement. Thank you for your unwavering commitment. Thank you for dedication towards Africa's peace, development, and unity. Thank you very much. I will now have the honor to invite His Excellency Antonio Guterres, thank you, Your Excellency, Secretary General of the United Nations, to deliver his statement. Your Excellency.
Monsieur le Président de l'Union africaine,
the chairperson,
all protocol observed. President Mohamed Ould Ghazouani, thank you for your leadership in the outstanding exercise of your mandate. President João Lourenço,
President João Lourenço, I commend you and I look forward for the opportunity to work with you as a new chair of the Union.
I also want to give a very special expression of gratitude to the chairperson of the African Union Commission, Moussa Faki, for his 8 years of strong and permanent commitment to multilateralism and impeccable cooperation with the United Nations. Cher Moussa,
dear Moussa, working with you was a privilege, a pleasure, and an honor.
Excellencies, the partnership between the African Union and the United Nations has never been stronger. Together, we see an Africa booming with hope and possibility. You have a booming, enterprising population, including the largest number of young people in the world. The African Continental Free Trade, the partnership is poised to turbocharge the region's economy, has never been stronger. And together, we see an Africa booming with hope and possibility. You have a booming, enterprising population, including the largest number of young people in the world. The African Continental Free Trade is poised to turbocharge the region's economy, and calls to address the legacies of colonialism and slavery are growing louder, as reflected in your team this year, and as reflected in the leadership of so many passionate voices for the liberation of Africa, such as the great Dr. Sam Nujoma of Namibia, whose life we celebrate and whose loss we mourn. The world must never forget that Africa is the victim of two colossal and compounded injustices. First, the profound impact of colonialism and the transatlantic slave trade. The roots stretch back centuries, and the bitter fruit continues to affect Africans and people of African descent to this day. Decolonization alone in itself was not a panacea. Political independence did not free countries from structures based on exploitation and decades of economic, social, and institutional underinvestment. It is high time for reparatory justice frameworks to be put in place. Second, Africa was under colonial domination when today's multilateral system was created, and that injustice endures. Look no further than the United Nations Security Council. There is no excuse that Africa still lacks permanent representation in the 21st century. I will keep working with the African Union and all member states to ensure the representation Africa needs and the justice you deserve, including with 2 permanent members of the Security Council. And we will keep pressing together for an international financial architecture that is no longer outdated, dysfunctional, and unfair. Correcting age-old injustices is essential to address here and now challenges. And the good news is that we have many of the solutions we need. Last year, you helped drive that effort at the United Nations with the Pact for the Future. And I thank Africa for its support that was vital to approve the pact. Our task now is to make those commitments a reality. South Africa's G20 chairmanship could not come at a better time. Let me point to 4 areas for action. First, we must push for peace, security, and alleviating appalling levels of human suffering. Sudan is being torn apart before our eyes and is now home to the world's largest displacement crisis and famine. As we near the holy months of Ramadan, it is time for an immediate cessation of hostilities. And the international community must come together to stop the flow of weapons and the bankrolling of bloodshed. In the Democratic Republic of the Congolese people have been suffering yet again from a brutal cycle of violence. And the fighting that is raging in South Kivu as a result of the continuation of the M23 offensive threatens to push the entire region over the precipice. Regional escalation must be avoided at all costs. There is no military solution. The deadlock must end, the dialogue must begin, and the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the DRC must be respected. The conclusions of the recent joint EAC-SADC summit offer a way forward, with a renewed call for an immediate ceasefire and new momentum for regional efforts based on the Luanda and Nairobi processes. Now is the time for swift implementation. And you can count on the continued support of the United Nations, including MONUSCO. In the Sahel, the clear and present threat of terrorism is undermining peace, security, and sustainable development. And in Somalia, we are urging predictable funding for the African Union Support and Stabilization Mission and I hope that our voice will be heard by the Security Council. And as we gather here in Africa, I know all our minds are also very much on Gaza. A resumption of hostilities must be avoided at all costs. The Palestinian people have suffered too much. I welcome efforts by the parties to abide by the ceasefire agreement and urge action for a permanent ceasefire and the release of all hostages. Peace is possible in the Middle East, and that starts with tangible, irreversible, and permanent progress towards the two-state solution, Israel and Palestine, living side by side in peace and security. Excellencies, on all fronts, we stand shoulder to shoulder with the African Union to advance security, stability, human rights, of law. Excellencies, second, we must keep working together to deliver the AU 2063 agenda and the 2030 agenda for sustainable development and drive action on finance. African countries pay up to 8 times more to borrow than developed countries, and 20 are in or at risk of debt distress. The Pact for the Future supports an international financial architecture reform to reflect today's economy, ensuring fair representation and urging effective action on debt relief. And I will stand with Africa as a matter of justice and to right the historic wrongs. Excellencies, third, the climate crisis. Climate disasters are tearing across Africa, destroying lives, upending livelihoods, devastating economies, and inflaming conflict. At the same time, the renewables revolution is unstoppable, and Africa is poised to become a global clean energy powerhouse. Yet, today, Africa receives just 2% of global renewables investment. Realizing Africa's potential requires access to affordable finance, including by implementing the COP29 finance decision fully and on time, and supporting development of roadmap to realize $1.3 trillion a year. Excellencies, Africa has contributed little to the climate crisis, yet is paying the price with record droughts, floods, and heat. Climate justice requires a massive investment in adaptation, with the international community bearing an enormous responsibility. Developed countries must double adaptation finance, and countries must significantly boost the loss and damage fund. Allow me a note. When the loss and damage fund was created, the pledging conference that took place has allowed for an amount that is equivalent at the highest contract for a basketball player in the United States. It is absolutely necessary to make the loss and damage fund an effective instrument to support developing countries in adaptation. And we also need justice when it comes to your abundant critical minerals. Too often, your countries are plundered, bound to the bottom of value chains as others grow rich on your resources. The work of the United Nations panel on critical energy transition minerals is designed to help embed justice, sustainability, and human rights across the value chain. Africa's minerals must benefit Africa's people. Excellences, enfin, nous devons agir dans le domaine des nouvelles technologies, notamment l'intelligence artificielle. Près de 2 tiers de la population africaine sont privés d'un accès fiable à l'Internet. Nous avons une responsabilité historique, faire en sorte que l'intelligence artificielle profite à l'humanité tout entière.
I will share a model on capacity building so as to assist the global south to use AI for the common good. Together, let's ensure these commitments are honored. Excellencies, the United Nations and the African Union stand united in our determination to deliver justice for your continent, leaving no one behind. We have much to build upon, so together, let's make commitments reality. And once again, let me say something in my mother tongue and say with one voice, Viva Africa.
Et permettez-moi.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. We highly appreciate your leadership in strengthening the African Union-United Nations partnership. Thank you. As-Sayyidat wa Sada.
Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, I'm very happy and honored to welcome today His Excellency President Mahmoud Abbas Abu Mazen, President of the State of Palestine. You have the floor, Excellency. Excellency Mohammed Wild al-Ghazwani, President of the Republic of Mauritania and the Chairperson of the African Union. Excellency Prime Minister of Ethiopia, Mr. Abiy Ahmed. Excellency Moussa Faki, Chairperson of the African Union Commission. Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of you. At the outset, I wish to extend our congratulations to Excellency President João Lourenço, President of the Republic of Angola, for becoming the chairperson of the African Union for the year 2025. We wish him full success. We extend our thanks to His Excellency President Mohammed Wild al-Ghazwani for his chairmanship of the previous session of the African Union. I'm very happy to meet once again with you, and on behalf of the Palestinian people, who have a great deal of esteem to the people and the leaders of African states. We are proud of our friendship with them. They have always provided to us a faithful support to our just struggle for freedom and independence. Heads of state and delegation. At the time when we are working with countries in the world and international organizations to consolidate the ceasefire and provide more humanitarian assistance, and at a time when the state of Palestine is fulfilling its mission in the Gaza Strip to assist the refugees and to go back to their areas and to provide the living conditions for our people, and to as we are preparing for the reconstruction, we hear calls for deporting our people from their lands and affecting the sovereignty of other countries. These calls are meant to distract the world from the war crimes and the genocide and the destruction in Gaza, in addition to the crimes of colonization and the settlers grab land and annexation, in addition to attacks against holy shrines in the occupied territories and Jerusalem. These are carried out by the forces of occupation and the gangs of settlers. The aim is to destroy the possibility of a two-state solution for the Palestinian cause. Today, more than 2,300,000 people live in Gaza, including 1,500,000 refugees, 1,500,000 refugees who were forced to leave their country in 1948. They suffered from more than 50 massacres by the terrorist Zionist gangs. The only place they can go back to is their cities and villages from which they were expelled during the Nakba. In implementation of UN Resolution 194, which calls for the return of Palestinian refugees to the cities and the villages from which they were deported, and that they would be compensated for the harm they suffered. We reaffirm our complete rejection for all the calls aimed at deporting the Palestinian people from its land. This will keep the region in the cycle of violence instead of going to peace creation. It is an illusion for people to believe that they can have a new century agreement or to deport our people by occupying our land. In this regard, we hail the positions of the countries that rejected the calls for deporting our people from their land and stood by our side to defend their rights. We highly hail the position of the African Union and its member states in this regard. The Israeli colonial practices mean that we need to have an urgent action by the international community and the Security Council before the forces of radicalism disseminate to kill the two-state solution. Heads of state and delegation, the Palestinian cause is the cause of a people seeking freedom and independence. Our commitment to international legality and the signed agreements, including the implementation of the vision based on a two-state solution, mean that we need to end the Israeli occupation that occupies with military power the land of the state of Palestine and its Al-Quds, the eastern part of Al-Quds. There is the UN Resolution 338, also UN Resolution 242, and the Arab Peace Initiative, whose aim is to enable the people of the region to live in peace and security. All of this in implementation of the consultative opinion of the International Court of Justice, which has stipulated the illegality of occupation and that it should be ended in 12 months. This was decided by the International Court of Justice. There's also the decision by the UN General Assembly and the call for a conference that will take place in Geneva next month. I call upon the AU member states on this occasion to participate in this important conference. Heads of government and delegation, the achievement of peace and security requires from all of us to effectively participate in the global alliance to implement the two-state solution and to support the international conference for peace that will take place in the United Nations by the middle of next June. Under the dual chairmanship of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and France. This will be an opportunity to mobilize international resources for the international recognition of the State of Palestine and to obtain our full membership in the United Nations. We have not been able to achieve this because of the vetoes of the United States. Our aim is to implement the two-state solution based on international legality. The holding of the AU summit and the theme of justice through compensation reflects your authentic commitment to justice as a universal human value. It is a commitment whose echoes are seen in your continuous support to the Palestinian people who are still suffering from the last form of colonization in the world. We are the only ones living under colonization. You lived under this colonization, but you were liberated. Finally, we reiterate our thanks to the African Union and the member states for their continued support to the struggle of the Palestinian people to cherish their freedom and independence. And we wish your summit full success and more prosperity for the African people and their free peoples. Thank you very much for your attention.
Shukran.
Thank you, Excellency President of the State of Palestine, Abu Mazen, for your statement, your participation. Mr. President confirms the continued support of the African Union to the Palestinian cause, full support.
We invite His Excellency Mohammed Wuld Sheikh Al-Ghazwani, President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania and Chairperson of the African Union, to deliver his opening remarks. Excellency.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم على سيدنا محمد. أصحاب الفخامة.
Excellencies, heads of state and government, Excellency Abiy Ahmed, Prime Minister of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia, Excellency Musa Faki Mohammed, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellency Mahmoud Abbas, President of the State of Palestine, Mrs. Mia Mutli, heads of government and delegation, Excellencies, ministers, Excellencies, ambassadors, dear guests. At the outset, I wish to extend my thanks to the government and the people of Ethiopia for the efforts made to hold this summit. We thank them for the support and the hospitality accorded to us in this beautiful city of Addis Ababa, which saw the establishment of our organization as inspired by the founding fathers, to have an Africa that is peaceful and united. I'm very happy to reiterate my thanks to my brothers, the presidents of the member states of the African Union, for the honor bestowed in me for chairing this organization throughout my mandate. I also extend my thanks to the presidents of countries and who are with us to attend this important meeting at the beginning of 2025. This year raises a number of questions. Thank you, Excellencies, heads of government. My chairmanship of the African Union has taken place at an international period that is highly sensitive. This also coincided by our adoption of the second decade plan within the framework of Agenda 2063. It represents a plan for development for member states and the regional economic communities and the various organs of the African Union. By adopting this decade plan, we can see our solid commitment to meet the aspirations of our peoples, to have the Africa that we all want, in spite of the obstacles and in spite of all the challenges. And these challenges are tremendous. When I became the chairperson of the African Union, I was fully aware of the volume of the commitment and the responsibility. Today, our world is witnessing various crises. These crises where we have more areas of conflict, and tensions have jeopardized relations between countries. They have also jeopardized the values on which the world system has been established since the Second World War. After a particular period of the development of international organizations and our belief in a more just world, the references went back and hopes collapsed. And now there is a revision of the international system in a way and that the contours are not clear. For a number of years, unfortunately, bloodshed continues. Many people found themselves in difficult humanitarian situations. The world has witnessed a level of violence unprecedented since the Second World War. Palestine is what Palestine is facing is a good example of this. This global situation is made more complex and complicated by the wars in Africa. These crises, global and continental, have had a negative impact on the efforts of development in our continent, where there are tremendous challenges such as poverty, unemployment, and the weakness of health systems and the weak economic structures, in addition to the impact of climate change, the dissemination of terrorism. All of this is having an impact on peace and security. It is destroying the social fabric of our communities. In my previous speech, I committed myself to work on these challenges, and I worked during my term on respecting the rules and regulations of the African Union. All of this in full harmony with the AU Commission and the regional economic communities and the regional organs. Our aim was to consolidate the efforts of peace and to reach peace on the basis of dialogue by supporting the valuable efforts made by Excellency Ngasso, President Ngasso, at the head of the African High-Level Committee on Libya. I also continued work with President Paul Kagame and President Tshisekedi to deal with the situation in Eastern DRC. In 2024, Mauritania hosted the third meeting to consolidate the peace initiative in Sudan. We also met General Al-Burhan on the 13th and the 14th of January 2025, and the aim was to end the hostilities in Sudan and to protect its peoples and territories. In spite of the efforts made by the Union and the regional economic communities and the member states, the establishment of comprehensive peace in our continent remains to be achieved. Therefore, I call for the implementation of the decisions made by the Malabo decisions in 2022. On the basis of the work of the PSC, and this can be done at 4 levels: harmonization, financial sustainability. All of this will meet the ongoing security challenges. All of this will enable us the possibility to explore more effective solutions to achieve peace and security. We need to identify the appropriate mechanisms that should enable us to settle the challenges of peace and security. In this context, we need the efforts of each one of us as part of a collective effort in order to meet these challenges. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we gave a great deal of attention to the agenda of development during our term. We endeavored to mobilize resources by organizing or participating in a number of meetings. We organized with His Excellency Samuel Ruto in the Nairobi summit to support the resource mobilization. We consolidated this with our work with President Hassan Ouattara on the occasion of the economic summit held in Abidjan. This represented a landmark in resource mobilization for our organization. The efforts of support have led to renewing the mobilization of resources. We also participated in the work of the mobilize more resources from Korea for the benefit of development. The volume reached for Africa from $5.5 billion to $10 billion, in addition to $14 billion to finance exports for countries investing in our continent, in addition to the 4th edition of the China-Africa Summit at the level of the heads of state. China declared to devote $50 billion to boost development in our continent. In addition to the efforts made for resource mobilization, we endeavored during our participation in the 7th meeting in Italy and the BRICS meeting in Russia in October. Also in our meeting in Brazil in November 24, in addition to other events, we endeavored to solve the problem of debt by promoting development. We also called for the review of the support and we called for establishing a new charter for financing development that would be more flexible and sustainable and would lead to the mobilization of resources that are commensurate with development. We also called for a better implementation of plans by the multi-party financial organizations for the benefit of development and for to implement our international agenda. In addition to resource mobilization, in order to promote development, we endeavored to turn our resources into an effective and sustainable development that can meet the faced challenges. These challenges have been worsened by the various crises. In this context, and in line with what was indicated, we called for a more flexibility to enable people to access education. In line with the theme for last year, we had this meeting in Mauritania in collaboration with the African Union. A continental meeting on education and employment of youth. This meeting was held in Nouakchott. The aim was to integrate youth and employment and to youth represent the majority of the people, and these youths face the dangers of violence, radicalization, and illegal migration. I call upon the summit to adopt the Nouakchott Declaration because it calls for a sustainable education to support peace and security and to create jobs and to reduce unemployment and precarity. African youths need an effective educational and training system. They also, like other African citizens, need health systems that enable them to have access to good quality health care. This will enable them to deal with the arising health issues as witnessed in our continent, such as the smallpox, cholera, and the like. In this context, I would like to hail the work carried out by the Africa Disease Center in dealing with the sudden health crisis. I congratulate Dr. Jankaya for the pioneering work done in this regard. Today, I will present a detailed report on this issue. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in line with the Dhaka Declaration on food security and the following, we held two exceptional meetings to consolidate the agricultural systems. The first meeting was held in Nairobi in May 2024. It dealt with soil and the use of fertilizers. And in January 25, there was also a meeting in Kampala to develop flexible agricultural systems. A strategy and an action plan were adopted in order to promote a comprehensive agricultural development for the years starting 2026. I invite the summit to adopt the declaration and the action plan, and the same applies to the declaration of Nairobi. The aim is to promote investment and develop a chairperson of the African Union Commission. I hail his leadership skills. I thank him for his valuable support during my term. I extend my thanks to the members of the African Union Commission and the various organs of the organization. I'm very proud for being able to serve my African continent and to be its voice in international meetings. I end my term fully convinced of the capacity of our continent to achieve the objectives of Agenda 2063. I'm more determined to work more effectively in this regard. I reiterate my congratulations to President João Lourenço. I wish him full success. I wish our summit full success. Long live the African Union. Long live Africa, independent and prosperous. I thank you very much for your attention.
شكرا فخامة الرئيس.
Thank you very much, President, for your statement.
Ladies and gentlemen, now allow me to invite His Excellency Ambassador Yusuf Mundoha Asumani, Ambassador of the Union of Comoros to Ethiopia and Permanent Representative to the African Union, Dean of the African Ambassadors in Ethiopia, to introduce the new Bureau of the African Union Assembly for this session. Your Excellency.
Excellency Ahmed Al-Ghazani, current President of the African Union and the President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania, Your Excellency Abiy Ahmed, Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government of the African Union states, Your Excellency Mahmoud Abbas, President of the State of Palestine, Your Excellency the Vice President of Barbados, Prime Minister of Barbados, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Excellency Moussa Faki Mahamat, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Your Excellency Deputy Secretary General of the Arab League of States, heads of delegations, Excellencies, ambassadors, permanent representatives and observers of states, Excellencies, commissioners, Excellencies, heads of African Union organs, invited guests, all protocols observed, Assalamu alaikum. I have the honor of introducing the Bureau of the Conference for 2025 pursuant to Article 16 of the Rules of Procedure of the Conference. The Bureau is as follows. Chair, the Republic of Angola, Southern Region. First Vice Chair, the Republic of Burundi, Central Region. Second Vice Chair, the Republic of Ghana, Western Region. Third Vice Chair, Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, Eastern Region. Apologies. Rapporteur, the Islamic Republic of Mauritania, Northern Region, which is submitted for your approval. Thank you, Excellencies.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and congratulations for the new elected Bureau. I have the honor now to invite Excellency Muhammad Wil Sheikh Al Ghazwani, President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania, to deliver his handover speech. Your Excellency, please.
Je voudrais remercier mes chers collègues.
I wish to thank my peers, heads of state and government, members of the Assembly, for having elected me at the head of the African Union as President for the period 2024-2025. Together, we have worked to advance the integration agenda on the continent. I wish to thank you for all the support and to thank you for the unflinching support that you gave me, contributing to the success of Mauritania and the entire continent in pursuing this lofty task. I will now call upon my brother, President João Lourenço, to hand over the baton, to him, and I wish him success in this endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And now I have the honor to welcome His Excellency João Manuel Lourenço, President of the Republic of Angola, the new chairperson of the African Union, for the handover ceremony in the high table. You are welcome, Your Excellency.
Okay, thank you.
Congratulations, Your Excellency. Allow me now to call His Excellency João Manuel Lourenço, President of the Republic of Angola, Chairperson of the African Union, to deliver his acceptance speech. Your Excellency.
Thank you so much for staying with TV47 on this continued coverage of the AUC election. AUC decides. You're watching TV47, the home of untold stories. My name is George Maringa.
Na bila shaka mimi ni Elizabeth Mutuku. Tuko hapa kuhakikisha kwamba tunakudadavulia masuala jinsi ambavyo yanaibuka katika ulingo huu wa masuala ya uchaguzi katika tume ya Afrika AUC kwa lugha ya Kizungu, ambapo tutakuwa tukisikia pia kutoka kwa wanahabari wetu ambao walio katika taifa lile la Ethiopia, Addis, kutujuza kulikoni. Maanake wakati huu tulikuwa tunaarifiwa na baadhi ya vyombo vya habari, mitandao mbalimbali, kwamba huenda shughuli ya kupiga kura inaanza ama imeanza, na ni swala ambalo tutakuwa tukizungumzia hapa studioni. Na sio hilo tu, tuna wageni ambao tutakuwa tukiuliza maswali mbalimbali pamoja na kuwasikia wananchi kutoka maeneo mbalimbali kutujuza kulikoni.
Absolutely. And earlier on, what you've seen, the feed that you've seen was what was happening earlier on in Addis Ababa at the Nelson Mandela Hall in the morning. And just to run you through a brief of how the program looks like, those speeches were by several leaders, and we've seen the handover from the Islamic Republic of Mauritania to the Republic of Angola for the chairmanship of the AU. The head of state is now taken over by Angola. Moussa Faki, the outgoing AUC chairperson, made his first speech, followed by Abiy Ahmed, the Prime Minister of Ethiopia. Then was followed by Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations. There was also the Secretary General of the League of Arab States. There was also a speech or a statement from the President of the State of Palestine, an opening statement also by Mohammed Ould Sheikh Al Ghazouani, chairperson of the African Union and President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania. After that, there was an announcement of the Bureau of the Assembly of the African Union for the year 2025, and the chairperson of the African Union for the year 2025. The handing of a statement by the outgoing chairperson, Mohammed Ould Sheikh Al Ghazouani, President of Mauritania, gave his speech. And then the incoming, or rather the current now, chairperson of the AU gave his acceptance speech. That is João Manuel Goncalves Lourenço, the President of the Republic of Angola. There was also the launch of the African Union theme, which is the theme that was decided upon or settled upon by the African Union. And the theme this year is 2025, the year of reparations, justice for Africans and people of African descent through reparations. They then took a group photo, a traditional group photo that has been taken by heads of state, the family photo as they call it, and then they have been now in a closed session. And that closed session was supposed to run from 2 to 4 p.m., but we have been informed reliably so that the voting started just about 4:30 p.m., just about 50 minutes ago. There will be more brief remarks given by the newly elected heads of state and government. That is the President Joseph Numa Boakai, President of Liberia, Bassirou Diomaye, President of Senegal, Duma Gideon Boko, President of Botswana. There is also the Prime Minister of the Republic of Mauritius, Navi Chandra Ramgoolam. There is also John Mahama, the President of the Republic of Ghana, Daniel Francisco Chapo, President of Mozambique, Mahamat Debi, President of the Republic of Chad. And there will also be the adoption of the draft agenda of the 38th Ordinary Session of the Assembly and consideration of the items therein. Later on, what will follow is a lunch hosted by Moussa Faki, the outgoing chairperson of the AU. a continuation of the closed session, and then a dinner hosted by Abiy Ahmed, Prime Minister of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia. And that session, or rather today's program, according to what we have, is supposed to end at 2000 hours, that is 8 p.m. And we wait to see what will happen. But of course, we continue to monitor and see the activities that will come out of Addis Ababa. Elizabeth, we not only have those updates, we also have guests for our viewers today, right?
Yeah, namna wakati huu we'll be speaking to one great leader na ambaye pia ni mchanganuzi wa maswala ya sera za serikali na siasa, nafahamika kama Professor Fred Ogola. Karibu sana studioni. Nitaanza kwa kuuliza hili, ilivyo kwa sasa, unaona jinsi ambavyo taifa la Kenya lipo na jinsi matumaini yalivyo katika taifa hili la Kenya. Unaona ni kama tunaelekea wapi kulingana na hisia ambazo umegadha kabla ufike hapa studioni?
Kwanza ningetaka kuchukua nafasi hii kutakia kila Mkenya haki na tuseme bahati mzuri, kwa sababu tunawatakia bahati mzuri Raila Odinga ashinde, kwa sababu nikitembea nasikia watu wengi wanataka yeye ashinde hiki kiti. Kulikuwa na a lot of negativity, sijui Gen Z nini, lakini nimesikia kila mtu sasa anaona kama lazima kuwe nyuma ya Raila Odinga ashinde hiki kiti. Kwa hivyo mimi namtakia kila laheri na watakia Wakenya wote kila laheri. Na yale ambao natarajia ningetaka ifanyike vile nataka na vile nchi inataka. Ya pili ningetaka kuona yakoa saa hii watu wako na tension sana. Nikiuliza mtu nilisimama pale nikauliza mtu akaniambia sasa wewe unaonaje? Akaniambia mimi sitaki kuongea mpaka nione matokeo. Kumaanisha kuna matumaini na pia kuna uoga. Kwa sababu wajua Raila Odinga amejaribu kuania vitu tofauti. Lakini huanga hata kama inaonekana wazi ya kuwa atachukua, pengine watu hawajaona kama amechukua. Ndio maana watu wanaogopa. Wajua ile wajua wanasemanga gini waseka, watu wasemi sasa. Watu wanangoja tu waseme, wacha tungoje tuone kama
mpaka waseme pale mwisho.
Lakini nataka kusema ya kuwa Raila Odinga amefanya kampeni yake mzuri sana. Ameonekana karibu Afrika mzima, side zote za Afrika ameonekana, hata zile wanaongea lugha ambayo walikuwa wanasema hizi sema French, ameenda pale. Sasa nasikia kama amefanya kazi yake mzuri sana. Na wajua kwa kampeni yote ni kama kujitayarisha kwa mtihani. Kuna kwanga na vile kama we ni mtaniwa, unaweza sema kuna makosa pengine huku angalia algebra, pengine huku soma sijui structure and bonding. Na ukiona swali moja unaona kama structure and bonding sasa ndio iko na marks kama 12. Kwa hivyo sisi kama nilikuwa na chanua vile Raila alifanya kampeni yake. Mikakati yake ilikuwa kwenda kwa member states, kwenda kwa individual presidents, kuwasihi na kupiga posto na wewe na wao wanasema kwa media tuko na wewe tutakusupport. Lakini kuna vitu pengine hazikuendelea vile sisi kama wachanuzi tunataka. Tungependa Raila kama angeenda kwa zile tuseme blocks, regional blocks kama SADC, angeenda kwa regional block kama ile ya tuseme ECOWAS. Kwa sababu wajua inasemekana member states wanakuanga na hisia ya karibu sana na economic blocks. Ndio maana unasikia SADC wanasema sasa wako nyuma ya Richardson. Na East Africa kuna wanasema wako nyuma ya Raila Odinga. Alafu wale ECOWAS sasa hawajasema wako wapi. Kwa hivyo pia ECOWAS iko na Anglophone na pia iko na Francophone, na ilikuwa nasemekana ati Francophone wataenda upande wa Mohamud na Anglophone wataenda upande wa Raila Odinga. Lakini tuliona election commissioners nasemekana Anglophone wamechukua viti mingi kuliko Francophone. Sasa sisi kama wa Kenya tuko na matumaini ya kuwa pia vile Anglophone wamechukua ma-commissioners mingi sana kwa AUC, pia Raila angechukua hayo viti pia aungane na yeye ashinde. Lakini tuwezi sema mpaka ifanyike. They say it's not done until done, kwa sababu SADC wakienda nyuma yake. Na kuna something very dangerous hapa. Tuseme Raila Odinga akitoka na mamoja ama na mbili kwa round ya kwanza, itakuwa vyema sana. Kwa sababu hii kitu ni uko na nafasi kubwa sana ukishinda kwa round ya kwanza. Sasa ningetaka kupatia Raila hiyo cheo ya Tyson, Mike Tyson. Wajua?
Prof, allow me to cut you short. We have an update from Dennis Itumbi, Head of Presidential Special Projects and Creative Economy. Liz, if you can go through it on his official X handle. He says results round 1. Raila Odinga 20. May 18. Raymond Rato 10. Yes. Abstain 1. Now to round 2.
Yes.
Of course, that's just an update from Dennis Itumbi. We cannot pretty much verify, but just...
Ndio maana nasema round ya kwanza ni muhimu. Kwa sababu Raila akiwa kama Mike Tyson alikuwa anaangusha mtu round moja, hakuwa anaangoja hizo round 12. Kwa hivyo sasa hii inamaanisha hajaangusha, kama kulingana na hiyo update from Dennis Onyango, Itumbi hajaweka hiyo, lakini Itumbi hiyo source lazima iwe verified, kwa sababu wao ndio walisema kama wakati wa kura sijui nani ameshinda, lakini tusiingie kwa hayo. Sisi sasa tuko kwa Afrika mzima. Kwa hivyo ukishinda round ya kwanza umeenda, lakini ukitokea namba 3 wakiwa na hisia ya kuwa unazuia mtu wa kwanza kupata ile 2/3 hii ambayo ni votes 33, wanaweza toa mtu wa 3 ili watu wawili waende kivyao. Kwa hivyo mimi maombi yangu ni kama Raila hajashinda round ya kwanza, at least awe namba 2 ili hiyo ionyeshe hisia ati bado ako kwa race.
Endapo ameshinda mara ya kwanza, kuna uwezekano pia wakapiga kura na ikawa tofauti?
Yes, kwa sababu wakati wa Amina Mohamed alishinda Musa Faki kwa round ya kwanza. Lakini baadaye ilibadilika mpaka ikafika round ya pili, Musa Faki alikuwa na 27, yeye akawa na 25. Alafu baadaye wakaendelea na vitu zilibadilika mpaka Musa Faki akachukua hiyo kiti. Kwa hivyo kutangulia hapa sio kufika. Lazima utangulie na uendelee kutangulia mpaka uchukue. Kwa hivyo hata election unaonanga kama sasa Kenya hapa tuko na mazoea, mwenye ameanza kushinda anashinda mpaka mwisho. Kwa sababu hiyo mambo ya kugeuka ileta mambo 2002 ileta noma sana. Kwa hivyo kutangulia sio kufika, kwa sababu ajua kama mmoja ashatolewa, tuseme kwa mfano SADC wako nyuma ya Richardson, na Richardson hajaenda round ya pili. Sasa kura za SADC inaweza sasa kuja kwa East African Community na iunganishwe na Raila na apite. Ama SADC wakisema Richardson asiposhinda tunaenda kwa Mohamud. Inamaanisha kama hata Raila alikuwa ameshinda kwa ile voting ya kwanza, zile za SADC za kuja kwa Mohamud na itaweza kushinda Raila kwa urahisi. Kwa hivyo hii kitu dynamics ni mingi sana, ndio maana nilisema mikakati maalum ingekuwa kumobilize regional blocks, na hii mobilization nawaambia basi round ya kwanza huyu akitolewa, please sasa ninyi mnipatie round ya pili. Round ya kwanza endeni kivyenu, ile ya kusema kwa kura tuende kwa kura kwanza, tutaongea baada ya round 1, sivyo? Rerun. Sasa hiyo ni rerun.
Yes.
Kwa hivyo hii pia inaweza kuwa ni hivyo, kwa sababu unaweza sema sisi candidate yetu ni fulani, lakini akitolewa tutapatia fulani kura. Ndio maana unaona baada ya round ya kwanza unasema sasa wewe candidate yako sasa ashashindwa. Mbona msivuke mpaka mkuje huku?
Tukiangazia jinsi ambavyo ilivyokuwa wakati ule wa Amina Mohamed, baadhi ya yale ambayo yaliplay ndo ikafikia mahali ambapo alitolewa ni kama yepi, na ambayo kidogo labda yanaweza kuwa replicated today?
Wajua, ukiangalia au marais, hata kama ni marais bado wao hupokea pesa. Tuseme kama Fransa wako na interest kwa hiki kiti, baada ya kuona hiyo round ya kwanza wanaweza wakafika hapo na madola, sivyo? Sasa tunaona kama wanakatanga madeals, sivyo? Sasa hii kama wewe ni rais wa Jamhuri wa Kenya na unataka kufanya campaign na mtu akuje na briefcase ya 2 billion akupatia, wasema wewe piga kura huko, so nawacha national interest alafu unapiga ile ya briefcase. Kwa hivyo mimi vile najua kulingana na ile network niko nayo, kuna mtaalamu aliniambia baada ya round ya kwanza vile Amina Mohamed alikuwa ameshinda, kuna ndege ililand Addis Ababa kutoka France, na hiyo ndege ilibeba madola na madola ilidola hiyo uchaguzi na ikabadilisha kabisa. Sasa idakawa watu wanapiga kura aidha kwa tumbo ama wanatumia briefcase. Kwa hivyo hayo mambo bado yako. Ndio maana wale ambao wako Ethiopia sahii, tafadhalini, kama kulinda kura ya Raila ni kuhakikisha kuwa hiyo ndege haijashuka, sivyo? Kuhakikisha kuwa wakishuka wasiingie kwa Nelson Mandela building penye kura inapigwa. Ama sahii marais wote waweke tu hapo ndani kwa hiyo kikao cha kisiri na asitoke nje waongee na mtu mwingine. Ukifanya hivyo ndio unaweza fanya, kwa sababu mambo mingi
lakini wajua wale ni marais, sio wananchi wa kawaida.
Lakini
wala viongozi.
Kwa sababu ni rais wako na haki ya kutoka, huwezi kuwazuia. Na simu pia inapigwa na messages zinatumwa. Sahii hiyo kitu ni ngumu sana, na kuna a lot of background let's say negotiations vitu zinafanyika. Ndio maana nimesema huwezi jua nani anashinda mpaka ashinde. Yes.
Maringa.
Of course we continue to monitor, and Prof, I'm curious about how this election, and if you look at it, the public perception on social media, do you think that has had any ramifications on Kenya's public image, to the diplomatic world, to the outside, the continent, if possible, within the continent and outside the continent, of this quote-unquote lack of patriotism? You remember, several leaders have come to say Kenyans are not pretty much patriotic. What do you speak about this lack of patriotism or lack thereof?
I think that in Kenya we still want to have a moment when Kenyans can rally around one common ideology that is good for them. Na kile tunakosa ni ile tunasema what is the Kenyan interest. Wajua Americans say this is the American dream. Sisi as Kenyans, what is the Kenyan interest? What is the Kenyan dream? And the Kenyan dream has always been defined by the Vision 2030, but that was not here. You realize that the Gen Z uprising had a lot of impact on the social media perception, because where the President William Ruto was and how Raila Odinga joined him made people see him as a betrayer. At the same time, William Ruto has been a lot in the foreign missions. There was a lot of shuttle diplomacy, and he has made some remarks in some places that might have not augured well with some heads of state. For example, you see the issue of DRC and Rwanda. The DRC M23 Rwanda had an interest opposite to DRC. So if you speak on this side, yule mwingine asikii vizuri. So that was an issue. The second issue which you have to also think about was the fact that William Ruto is still a young president by number of years in office, 2 years more or less. And he has been making speeches as if he has been self-appointed self-prefect of Africa. And some older member of states don't like it. I also got a comment from a very senior person in the Republic of another country. I don't want to mention this because of diplomatic reasons. That the fact that William Ruto was speaking in the US, trying to address Africa, what Africa needs to do, really did not augur well with the very many African heads of state, because this meeting was supposed to come up with such statements to make. And then also the issue when he went to Germany and said that he's seeking for jobs for Kenyans in Germany. Africans didn't see him as a true Pan-Africanist, because if you look at William Ruto's presidency, he's been looking more as an agent of the imperial West than a true Pan-Africanism. So people are wondering, how do you campaign for Raila Odinga, who is a true Pan-Africanist with your Western imperial mentality? So people are wondering, what is it? Should this vote be a vote against William Ruto, or should this vote be to Raila Odinga? So me, I'm asking myself, when the African heads of state will be voting, will they be voting for Raila Odinga, or they'll be voting against William Ruto? And Raila Odinga might just suffer because of that resentment. Because remember, vote of love is normally weaker than vote of anger. If there's aggressor, people tend to move towards an aggression than where there's love. They say, this thing we have taken. But if the people come out in anger, in resentment, you see more numbers than if there's just love. That's why you see the Finance Bill 2024 was reject, was not accept. Had you called the young people to come to the city to support the bill, you could have seen very few people coming to support it. But when say come to reject, they were angry, they were disappointed, they had a lot of anger, and we came to the street to demonstrate that anger, even to risk our life for it. So voting of anger normally bring people closer than the vote of love. I'm sure even if you're at home and there's something that annoys the family members, you may find there's high attendance than people are discussing about organizing a birthday party, few people come. But if there's death and funeral, you see many people come because people are angry, they're disappointed, they are crying, they are mourning, and funerals have more attendance than birthdays. Just check it out. Funerals normally have, even the budget comes easily people mobilize money quickly for something which is hurting them than if there's something which is pleasing. That's why I'm asking myself, Kenya did not do proper diplomacy, especially from the office of the President of Kenya, Republic of Kenya. But I also want to say that maybe there are some things which they could not avoid. I think the best thing the President could have done was just nominate Raila Odinga, then shut up. And then if he was doing any campaign, it was supposed to be chini ya maji. Also, there's a perception, George, that the candidates for Raila Odinga must have spent a little more than any other candidate. So sometimes these people can say, let us show you that money cannot buy this seat. Let's show you that it's about policy. So you see, people can respond to this very differently. So some of them could say, now you went everywhere, you took photos with everybody. There was a state house. I don't know whether Richardson had a state house launch in his country in Madagascar. I did not see any state house launch in Djibouti. For us, we had a state house launch in Nairobi. And then the shuttle diplomacy was done more there. But these guys could have known how to win the election. They could have just gone to the regional blocks and used the regional blocks actually to canvass for votes and support.
We're seeing round 2, Odinga 22 votes, Djibouti 19, Madagascar 7.
Round 3 as well, ninaona iko out, Djibouti 23, Kenya 20, Madagascar 5, abstains 1.
Oh, Djibouti has now led in round 3.
Has now led in round 3.
Because at round 2 it was Odinga 22, Djibouti 19, Madagascar 7. Now round 3 is
Djibouti 23,
Kenya 20, Madagascar 5, abstinence 1.
Wow.
So what you need to watch, if we could know the source of the voting for Djibouti, for Madagascar, it could tell us who can till the vote. So the kingmaker from round 3 is obviously Madagascar. Where they'll take their vote, because if Djibouti is having 25, isn't it?
Yeah.
If he gets 7, he crosses the magic figure, which is 33 numbers. If Raila Odinga he has 22.
Yeah.
If he gets 7, he can't cross it. So you can see the person who has the magic figure. The path to AUC chair is still sitting because if Raila gets the one which have absconded plus the one from Djibouti, he still cannot cross because he gets 30 votes exact. But Mohamud needs the 7 from Richardson, 10. He just needs 10.
10 to get to 33.
Yes, while Raila Odinga needs 13. So the path to that place is clearer on Djibouti side for now. Unfortunately so.
We're still waiting. And we're really hoping for the very best. Manake round 3 ndio tu imeisha. Tunaendelea kupata updates from our people on ground, that is Apollo Kamau, and also kutoka kwa channel yake Dennis Itumbi miongoni mwa wengine wenye wako.
And are they tallying? Do they have the same numbers? Are they
yes,
if they have the same numbers, then you can corroborate. In research, in academic, talk about corroboration, meaning that it's also called triangulation, using different sources of data to reach the truth. Because when it's self-reported, then only one side is reporting one figure, then you can't trust it. But if you have different ways of reporting, then you can actually say that you can verify that this is actually coming from one source.
Ukiangalia vizuri, it's like the numbers from our sources zote zinafanana.
Kumaanisha kuna ukweli na kuna propaganda.
Sasa kuna kitu ambacho ulikuwa umekiangazia kwamba baadhi ya yale ambayo yapo katika taifa hili la Kenya na labda ambayo huenda yakawa changamoto kwa Raila Odinga katika kutafuta nafasi hii ni nafasi ya Rais William Ruto katika bara la Afrika kuonekana kama kiranja ama prefect kwa mataifa haya. Hili linatokana ama unasema haya kutoka kwa kauli gani? Ni lipi ambalo umeona na ambalo huenda likawagadhabisha wale ambao ni marais wa Afrika?
Ulisikia siku moja Kagame alisema ya kuwa najua idiot nikimwona. Sasa nani alikuwa anaambiwa mambo kama hayo? Kwa sababu immediately William Ruto aliita hii mambo ya EAC committee kuresolve hiyo mambo ya DRC, alisema mambo kama hayo. Na alienda kulecture kusema kuwa huyo mtu bado hajui historia ya East Africa. Ni huyo mtu ni nani? The youngest president of East Africa ni William Ruto. Sasa unaweza linganisha hiyo vizuri sana. Alafu ya pili ya kuwa Africans uliona mambo ya independence. Sasa kama William Ruto ana support Raila Odinga, lakini yeye anaonekana kama tulikuwa nasema kama tuko high school wall. Do you know what a wall is? Kama mko kama students, wall anakuanga yule mwanafunzi ambaye anapata vile watu wanaongea alafu anaripoti kwa mwalimu. Unasikia tu ya kuwa ulisema ule mwalimu ni mjenga. Ulisema wapi? Kulikuwa na mtu ambaye anajaribu kupeleka maneno. Kwa hivyo William Ruto anaonekana bado kama ni mtu ambaye anaonekana kama ana represent Western nations kama American powers, the UK and the rest. Sasa hiyo tag sioni kama wanaipenda sana, kwa sababu alipewa state visit. In the last 5 years, 10 years, rais gani wa Afrika amepewa state visit by America? Sasa mambo kama hayo pia inahusika hapo sana, kwa sababu wanaona kama wewe unaweza kuwa mambo yako ni ya watu wa West. Kwa hivyo tukipatia Raila Odinga hiki kiti na ako chini yako, kwa sababu wanajua Raila akiwa AUC chair atakuwa anatumwa na mwenyekiti ya AU mwenye amekuwa amechaguliwa, ametoka Angola. Huyo ndiye atakuwa anamtuma, sivyo? Kwa hivyo kama yeye ana report kwa William Ruto, je, atakuwa anafanya yale ambayo AU wanataka, ama atakuwa anaambiwa hiyo Amerika haitaki, ile UK haipendi, ama hii Germany hajapitisha? Sasa wanataka kuona nchi ambayo iko independent, ambayo inaweza kufika hapo. Ndio maana nilikwambia ukiangalia hizo numbers, how many countries did Mohamud visit compared to Raila? Ni kama Raila amevisit the whole of Africa na huyu jamaa alikuwa tu kwa Twitter, sivyo? Unawezaje kuwa na 23 votes against 22 vile Raila amefanya kazi? Lazima kiwe lazima iwe kuna mlima Raila anapanda, lakini hatujaona. Na hiyo mlima ni ile foreign policy. Alafu ukitaka kuangalia African nations pamoja, William Ruto sasa ndiye anachea kiti cha reforms ya AU. Vile AU itabadilishwa, inakuwaje sasa tena Raila anataka kuchea hiyo kiti? Sasa kuna vitu ambazo hatukufanya vizuri. Kwa mikakati tunasema vita inashindwa kabla haijaanza. Ndiposa Yesu alisema ya kuwa ukitaka kwenda kwa vita lazima ujue uko na wanajeshi wangapi. Ukitaka kujenga nyumba lazima ujue uko na pesa ngapi. Ukienda kwa vita kama hauna wanajeshi kuliko adui wako, wewe enda uombe msamaha ili usiwawe. Kwa hivyo kuna vitu zilishafanyika ambavyo pengine ikakera watu wengine. Ndio maana nilisema William Ruto angefanya nini? Angenyamaza, angewachana na hii kampeni ifanyike na Raila Odinga, ili Raila Odinga asionekana kama project. Wajua Africans we hate projects. Even in Kenya we hate projects. Sahi hata ukionekana kama unaenda for interview na ushaonekana kama wewe ni project ya mtu fulani, mara nyingi huanga unakuwa na changamoto. Ndio maana naona changamoto kubwa ya Raila Odinga ni vile tunafanya our foreign diplomacy na vile tunaonekana na nchi za nje.
Umesema huku kutangaza, huku kupiga picha, huku kuonekana huenda kukatukost, manake bado tuna matumaini. Ndio maana
hiyo hosting ya State House ni project. Uliona kama Mohamud alikuwa hosted in State House of Djibouti, na mbona hata kupata hiyo 23 peke yake bila hiyo host inakuonyesha kuwa pengine inaweza kuwa ya kuwa hiyo mambo ya kuona kama hii ni the big Kenyan project. Wajua hata za pili sahi, how many senators and Addis Ababa, governors na MPs?
75.
Aya, sasa hao wote wako Addis Ababa. Umeona wangapi wametoka Djibouti? Wangapi wanatoka Madagascar? Sasa inaweza kuwa ya kuwa wengine wanataka wapige kura wakuonyesha ya kuwa sio ninyi mnapiga kura, ni sisi, sivyo? Sio kupiga kelele Addis Ababa ndio nafanya mtu anachaguliwa. Ndiposa nikasema pengine Kenya wangekuwa na foreign policy. Americans have foreign policies. Kuna vile wangefanya mambo kama hii kama walikuwa wanataka hiki kiti. UK has a foreign policy. Pengine Djibouti aliambiwa his Minister for Foreign Affairs Mohamud, sivyo? Anajua vile foreign relations zinafanywa. Na pengine ameifanya. Je, Mudavadi anajua vile angefanya hii mambo ili itokee vizuri? Na je, mtu wa Madagascar, huyu mtu hata mimi sikusikia kama ana launch anything na anapata kura 7, sivyo? Ndio maana anasema, je, mikakati yetu ilikuwa sawa? Raila kazi yake hakuna makosa amefanya. Kazi yake ni kupresent himself kama candidate. Sasa ni uamuzi wetu sisi tumpresent kama mtu ambaye anaweza ongoza Afrika, kwa sababu ile kazi sio kazi ya kisiasa. Ile ni kazi ya kufanya mambo. Ndio maana nilikerwa na wenye walifanya Raila Odinga kuongea Bomas mambo ya kusema ati Nairobi nitamwachia Sakaja. Sasa hayo mambo that day kuna watu walikuwa wanaona what is Raila's last speech in Nairobi before aende Addis Ababa ni kusema Sakaja achukue Nairobi. Badala ya kusema je, mimi nikiwa ACU chair nitafanya hapa nini. Sasa angesaidika na hizo mambo za kidiplomasia.
Labda nikukatize round 4 kwa kura ambazo wamepiga Maringa. Ninaona Djibouti kuna 25, Kenya 21, moja ambayo imeharibika, spoiled vote, abstention ni 2 sasa. Tofauti na ilivyokuwa. Tunangojea na tunaendelea kufuatilia, na nambari ambazo tunapata ni kwa wanahabari ambao wako kule Addis na walio karibu na wale ambao wanapiga kura na kuwaelezea. Studioni pia yupo Profesa Macharia Munene ambaye tumekuwa naye kuanzia asubuhi. Asante sana kufika studioni.
Shukran.
Na unafika wakati ambapo mambo yanaendelea kukolea na kuonekana kwa muonekano tofauti. Manake labda ni kwa kuwa mimi nina matumaini ama nilikuwa Wakenya
una tumbo joto.
Labda mimi nina tumbo joto. Round ya kwanza labda nielezee wa Kenya. Round ya kwanza ilikuwa Djibouti 18, Kenya 20, Madagascar 10 na abstention ilikuwa 1 wakati huo. Round ya pili ilikuwa Odinga ambayo ni Kenya 22, Djibouti 19, Madagascar 7. Round ya tatu Djibouti 23, Kenya 20, Madagascar 5, mmoja akakosa kupiga kura. Sasa hapa kwa round ya 4 ndo mambo yanapanda. Sisemi yanachemka. Djibouti naona wana 25, Kenya 21, moja imeharibika kura na 2 wamekosa kupiga kura. Na ndivyo mambo yanavyosonga. Profesa, karibu sana. Nitaanza kwa kuuliza, ukiona jinsi ambavyo hizo nambari zinasonga na jinsi kura zinapigwa, kuna matumaini?
Matumaini yako.
Asante.
Sijui niko nani.
Matumaini ni hapa nchini. Wajua sisi tunazungumzia kuhusu
vile kunaenda, kunaonekana watu waanze kulia. Kwa sababu
umesema nitoe red carpet jamani.
Ndio hiyo, na tafuta kitambaa majozi. Inaonekana kama vile umeeleza hivyo, ilianzia Djibouti ikiwa namba 2 ikaenda sasa iko mbele. Madagascar imelemea mahali.
Wametolewa.
Kuna ripoti they have been eliminated.
Yes. Hiyo
ni sawa.
They have been eliminated.
Wamebakia hao. Ikiendelea hivyo kutaonekana hakutakuwa na mshindi.
Sababu unaweza
kuwa na 2/3. Na sasa kama Djibouti iko na 25 na Kenya iko na 21 au 22, ukijumlisha hizo zinakuja gani? 47. Na imekuwa moja ni sport au ni 2 sport. Kwa hizo kura zote ziko zikiendelea hivyo hakuna mtu atakuwa mshindi.
Okay.
Sasa ndio kunasemekana baadaye labda waahirisha, waende wakafikiria ni watafanya nini, warudi baada ya miezi fulani. Waone kama watakuwa wameamua vizuri. Kama mtu wa Djibouti akiendelea kushikilia hapo 25 au labda 26 au 7, na Raila aendelee kushikilia hapo 20, hakuna mtu atakupata kura ngapi? 33 hakuna. Na ikiwa hakuna, basi hapo ni kuahirisha.
Na Profesa, sijui kama walibadilisha sheria kwa sababu niliona Foreign Affairs Minister Mjadala alisema angeomba tusiwe na hang election. Kwa sababu ingeonyesha kama AU iko weak, wangekuwa firm wapate kiongozi. Na last election ya Amina Mohamed, vile Musa Faki na Amina Mohamed walikuwa na shindana kama 25-27 mpaka around 6, walimtoa Amina Mohamed ili wote wampigie mtu mmoja kura, ndio sasa Musa Faki akapata. Kwa hivyo kama hawadabadilisha, wanaweza wakaenda kwa hiyo nafasi ya kumtoa namba 2 ili namba 1 apigiwe kivyake, kumaanisha anashindana na yeye mwenyewe,
ndio tusiwe na miezi mingine ya kusubiri.
Wanaweza kufanya hivyo kwa sababu ajua ukiharisha hii mambo haezi kaa. Ndio maana Musala
kwa raundi ya 5 niruhusu niwajuze nyinyi pia na wale ambao wanatazama, na ni kwamba Djibouti ni 26, Kenya 21, moja hakuna yenye imeharibika, ila 2 hawajapiga kura, wameamua ku abstain.
Sema hao 2 wakipiga wapigie Djibouti, itakuwa ni Djibouti. Ikiwa ni Djibouti itakuwa 28. Haitoshi. Ikiwa wakipigia Raila itakuwa ni 23.
23 ya.
Hazitoshi.
Sasa, ikiwa watafanya vile mwalimu anasema, ati waambie mtu mmoja, wewe Djibouti ondoka, wewe Kenya ondoka. Kunawezekana wanaweza jaribu hiyo. Lakini kunawezekana kuna marais wengine hawataki kusikia mambo. Watasimama na mtu yao, yule mtu ambao wanaamini ndiye pekee, basi wataendelea nini?
Wajua wataweza kuharisha only wakitoa candidate wa pili na bado ule jamaa hajapata thuluthi mbili, naita thuluthi mbili. Thuluthi mbili, 2/3. Kama wameenda kwa hiyo round wakishatoa namba 2 na bado huyo jamaa hajapata 33 votes, ndio wanaweza kusema turudi siku nyingine, kwa sababu haiwezekani. That time SADC wali walk out, hawakupiga kura kwa sababu walisema vile profesa amesema. Waliona ya kuwa wao hawako na njia ya kwenda kwa mtu mwingine, wao walikuwa na candidate yao, na kwa hivyo hawezi badilisha mawazo.
Inategemea vile wanaamini. Ikiwa unaamini mtu fulani ni mchovu, hata apako mafuta namna gani,
ina maana kwamba zile economic blocks ulizokuwa unazungumzia ndizo zina play kwa wakati huu, wakati ambapo wanapiga kura. Maana ukiangalia kura za Raila kuanzia mwanzo zinashuka tu na kura 1, zinashuka ama zinasalia constant, ila hali za yule mwingine zinaongezeka na kura 1.
Kumaanisha SADC vile walikuwa na Richardson wamerudi Djibouti. Kwa sababu kama walikuwa kura 7 za Richardson, zingekoja Raila angekuwa na 28 by now. Kumaanisha SADC vile walisema wamebaki pale pale.
Indeed, and when you look at even the geopolitics and all, let me poke you, Professor Macharia. When you look at the geopolitics and you're talking about the exuberance, and we've always had similar scenarios. Talk about the egg on the face and how perhaps to move on from that, in such situations. Is it something that we should, as a country, start looking at and saying, in future, tusicheze mbele ya ngoma?
Itakuwa ni ushauri mwema ikiwa utafatwa. Lakini vile Wakenya walivyo, hautafatwa. Maana ni tuseme iko kwa DNA zetu. Kisikia jambo fulani mahali fulani, unataka kuingia hapo ndani na uonekane kucheza vizuri na watu waelewe unacheza, unapenda. Kwa hivyo hiyo itasaidia sana. Na hasa ikitegemea candidate ni nani. Jambo moja ambalo linaonekana hapa ni kwa sababu candidate ni Raila. Na Raila ana umaarufu wake pekee ambao hauna watu wengi. Na Raila akiingia mahali vizuri au vibaya ameingia. Na lazima atavutia watu fulani. Na watu wengine hata hawataki kuulizwa maswali, hawataki kufikiria nini, wanasema tu ni Raila. Mambo kuisha. Na hiyo itakuwa ni vigumu sana kwa kubadilisha. Labda kama kungekuwa candidate mwingine hivi kama mwalimu hapa.
Ningechukua by now.
Na nikawa asubuhi nilikuuliza swali la kuaminiana.
Ndio.
Na ukiangalia kwa Afrika, Kenya sio kwa uchaguzi huu, imekuwa na swala la kutoaminika zaidi katika mataifa ya bara Afrika. Kuanzia hapa Afrika Mashariki hadi mahali tulipo kwa wakati huu. Ni kipi ambacho huchangia mambo kama haya? Maanake hata ukiangalia ni kweli Raila, hawa marais wote huenda wanajuana, wana urafiki, lakini kuna kitu ambacho kinakaa kama Afrika.
Unajua viongozi saa zingine hufanya mambo kabla hawajafikiria. alafu baadaye ndio wanauliza nini kimetukia. Tuseme kama hivi majuzi, kabla ile barua tunasikia ilitokea ya SADC, hatukuwa tunajua kuna barua kama hiyo, lakini kuna wengine wanasema ilikuwako. Hii shida ya Kongo wakati iliongezeka na kila mtu anauliza nini mfanyika, na askari fulani wakakufa huko kutoka nchi tofauti ambao ni shida. Maneno ambayo ilitokea kutoka Kenya hayakuwa ya kuridhisha. Rais sijui nani alimshauri, alifanya makosa badala ya kuwapigia marais wenzake ambao watu wao wamekufa, kama ni South Africa walipoteza askari wangapi, na hata Tanzania walipoteza lakini badala ya kuita marais wako kuambia pole na tuangalia vile tunaweza tatua hii shida, ile kosa alifanya kubwa si kuita mkutano, ni kutangaza hadharani ati ameongea na Mfaransa
Emmanuel Macron.
Rafiki yake anasema nimeita rafiki yangu Macron. Juu ya nini? Mzozo wa Kongo. Sasa watu wanauliza ala,
niruhusu nikukate kwa dakika moja. Raundi ya 6, Djibouti 26, Kenya 22. Moja haijaribika, hauna yeyote imeharibika, ila kuna moja ameamua kutopiga kura. Tuendelee kwa hilo uliokuwa unaelezea.
Sasa ndivyo nasema yale matamshi yake labda alishauriwa vibaya na kafikiria nasema vizuri. Kule kusema ati ameongea na Mfaransa juu ya mzozo ambao uko Afrika uliudhisha watu wengine. Kasema sasa imani yako iko pande gani? Na tunajua katika bara Afrika kuna mahali ambapo jina la Mfaransa halitakikani kusikika. Na wewe unatangaza waziwazi ati uliongea na Macron mambo ya Afrika. Namna gani wewe? Sasa labda hapo tulipoteza kitu
na nikichangia kidogo kuna kile tunaita national image. National image, kila nchi iko na national image. Nikisema Nigeria, ni nini nakuja kwa kichwa yako? Some a bit of arrogance, some exuberant, but also generosity. Ukisikia Kenya unasikia aggressiveness. Ukisikia Tanzania unaona watu wapole, sivyo? Watu watifu, sivyo? Ukisikia watu wa Rwanda unasikia wale ambao wako polite lakini wanajua kile wanataka. Sasa kila nchi iko nayo, hata Americans wako na image, UK iko na image. Kwa hivyo image ya Kenya sio shida sana. Lakini kile watu wanaangalia sana ni national policy. Kwa hivyo our national policy ilikuwa mbaya. Kwa sababu gani Kizza Besigye alishikwa hapa Kenya akapelekwa Uganda? Je, kama we ni rais wa Chad itakupendekeza utapendekezwa na mambo kama hayo? Ndio maana hatukuwa tumejua tuko kwa nyumba ya glass tusirushe mawe. Tulikuwa kwa wakati ambao tunatakikana ili tuwe na tupate support kwa nchi zingine. Na profesa, tukiangalia kile tunaita value for money, hiyo kampeni yote tumefanya.
Naomba kusema hili manake naona mmoja wa wale ambao communicators wa AU anafahamika kama Patience Nyangi anasema Djibouti has won. Raila ameamua kujiondoa raundi ya 7.
Please. So Djibouti has won. Raila dropped round 7 to get the required threshold. It's communication that we're receiving, updates that we are receiving regarding the updates coming in from Addis Ababa is that Raila Odinga has dropped and Djibouti has taken the lead.
So, Professor, that was I was telling you, that when they realize that you are not making any marginal increment, mpaka ifike hiyo round, sheria inaonyesha ya kuwa ameuliza kama atajiondoa kwa sababu hakuna nafasi ya kwa watu watabadilisha mambo yao. Ndio maana mimi sitaki kuongea, ni kama nimekerwa.
Uzuri ni kwamba tumekuja hapa kuyajadili haya ni kwa ajili ya matumaini ya Mkenya ambaye anatutizama siku hii ya leo. Ninajua sisi wote ni Wakenya na huenda likatuumiza. Maana sisi ni Wakenya na Wakenya wote walikuwa na matumaini. Ila ukweli ndio huo kwamba baada ya raundi 6, raundi ya 7, Raila Odinga ambaye ni mwaniaji wa nafasi hiyo kutoka humu nchini Kenya ameamua kujiondoa, na tulikuwa tunayaangazia yale ambayo yalichangia kufika mahali tulipo siku hii ya leo, na la mno ni kwamba Kenya kutoaminika kwake na masuala ambayo yana surround sisi kutoaminika katika bara hili la Afrika.
Ndio unajua nchi zingine kukosa imani na Kenya imechangia pakubwa. Kuna wakati miezi fulani ambayo imepita kulikuwa kunaonekana kama Raila ako na hii kiti
Yes.
Yalizunguka huko Afrika Kusini na akapigwa picha na Ramaphosa na wenzao, na akaenda Angola na akasema sote tuko pamoja na Raila Sasa ndio nauliza nini ilifanyika kati ya wakati huo na wakati huu. Kuna mambo ambayo yalifanyika ikawa waudhi viongozi fulani, na moja yapo ni ile kukosa imani na nchi ya Kenya. Na tuseme ubaya zaidi ni kukosa imani na rais mwenzao. Rais Ruto, hawana imani na Ruto, na kama hawana imani na Ruto watapigia mtu wa Ruto kura namna gani? Sasa wale watu walikuwa wameamua wanamtaka Raila, wameendelea kumshikilia watu marais 20, si ndio hao 21
21 hao.
Hao wengine hawataka kusikia mambo yake, na ndipo wanajikakamua, nasema mtu wa Djibouti ni yeye, na ndipo inaonekana angali anaendelea kuongezeka kwa maarufu kidogo kidogo. Na tuseme Raila amefanya jambo nzuri na kujiondoa kwa hiari yake,
kutokusubiri kuhujumiwa pale mwisho.
Ndio na kufanya hivyo ni vizuri, tumalize hii maneno. Lakini sasa basi lazima waende kwa ile utaratibu, wapige kura tena hata kama hakuna mpinzani. Ili wafikie kile kiwango. Wakifikia hicho kiwango, na nafikiria watafikia, hata wale watu walikuwa naunga Raila mkono watasema kama ni hivyo tumshike huyu mtu, hata yasi mbaya sana na tunamfahamu. Unajua kuna tofauti ya Raila na huyu mtu wa Djibouti amekuwa waziri wa mambo ya nje kwa muda mrefu wa Djibouti. Na hivyo ni kusema hakuna rais au waziri mkuu katika bara Afrika ambaye hawajahusiana kirasmi. Wakati anaenda mahali wana rais, waziri wa mambo ya nje, counterpart yake ni huyu, wanaongea, wanakutana, wanamfahamu huyu vizuri. Na hiyo ilikuwa ni njia moja ya kuvutia. Tukiongezea mambo ingine, hata kwa kule kuweza kuwasiliana. Huyu mtu wa Djibouti anaongea Kiarabu, anaongea Kifaransa, anaongea Kiingereza, hata Kiswahili kidogo anafahamu. Kwa hivyo,
na ndio maana asubuhi nikakuuliza kuhusiana na lugha, umuhimu wake wakati ambapo tunakwenda katika uchaguzi huu. Ukanielezea kwamba imani kubwa ni ya mtu ambaye mnaweza kuzungumza kwa lugha moja. Hiyo
ni kubwa sana. Huyu ninamwamini huyu. Ana sura nzuri ya kuaminika. Huyu mwingine ana tashwishi. Simuelewi, sijui nini. Na historia yenyewe ukaniuliza juu ya historia yako, kama iko na shaka lazima ije. Na ndipo nafikiri nikasema kuna watu hata ukifanya nini wanajua Raila ni mtu mzuri sana.
Ukweli?
Kuna wengine wanasema huyu mtu mbaya sana.
Na ndio hivyo.
Na hawatabadilisha nia yao kwa sababu umemwambia ni kitu kingine. Labda haya ndio saa yameanza kujitokeza. Mambo ya lugha, kusemekana huyu anaeleweka na kila mtu. Na historia ya mtu hapo mbeleni. Huyu mtu wa Djibouti hana historia ya ubaya. yeye mwenyewe
hajajulikana historia yake, na hata wengi hawajaijua kabisa.
Hawajaijua na hawataijua.
Labda tuwajuze wananchi kuanzia mwanzo, kura hizi za kutafuta nafasi ya mwenyekiti wa tume ya muungano wa Afrika AU kwa lugha ya kizungu ni AUC, ni kwamba kuanzia kura hii zilianza kupigwa mwendo wa saa 10:30 na kura zenyewe zikaanza kwa Raila Odinga akiwa anaongoza kura ya kwanza ambayo ilipigwa Raila Odinga ndo mambo
20 votes. There was Djibouti's 18 and Richard Mandrato 10. Abstinence was 1.
Tukaenda round 2
tukaingia Odinga was still leading at 22, Djibouti at 19 and Madagascar 7.
Tukafika round 3, Djibouti ikaongoza kwa 23, Kenya ambapo ni Raila Odinga kwa 20, Madagascar 5 na mmoja akaamua sitapiga kura. Round 4 tukafika, Djibouti ikaingia 25, Kenya 21, Raila Odinga mmoja akaamua kuharibu kura yake na wawili wakakosa kupiga kura. Tukafika round ya 5, Djibouti ikaongoza kwa kura 26, Kenya 21 na wawili wakakosa kupiga kura. Raundi ya 6 na ambayo ndo Raila Odinga amejiondoa kwake baada ya hii ni kwamba Djibouti ilikuwa na kura 26, Kenya 22 na mmoja akakosa kupiga kura. Na raundi ya 7 Raila Odinga akajiondoa katika kinyang'anyiro hicho, akimpa nafasi yule mwaniaji wa Djibouti Yusufu kuwa mshindi wa kinyang'anyiro hiki.
And Mohamed Yusuf is proceeding to the next round to secure 2/3 majority, and we have just been informed that it is official. The Djibouti candidate has won the vote to the 2/3 majority of the required threshold. Once again, Djibouti's candidate Mohamed Ali Yusuf is the new AUC chairperson to be able to take over from Musa Faki from Chad, and it was the round of East Africa to produce its candidate. Those are just updates received right here on TV47.
Kulingana na wale ambao wapo katika taifa hilo la Djibouti, wanahabari wetu, ni kwamba Djibouti imepata kura 33 kama inavyohitajika baada ya kura ya 7 ambayo Raila Odinga hakuwa ndani yake, na ndio hivyo kama ulivyosema, ndo mwenyekiti rasmi wa muungano wa tume ya Afrika AU. Ndio hivyo. Baadhi ya yale ambayo niliuliza na nitaendelea kuuliza ni kwamba ni nini ambacho, manake haya ni maswali wa Kenya watataka kujua. Profesa, ni nini ambacho kimetukost sisi kama wa Kenya?
Applause is coming from the main hall, from our reporters saying that Yusuf is the new chairman of the AU Commission, and they seem to be clapping and applauding for him inside the Nelson Mandela Hall.
What has costed us?
So I told you, nilikwambia kura ya kutopenda inakuanga na nguvu na kura ya mapenzi. Nilikueleza here, ukienda kwa tuseme sherehe yoyote, ukienda kwa sherehe ya harusi kuna kwanga na watu wachache, lakini sherehe ya kifo kuna kwanga na watu wengi. Pia wa Kenya tulipiga kura 2013 to save the Ocampo 6. Watu walienda na kupiga kura na fujo sana, sivyo? Ukiangalia turnout ya 2013 ilikuwa juu kuliko 2017, na pia ilikuwa juu kuliko 2022. Ilikuwa tunapiga kura ili mtoto wetu asipelekwe Hague. Hatukupiga kura kwa sababu nataka kuwa rais, tupate rais sijui nini. Ndiposa nimekuambia watu wengine walikuwa na vile profesa amesema, kule wengine walisema sisi hatumpendi, hata useme nini, ufanye nini, ushike mkono wa nani, uende nchi gani, sisi hatukutaki. Alafu wa Kenya pia sasa zingine tunaonanga kama sisi tuko very aggressive na bit of some arrogance. Sasa hiyo character sio mbaya. Hata sisi tunajua kuna kabila fulani ukienda mahali wako na tabia hizo, sio mbaya, lakini nimeona in terms of policy, Kenyan policy inaonekana kama inaangalia the West kuliko kuangalia Afrika. Ukisikia zile trips zimefanywa na Rais William Ruto, ameenda nje ya Afrika more times than vile ameenda within Africa. Sasa tunamuuliza wewe unapenda nani? Kama uko na girlfriends wawili, mwingine anaishi Nairobi, mwingine anaishi Mombasa. Wewe unaenda Nairobi kuliko Mombasa. Wa Mombasa anajua mapenzi yako iko wapi, roho iko wapi. Jana ilikuwa Valentine Day. Penye ulilala jana ndio muhimu kuliko penye utalala.
Unasema mahali mtu alilala jana ndipo roho iko.
Ndio, hapo ndio roho iko. Kwa hivyo sisi tunalala nje ya Afrika. Unasikia Germany, sijui unasikia nimeenda Amerika. Amerika ameenda mara ngapi? Na je, ameenda South Africa mara ngapi? Ameenda Amerika mara nyingi kuliko venye ameenda. Nilikwambia shida ya Raila Odinga sio yeye mwenyewe. Kwa sababu Raila ni mtu ambaye ni rahisi kumpenda. Lakini mwenye alikuwa anaonekana kama ni project ya President William Ruto, hiyo ndio imemharibia tena zaidi. Alafu president anajifanya kama yeye ni kinara wa Afrika bila kupewa hicho kiti. Mbona hakuwa elected leo kama AUC chair? Ndio maana nakwambia shida yetu imekuwa vile tumeifanya hii diplomasia. Ya mwisho nilikwambia canvassing for regional block votes ni muhimu kuliko kwenda kwa individual member states. Kwa sababu umeona hii imekuwa tu block. Hata hapa Kenya
ni mambo mliotafuta nafasi kumuelezea Raila Odinga ama hamkufika.
Hata nakwambia kuna video nimesema.
Unaweza mfikia kwanza.
Nilikwambia hapa, nilisema hayo mambo nikaambiwa kama ulijaribu kutafuta ubunge ya Ugenya ukashindwa. Yeye unajua vile mambo inafanyika AUC. Niposa nikamwambia mimi niko na marafiki, sisi ni watu ambao tumesoma nje, wengine wanakuwa Minister of Foreign Affairs ya nchi fulani tulisoma na yeye. Ameniambia, nilimwonyesha professor message hapa, niambia hii mambo ndio imekuletea shida hapo Kenya. Na waliniambia Wednesday. Nikajaribu kueleza hii mambo ni economic blocks. Ndio maana makosa ishafanyika. Nilikwambia vita huanga inashindwa ama unashindwa ama unashinda kabla haijaanza. You win a war before the war begins. Sahi ukienda kwa vita bila wanajeshi ama unaenda na wanajeshi ambao hawajui kushika bunduki, ushashinda hicho vita kabla haijaanza. Na Djibouti alijua anashinda na uliona alisema hata shindwa. Watu walisema hapa amepewa bilioni 6, alisema hajapewa. Sivyo? Hizo zote zilikuwa propaganda rumor. Walisema sijui amewithdraw candidature na yeye ndiye ameshinda. Kumaanisha Djibouti hata kama ni nchi ndogo kama Kiambu County walikuwa na mikakati mzuri kuliko sisi. Sisi tulikuwa na ego. Wajua hii ego hubris tuko nayo, inafaa tuiwache. Rais William Ruto nilisikia kama James Orengo anasema Siaya ati hakuna kitu William Ruto ashaweka mkono yake akashindwa kutimiza. Nilimwambia bwana Shah ameshindwa, Adani alishindwa, finance bill alishindwa, university funding alishindwa. Nilimwambia vitu ameshindwa. Nilimwambia kama atashindwa kwa hii inamaanisha sasa imeshindwa kabisa. Ndio maana nakwambia ndugu yangu na dada yangu ya kuwa tuwe watu wa pole. Profesa amesema, sivyo? Tuwe watu wa pole, tusiweke kama pesa ndio ilikuwa muhimu sana. Tuliona kama kupanda ndege. Wajua William Ruto alipatia Raila jet ya kutembea, sivyo? Muhammad hakuwa nao. Sisi tu wa Kenya sasa tunauliza, what is the value for money? AUC imetukabidhi pesa ngapi kama nchi mzima? Hiyo pesa tungeweka wapi? Sasa mimi kile swali nauliza, mbona uliweka Raila kwa hii mambo ukijua kama we mwenyewe ndio utafanya asishinde? Na mbona haukufanya vile ingefanyika? Ungekuwa mkora, ungekaa nyuma na uache Raila asonge mbele na uzuri yake ionekane vile wewe kukua karibu na yeye. Vile aliland Ethiopia, Sudan ilikuwa remarkable landing in Addis Ababa. Ilisambazwa kwa mitandao yote. All African nations knew President William Ruto has landed to pick the AUC chair. Sasa je, ndege inarudi na nini?
Sasa hapa ndo ninamuuliza Profesa Macharia Monene, wakati tulikuwa kule Addis na muonekano wetu, manake ni swali ninasisitiza kwamba jana lunch yenyewe ilikuwa ya zaidi ya watu 100 wametoka huko Kenya, ndani viongozi wengine mpaka wanazuiliwa wanake hawajakuwa cleared. Huenda hili ni jambo ambalo wale waliopiga kura wamepiga kura kutuonyesha nyinyi ni wababe na sisi tuna deal na nyinyi.
Yeah, Prof, optics is if you would call them in English.
Yeah, the optics. Yeah. It is true that the image was not the best. And when contrasted with the Djibouti candidate who showed up with his wife and the president.
Yeah.
That's all. And our candidate had a delegation of more than 100 people, governors and politicians, and whoever feels that he is himself or herself. They were there and they were dancing and everything before the celebrating before the show, which, but it's not the first time that has happened. You know. I think in 2022 there were people who were celebrating before the announcement of the election.
Imeenda.
Yeah, so this one, the Brother Gasho, Kenyans are very good at it. Chest thumping. And as for the president, William Ruto, I think he genuinely believed that he could deliver. Yeah? And since he, as Orengo would say, he is used to winning the way he thinks he's winning, then there was even the idea, at one time I heard, and I'm sure Fred, you heard about it, that it's possible to persuade the Djibouti guy to step aside and just make him comfortable. And then he would, you know, there was that kind of talk, which is very devastating to people who are self-respecting. Whom do you think we are? That kind of thing. The bulldozing, because President Ruto is a bulldozer.
Yes.
He pushes his things. Even when they are wrong, he still pushes. And he sometimes gets away with it. Now, the amount of money spent in this campaign is in billions.
Yeah. Tens of billions.
Now, the question is, if you spend so much money in billions and not enough to persuade people that you are making sense by your own utterances or actions, and I think both utterances and actions really undermine Raila. And I don't think Ruto meant to undermine Raila. It's just that his actions were counterproductive to the mission, and could be. This image that Kenya has acquired, especially under President Ruto, of being a nyapara for the West. And what does Biden want? Poor Biden is out of the office. But what does he want? Ruto is there to do it. What does he want? You know, that kind of image was not the best. And we have had instances when President Ruto was too quick to pronounce himself before getting all the facts.
Yeah. And then if I just add something, George, if you allow me.
Yes, please.
I said this thing in the morning to some people, that not all the governors and senators, actually majority of the governors and senators and legislators in Addis Ababa who went there to support Baba, they are not genuine.
Yes.
I got information from intelligence of people in the foreign affairs from another country that they were hoping that Baba doesn't win this election so that Baba can come home to make them get re-elected.
Oh, really?
So genuinely, don't always be happy with all those around you. I remember when I was a young boy, one of my uncles allegedly stole our cows. So after the cows were stolen, when we woke up, he was the one leading the searching for the cows. And when the cows went east, he took us west. So we went west for around 10 kilometers, just to discover there's no footpath for the cows. So I said, I think for sure we are not in the direction where the cows, because when the cows left the cow shed, you will see the path the cows followed. So if the person who do not want you to win is leading your search for that seat, you don't get it. I also have another theory, and I've been saying this theory maybe is not bought, so you can take it as an opinion. I think William Ruto, I disagree with the professor, genuinely wanted Raila Odinga to win the AUC chair. For reasons that William Ruto wants to balkanize some community and say, this community did not want Raila Odinga to win, and now they have succeeded. This is politics of division. Because William Ruto is a smarter politician than an economist. You cannot beat this man in politics. So all this was his project, and I'm sure he has delivered the project the way he wanted. Because they have been making noise that Mount Kenya do not want Raila Odinga to win. And I want to urge Mount Kenya, do not celebrate his loss. Come out and console with Baba. And I want to tell anybody who want to celebrate, please, this is not something worth celebrating. This is a national image that has come out so badly for us. We should go back and rethink it and come back, even kneel before God and ask God for forgiveness, that there must be something we did wrong. Nobody should celebrate anybody's failure. Raila has never celebrated Kenyans' failure. He always come back, even if people insult him, again to coalesce. So I'm asking all Kenyans that this moment should be a moment of unity.
It's a reality that Raila Odinga has lost, and that is a reality of where we are today. What options does he have politically, and how is it going to affect us here locally, and especially our local politics?
As far as I'm concerned, I want to give it to Raila. Raila has always reached a place where people say he has reached the wall. Then Raila comes up with a strategy. To the much I know him, if you would lock this room fully with all the walls, and Raila only has a spoon, he will start looking for how this spoon can start getting him out of this place. He won't wait for something like a grenade. So I cannot advise this gentleman. He's an old, experienced, wise man. But the options are he has for following. One, come back to Kenya, continue being in government William Ruto, and then try to give him re-election. The other option is that maybe even the best question you could have asked, Kenyans also feel that Raila has some unfinished business with them. So for the Kenyans who feel Raila has unfinished business with them, this is the moment they are going to say, when Baba comes back, call his troops to quit the government. But how easy is it? Do you think John Mbadi will leave Treasury to start running on the street with the tear gas and stones? Do you think John Mbadi will be on the street leaving power where they're enjoying now their flying choppers? Do you think Joho will start insulting Ruto and praising Raila? Do you think Oparanya will leave his very lucrative position and join Baba in tear gas, in press conferences and mandamano? So the problem that Raila Odinga is facing is that some of the best of his team had gone to Kenya Kwanza. How can he coalesce them back and bring them to Azimio? Then Raila Odinga had said he is no longer the leader of Azimio, isn't it? Now, even Kalonzo quit Azimio. Martha Karua quit Azimio. What is Azimio, even if they have majority in parliament? Of course, Moses Wetangula did a ruling. So a lot of things were happening at the same time. As they are seeking AUC, ruling was taking place in parliament. Some of Raila people have been singing Ruto all through and through. They've been saying how Ruto will take Raila to AU. How do they talk now? I'm sure this is a moment of reckoning. But local politics in Kenya changed the day Raila said, I am going to AUC. That moment changed. Remember, Raila Odinga defines the politics of this country.
Yes.
If Raila wants this country to go left, the politics will go towards left, you like it or not. So I can still tell you that Raila Odinga that you are saying has lost AUC has not lost AUC. Raila is going to come back again to define the political direction of this country, whichever way you like it. He can define it by getting a young person like me and help him champion to become a president to change Kenya, or he can pick another old man like him and help them to keep the status quo. So the thing is that does Raila Odinga want to change, or he wants to keep the status quo? And I can tell you, he will pick one of them. Those are the options that are there. And lastly, what is going to impact the relationship between Luo Nyanza and the Kenyan government, given the fact that they were banking on Raila Odinga going to AU as a reward from William Ruto, and the seats they have in the government so that they support him. So there will be a lot of political realignment. And I tell you, even there's going to be a cabinet reshuffle. I can predict there's going to be a cabinet reshuffle because you cannot keep this cabinet after Raila has lost the AUC. Raila might demand some more seats. The parliament will change. The PSS will be adjusted, at least to make him happy. So
that is
what is the price that William Ruto has to pay to keep Raila happy? Because unhappy Raila is a disabled William Ruto. A happy Raila is a very... Now, William Ruto will not even have the legitimacy to go and address Luos in Kondele. If he goes to Kondele today, how will Kondele look like? But of course, he can now use this to go to Mombasa. Mombasa might also say that they are also dissatisfied. So now Shah has failed, Shif has failed, Adani has failed, AU has failed. What is the next failure? So Kenyans are waiting. What is the next project that will fail? Also, we are asking that question. And I can tell you, for us, the most important question is, AUC has been in the Kenyan debate for the last 1.5 years, isn't it? Now what will take space in the media after that is what is the cost we have paid by spending too much time in AU, which now we have lost. And lastly, Raila Odinga is at his sunset days, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Which legacy does he want to leave for Kenya? For me, this is the best question Raila Odinga has to answer. I can't answer for him. He's like a father to us, isn't it? So it's very unlikely that a son goes to answer questions on behalf of a father. Some question let your father answer. And for you, just smile and clap.
I think there are people who are unhappy that Raila lost. And they are genuinely unhappy because they expected a lot out of his victory. One, there are those who wanted Raila out of the local scene so that they can shine. See, Raila is like an albatross in the local politics. There are people, when they raise their heads, they see the Raila body there, they go back. With Raila in Addis Ababa, so it was assumed, they have opportunity to sprout and show what kind of metal they are made of. Those are very unhappy people, particularly in Fred's village.
Even me myself, I mean.
Yeah. So there are those, and they are genuine. They really wanted him to win so that he can get out of the way. And not just in Luo Nyanza, but also other places. I think Kalonzo is a bit disappointed there. Because the assumption was that with Raila out of the picture, he is the presumed leader, candidate for the 2027. And he has also been acting that way. Yeah? I think Ruto is also disappointed because with Raila in Addis, he will not be creating a lot of problems for him domestically. And as Fred has just said, now that he has nothing to do, he might be creating more problems than he should be. So it would have been better for the guy to be given some accommodation in Addis Ababa and stay there and with a few of his cronies around who carry his baggage and write his speeches, that sort of thing. So those people are genuinely disappointed. Who is it that would be happy? Not very many people, because I think most of us were just looking at it and said, what is this? You asked me in the morning, what benefit is it to Kenya? There is none.
From where you're seated, how are politics likely to pan out in this country?
No, but Raila, as you have said, Addis Ababa is only 2 hours away. So they're not going to leave the scene anyway. Now, is there a possibility of Raila and Ruto continuing to collaborate? Two scenarios. One, if he thinks that actually Ruto is on the way out and he has a chance of becoming president, then he might say, to hell with Ruto, I'm there leading the opposition. And up to now you could see Raila was playing double game. He's in and out at the same time. So he was to be recognized as the leader of the opposition even when he's in the broad-based government. That one is part of him. The other is that he might be able to compromise a little bit on condition he gets something. And that something is get one of his key lieutenants to be the running mate in 2027. Since Ruto has pronounced himself before that he would like the next deputy president running mate to be of the other gender, because he's a man, he should be a woman. And when he said that, a lot of young political women were looking serious that they would like to be considered. And among those who might be considered is Gladys Wanga, as fulfill that promise of the gender and make Raila happy. That's an area that you can see them collaborating and continuing. The other being Raila has pronounced himself, he's been said to pronounce himself, that he would rather have Ruto any time than imagine that Gachagua can be president. You know, so that Gachagua has no chance of being president in 2027, but he's going to be a force to reckon with.
in the process.
Yes.
So there are instances where we might see the continuity of the Ruto-Raila alliance for whatever reason. If the alliance breaks, and his people have said they are going to field a candidate in 2027, ODM has said that, there is no other candidate other than Raila. If they do that, so you have the...
In short, you're saying Raila is back in politics?
No, he's never left. He never left.
He's never left.
All right.
Even when you looked as if he was getting AU. He said it's only 2 hours here. And even before they went to voting, his people were saying we will field a candidate.
Does it mean Raila was not so sure of this seat, and that's why, and his people were not so sure whether President William Ruto was going to deliver the seat, and that is the reason they still insist to date we are in opposition, we've not signed any agreement with government?
They were not sure that he would deliver, even if he wanted to. For one, it was not his to deliver. These 49 men and women called president or prime minister, those are the ones. And what counted most, what was Ruto's relationship with these 49 men and women? If they don't trust him, they don't. It doesn't matter how much flowers and all those things. They don't. If they think he's a stooge, a nyapara, and they don't want to be associated with that, then they say no. But he still had, let's say, about 20 heads of states and government who appear to have believed in him. And that's why Raila was getting 20 votes.
22, 21.
Yeah, you know, there is that number. Exactly where it is. It's hard.
That's a good number.
It's a good number, but not enough.
So I think what I would say about the issue is that we packaged Ruto in Kenya as a liar. We packaged him until even the bishop said, the Catholic bishop said, stop lying.
Do you remember Gen Z at some point they had to send their messages overwhelmingly to the Netherlands, and as well as during the debate, actually they were the majority typing about our country. Do you think that this has contributed?
Yes, of course. I told you that even the Gen Z voice in the US made Trump the president. And no one can ignore this vote. That I've been telling people, that 2027 there's a constituency that even if you say that Ruto can come with Raila and win the presidency, the largest constituency with 18 million votes, people don't have it, and that's the Gen Z. And we are going to come out and send our voice very clearly. Our voice will be very clear. And we are saying we are going to elect one of us, not one of them. One of them are those political cousins, the way Lee Njuri described them. Because for them, they just swap faces. That's why I don't even believe on bringing a gender. Even if you give Ruto to be deputized by a woman, will Ruto change? No way. It is an exercise in futility. Because what Kenyans want, Ruto knows. He has not done, he is not doing, he has refused to do, he has no team to do it, he has no competence to do it, he has no interest to do it, he will never do it. So we are looking for one of us. I'm telling you, the 18 million voting bloc will elect one of us, not one of them. So this discussion is going. Secondly, I wanted to give you some kind of analogy to make you understand this situation. When I was a PhD student in Spain, in Barcelona, there was a Kenyan lady who met a Nigerian man who claimed, the Nigerian man claimed that he was doing wash money in Nigeria. So he had so much dollars sitting somewhere in a hole. So he was telling this Kenyan lady, please stay with me for some time until things cool down, I'll go get the money. Then the Kenyan woman, to look attractive to this man, told him that I have a Spanish passport. So if you marry me, you'll become a Spanish citizen, then you can get European Union passport. So now, they were living together for 6 months, one person hoping I'll get a European passport, the other person hoping to get so much dollars. The woman got pregnant. After 6 months, they discovered that this lady did not have a Spanish passport. She was an illegal immigrant. And this gentleman never had these dollars anyway. So William Ruto and Raila Odinga came together. William Ruto promised Raila, I can give you a AUC chair. But he knew he is incapable of doing it. Then Raila told him, I can give you the low vote. And Ruto has believed that. all of these people are going to end in tears. Luos cannot vote because you don't even need a tribal alliance with the Luos, not even with the Kamba nation. So long as Ruto remains the common denominator, the way in AUC election, Ruto remained the common denominator that has become the Trojan horse to kick Raila out of that race. That's why Raila has withdrawn his candidature, knowing very well that the biggest mountain he was climbing was to disassociate himself with William Ruto. And he did not succeed because William Ruto talks too much. He is always explaining everything. Even what does not explain, he is explaining. So I'm telling you again, that after 2027, the two gentlemen will have received the shame that Raila could not be given AUC chair by William Ruto as promised, and that Raila cannot give William Ruto the Luo nation. Because let me tell you what, when Raila comes to the ground to campaign for William Ruto, everywhere he goes, he will be told, please bring another person. Ukikuja na mtu mwingine, tutaongea. But this man, no. So then the way Ruto has not given Raila AUC, Raila owes him nothing. So Raila will say, just the same way you tried and failed, I've also failed. So both of us have failed, let's go home. So that's what I'm expecting to happen in 2027. Whether Raila comes to join him or not, he will eventually go against him because there's no way you can sell pork in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, Prof, I want us now to look at the whole spectrum. We have had 2 attempts at the AUC seat. In fact, hold on to that. We now want to cross over to Addis Ababa for a moment, where Apollo Kamau is pitching camp. Apollo, good evening. How is the mood like in Addis Ababa? Indeed, Apollo Kamau is in Addis Ababa for us, where the breaking news has just come in of the victory of Djibouti's candidate, that is Mohamed Ali Yusuf, who is the new AUC chairperson. Apollo Kamau is in Addis Ababa for us. Apollo, good evening. We heard there were applauses and, celebrations inside the Mandela Hall, the Nelson Mandela Hall, following the victory of Mohamed Ali Yusuf. How is the mood right now in Addis Ababa? Apollo, if you can hear me.
Well, evening, Maringa, the mood on how you celebrate, on how you mourn this moment depends on which side of the divide you stand. And this evening, especially where I was at the media center, Djibouti journalists were in a celebratory mood. Coming down here, the Djibouti delegation was also celebrating. But to the Kenyan team, broken hearts, very sad moment for them, despite questions on how that 7th round vote ended up being the Kenyan delegation and especially members of parliament are asking, they have questioned, after 7 rounds, how then did the final vote come at exactly 33? Those are the questions. And gathering the views and the feelings here among the Kenya delegation, their blame lies squarely on Francophone countries and especially Islamic countries who they say have tilted that vote. And also the issue of the Southern Africa development countries, that is SADC. And this comes, interestingly, after that letter that was making rounds, instructing SADC countries to vote for Madagascar candidate Richard James. But now the tide has turned to Djibouti's Mohamed Yusuf, winning with exactly 33 votes, the 2/3 required for him to be the next chair of the African Union Commission. For the Kenyan delegation, there was a lot in waiting. There were celebrations which had been planned at the ambassador's residence here in Ethiopia, also at a nearby hotel where the Kenyan delegation is spending the nights there. And also here, we were expecting the Kenyan delegation. Remember, we had about more than 50 MPs around. Some of them were making rounds here. A number of cabinet secretaries were all here. We had the Odinga's campaign secretariat team. Personally, I spoke to Ambassador Elkanah Odembo, who had expressed faith that this was the moment. But critics say here that Kenya downplayed the issue of SADC and also the issue happening at the Democratic Republic of Congo, especially issue to do with Burundi and South Africa. They say it may have played a part as far as the way the numbers have gone on a descending note or have nosedived, and eventually Madagascar withdrew, Odinga withdrew, and the last man standing was Mahamoud Yusuf of Djibouti. There is also a list which is circulating of about 26 countries, which they say are French Islamic countries, and they may have played a part in tilting the final vote. So it's a moment here this evening here in Addis Ababa. Mixed feelings on the Kenyan camp after all the expectations, after all the hard work, after all the lobbying, especially led by President William Ruto, who was the chief campaigner for Kenya's candidate Raila Odinga. It has come to this, and therefore many people here are distraught. There is a sunken feeling among the Kenyan delegation and especially among members of parliament. Now, what we are waiting for at this point in time, we are waiting for a press briefing from Kenya's top diplomat, Musalia Mudavadi, to come and speak to us. We are also expecting President William Ruto to give a statement and Kenya's position on the matter, and also the candidate himself. So, if that happens today, we are waiting. If that happens tomorrow, we shall be here to cover that. But there are a lot of questions being asked. How can this happen? After all that run, after all that crisscrossing the continent, visiting 30 countries, and how can this happen? The president coming here on Wednesday, and Odinga himself, even holding a luncheon, meeting fellow heads of state in the final push, the final pitch in those backroom meetings, and then it comes to this. But it has happened, the final vote in the 7th round, 33 votes. So we are waiting for more updates from the Kenya team. But I can tell you the Djibouti team is in a jubilant mood, starting from the journalists themselves covering this event and also the Djibouti delegation here. And therefore, that's how it has come. But there was, if you listened, like yesterday, we spoke to PS for Foreign Affairs, Dr. Korir Sing'oei. He said what the president was doing was trying to gain reassurance from what has been happening. And then this happens, boom. There were also expectations here this evening that if this vote was to go to the last man standing and then he doesn't get the 2/3 vote, this would have opened up this race again and see new entrants come into the race. We had names being dropped, like that of Tanzania's Jakaya Kikwete, who many were saying in case the 2/3 Mahamoud Yusuf does not get the 2/3, then we might see Kikwete in the race. But now, in the last niche of time, this has happened, and Mahamoud Yusuf of Djibouti takes it here this evening on Saturday 15th in Addis Ababa, Maringa.
Thank you, Apollo Kamau. We will be looking forward to more updates from Addis Ababa, for that update, especially from Kenya's top diplomat, even as we continue to monitor events from Addis Ababa. Professor, and I'll begin with you, Professor Macharia. Earlier on, I wanted to know, with Kenya having had 2 stints at this seat, of course, there are lessons from it. When you look at it, theoretically, pragmatically, and in all angles, what are some of those things that perhaps next time we have such a stint, we have such a chance, we should, be able to do something better? In fact, going by what Professor Kindiki has said, let me just retrieve that tweet. He is the deputy president, of course. He says, best wishes. He said, Kenya, this was not our chance this time. if we get a chance next time, how can we improve our chances and how can we get things better? We've seen what, especially with this government, the diplomatic mishaps, the recognition of some countries, the loud, exuberance, the loud mishaps, those you've connected. You've seen at the BRICS summit, the former CS, Foreign Affairs, the conduct that was there, especially in the Foreign Ministry. What do you make of this and how can we cure our diplomatic presence and how we carry ourselves, how Nairobi places itself on the map?
Need to be a little more careful the way we do things. And the policy makers need to be better informed, better prepared, and tone down on chest thumping and abrasiveness, which does not go very well with some other countries, kind of showing off. But the preparations are something else. We have a regime which does not believe in the past, and therefore does not take time to think through some things. President Ruto is on record of saying, oh, history is useless, we should not do it. And then everything that this was hanging on was on history. So how do people see others? The human relationship. The image that we've been talking about. The image of being a Nyapara for the Mzungu is not a very good one. It's not. So we need to avoid that kind of thing. And need to cultivate that impression that Kenya is probably a bridge to conflicting challenges. I think there was a time when, some time ago, when Kenya used to be known for something they called what? Dynamic compromise in foreign policy.
Actually, Nana lied.
The Nana line is just a sideshow. What it was at the OAU, there will be these two camps fighting. When they would look as if each of them is solid. And then someone will shout somewhere, hey, the Kenyan delegate to give us a compromise, dynamic what?
Yeah.
Compromise,
Yeah.
To be able to bridge the two and be acceptable to both. There was a time when that was the case. So we need to cultivate that again. Say, how do we assure the people who are opposed to us that we are not that bad? Or we do not insult them with our exuberance. So there is, it will take time before Kenya has another chance like this one. It will take some, because it has to go to other regions.
Yes.
And there are about 4 or 5 other regions, and for it to go around. So some of us may not be around at that time, by the time it comes. But there is something to learn from this. I think it is in Ruto's interest and Raila's interest to congratulate the winner and commit to work with the winner properly. And if there were some bad vibrations that came from us, and there were some, we apologize for them and say, extend that hand of friendship and knowing that we made mistakes. There's no need of trying to find excuses. We made mistakes.
Is it time also we work on our foreign policy, as you said from the beginning?
Yeah, it's a mental thing. It's a rethinking thing. It's not a document like we know the ministry produced a document and they say this foreign policy. That's a nice document. But the attitude itself, are we putting our best foot forward? Do we, when we send somebody to Washington, does that person know what he's going to do there? In the first place. Now that we have a new president who has a very interesting way of looking at things. So the impression that has been created is that Kenya does not put its best foot forward either in foreign policy or even domestic policies. And that's why we have so many problems. Because policy makers are not as they should be. the best of us. When you have policy makers who are ignorant, who are incompetent, and who assume they know things they don't know, then the policies that come out will be disaster.
Yeah.
And that's why the Shashi and the investment funding model is a disaster because they were not properly thought out. And the best minds were not used. So this is not the end of things.
Yeah.
The way forward is to reconfigure the whole thing. Whom are you talking to? And stop seeing people as enemies. They are not enemies. They just happen to be Kenyans with critical minds. And if they are Kenyans with critical minds, there's nothing wrong with that. It's very good. Because when the critics point out something is wrong, you rectify it before you jump into a ditch out of the... So there is, I mean, this is a wake-up call. It's a good one. That Ruto and his team need to go back to the drawing board, stop chest thumping, and figure out how best can we get out of this quagmire.
When you see comments, just reactions, before I come to Prof, there is a comment from Peter Kaluma on X. He says, thank you, President William Ruto, you have done your best. Thank you, Baba Raila Odinga, you ran the best campaign and gave it your all. The silver lining is clear, we now know our enemies. His father says, I will petition the withdrawal of East African community from the African Union. Quick reaction and then you go to Prof. Ogala. I know he's itching to respond.
You can answer.
Kaluma, the little that I know about him, he likes talking. And sometimes saying the wrong things without knowing it. To threaten to withdraw is the wrong way. It's refusing to admit that there are weaknesses on the Kenyan side. Kenya did not lose because of somebody else out there. Kenya lost because we are weak. We made mistakes. Some of them openly, others even thinking that you can persuade somebody to get out of the way was a mistake. And it was not hidden.
Us bragging about who we've met, who we've convinced, is it part
It also makes the other side look demeaned.
Yes.
Because the boasting, trying to build your reputation as this at the expense of the other person, is not very nice. There was that story in South Africa, whether it was true or not is not, that Ramaphosa had failed to see Raila. And then within a day, there was some picture saying, no, they have met, which did not come out very well. There's something wrong. And then run around to Angola and be seen that you're also there. And you're forcing your way into things. Before doing that, maybe better diplomacy would have been applied, preparation on the ground. The impression created at the time is that Ramaphosa did not know that this guy is coming. He just maybe was told the fellow is here. And they say, but I have other things to do. You know, and the ambassador, Kenya's ambassador to South Africa, would have verified the availability before he went there. Now it appeared as if the people in South Africa did not know that the man is, he just showed up to say, I want your vote. And they politely they say, well, we have had you, go somewhere else. So there is need for self-analysis. And the self-analysis will not come from the Minister of Foreign Affairs, as good as Mjadala would like to be, and Songoyo. It need to come from somewhere else to say, this is it, this is it. Ruto needs a serious self-analysis, and it will not come from his inner circle. Those who mislead him. So the very clear mind, what happened? We started on a wrong footing, did we? Yes. So in future, we should avoid that. We did this and this and this, or we spoke wrongly, or we made some countries feel inferior, and then they reacted. Even the 20 who stuck with Raila,
even those 20, there apparently were about 7 of them who were willing to switch places. They were not going to die with Raila. So there were about 7 of them switched places. And that's why they got 33.
Indeed.
Yeah, mine is first of all to say that diplomatic tactics makes impact over a long period of time. And let me just give you one analysis. It is stated that when apartheid was changing to give power to Nelson Mandela, President Moi happened to have visited South Africa. And Mandela was not yet made the president, but it was sure he was going to take over. But then President Moi made a mistake not to see Mandela, but met Fred de Klerk. And South Africa relationship with Kenya began very badly at that time. I'm sure you are an expert in diplomacy. Then what happened is that later, President Mandela flew to Kenya to meet President Moi, and that was one thing to make up. Then President Moi sent Kipralias Kones to go and pick him from the airport, and he arrived late. The President Mandela stayed longer on the plane, and the plane left back to South Africa. That has never been really cured. Remember that Kenyan companies in South Africa struggle to really push, and South African companies, Kenya struggle. But you see, South African companies in Tanzania do better, and Kenyan companies in Tanzania struggle. You saw, for example, the appointing of this lady from Safaricom to go to Tanzania, and there was a lot of issues there. So Kenya has a long history of mismanaging their own diplomatic relationships, and these things tend to be long. The second thing I want to say is that in diplomacy, Kenya was looking at this thing as transactional. Diplomacy is relational. It is not transactional. When you say we have gone and then Raila Odinga has shake hands, these are just transactions. They were not relational. You know, you can have a photo with somebody to be your boyfriend, but he's not. Are you really relating to him, or is just a photo? You can say, I was in this place now, these guys are supporting. You can show a crowd of voters waving hands, but it is still transactional. Is it relational? So Kenya needs to realize that diplomacy is relational. It is not transactional the way we are doing it. Shuttle diplomacy tends to be more transactional. So what we can take from here is that Raila's contacts that made him meet different heads of state is a starting point to cure our diplomacy. So we have not lost everything. Because the fact that they welcome you and shake your hands, even if they didn't vote for you, it means that it starts like there. All of us who date each other by being told, no, wait, then eventually you marry. So let's not also do, but then the other point I was having here, George, is that the kind of mistakes that Kaloma is making, the very mistake we're abhorring, that there's a short term, there's a long term, and there's medium term. So short term is how do you react to this? By those, like Apollo Kamau has said very well from Addis Ababa, that there is a list circulating saying that Muslims and Francophone, why are you pigeonholing African regions to be Muslims? No, in nationality there is no religion. We should just see these guys as other African states, not Muslim states. We should not see them as Francophone. We should see them as Africa. It was not their choice that they were colonized by the French. Like in Kenya, we didn't choose. The French were doing what's called the petition, struggle and petition for Africa was not, the meeting didn't take place here. It took place in some country in West Africa, in the Western world like Europe. Then they came, they agreed the French will take this side, English will take that side. So it is not our mistake to be colonized by the English. It's not their mistake to be colonized by the French. But nevertheless, the short term is to take this honorably, shake hands. I don't know whether there's enough money remaining in the coffers. They should again do another shuttle to thank the people who voted for him. I don't know whether that's necessary. And also those who didn't vote, let them issue statements to show uniting Africa around the AUC chair elected. That is Mohamed Yusuf. And congratulate him, support him. He should even have his first visit as AUC chair in Kenya. We should welcome him. We can do for him a homecoming, isn't it? Yes. But I'm trying to say the hubris, the egos that we have seen with these senators, MPs, and governors should be drawn. Like now, what they're now saying in Addis Ababa could be disastrous. The behavior Kenyans are having is not likely. Then, what I'm asking myself, Djibouti was seen as a small, insignificant country that cannot reduce a chair. How comes that they have chosen this? And the last point, which I want to make here, I made a statement yesterday that I'm wondering why Transparency International yesterday ranked Kenya the most corrupt country in the world. I don't know why they did yesterday and the voting is today. Maybe it's a coincidence, Professor, but there's a lot of things which are not coincidence. You saw so many countries issuing statements around Kenya and their diplomatic gaffes. President Ruto made serious diplomatic gaffes in the last few years. And in fact, some of them were not very friendly to many people. Before Ruto was elected, I was in DRC. There's a statement he made that these people only know how to put on bell bottom and milk cows, isn't it? And now you expect DRC to vote for you even if you visit them? That gaffe takes years for a generation to forget. And he said it when Shikedi was the president, and the election is taking place when Shikedi is the president.
Okay.
So what I'm trying to say here is that the hubris that are there, and there's a disease you can't cure. Ignorance cannot be cured by any medicine. The first stage to cure ignorance is to accept that you are. That's why I went to school knowing I'm ignorant. And we said this thing from independence, that the biggest disease we have in Kenya are three. Ignorance, and we showed our ignorance in this campaign for AUC. Disease and poverty. We didn't see this. And the fight with the Gen Z did not help William Ruto in this campaign. The Gen Z was seen to be relevant. They cannot make impact. But the social media demonstration was stronger than actually the street demos. And I'm thinking that involve them, engage them. Instead of engaging the Gen Zs, you abduct them. The abduction also did not help much in this campaign because you are the president of abduction. What if you have AUC chair here, you might abduct him. So he was not safe enough. That's why we sent it to Djibouti where he's a little safe. So the governance policies of William Ruto did not help. And I want to end by saying that there are 13 keys to State House. One of them is having very good diplomatic outcome. The fact that William Ruto has failed to deliver Raila's AUC seat has diminished his chances of holding on to presidency because of the fact that you cannot be misgiving on fiscal policy in the country and foreign policies outside. What are you good at? You are bad at home and away. Home and away, you are beaten. Home and away, statistics show that we don't want him. Outside, statistics now have shown that people don't want him. Now, where is he going to go?
Professor, just a minute before I leave. Is Kenya's hegemony real or imaginary? Across the region, across the continent?
Well, let's put it this way.
Yes.
It's sometimes said it to be a reluctant hegemon. But yes, Kenya in the region is the most influential, particularly on economic and media things. The headquarters for world media is Nairobi, and there's some financial institutions and that. So there is that attraction, and the neighbors know if it's happening in Nairobi, pay attention. If things go wrong in Nairobi, you're in trouble. They say that very openly. Have we managed our status very well? No, we have not. In terms of education, we used to be the hub. We used to, and I doubt whether we are there. And why is this? Because things have appeared to work in Kenya. When they were not working in Tanzania, when they were not working in Somalia, when they are not working in Sudan, when they are not working in Ethiopia, and not to mention DRC, the only place that appears to be working was Kenya. And because of that, and the economy was thriving at the time. So the others, by design, by God's design, Kenya just stood out, despite itself. In terms of the geostrategy, very lucky that the equator cut the country into two virtual halves, and there's an advantage in that thing. So it is a reluctant hegemon. In the far that it doesn't know what it is doing, despite having all that power.
Absolutely. Allow me to cut it short because it is now 5 minutes past 7 p.m. Ni wakati wa taarifa za Kiswahili na Elizabeth Mutuku. My name is George Maringa. I want to thank you so much for your splendid company. All the way from 10 a.m. this morning up to now, you've been watching, you've been with me. And of course, Elizabeth Mutuku joined in later, of course. Yeah. And thank you also for steering the ship with me. My name is George Maringa. I leave you in the able hands of Elizabeth Mutuku to steer the conversations. In studio, we've had Professor Ogola as well as Professor Macharia Munene. Please enjoy the rest of your viewing as Elizabeth Mutuku takes over in the Kiswahili language.
Namna bila shaka ndo hivyo, tumefunganya virago kutoka ulingo huo wa lugha ya Kizungu, lakini bado tutaendelea na mazungumzo haya wakati ambapo tutakuwa tukizungumzana hao. Lakini kwa sasa naelekea katika CBD ambapo mwanahabari wetu Paul Kirobi amekuwa akikita kambi kuhusiana na uchaguzi huu. Mwenyekiti wa Tume ya Muungano wa Afrika AU, na wengi walikuwa wanafuatilia yale ambayo yalikuwa yanatendeka, lakini Paul Kirobi utakuwa ukitujuza kulikoni, wana yepi ya kusema kuhusiana na shughuli nzima. Kirobi?
Naam, sadata kabisa Elizabeth Mutuku, na kupata moja kwa moja kutoka katikati mwa jiji kuu la Nairobi ambapo tumekuwa tukikita kambi mchana kutwa kufuatilia uchaguzi wa Muungano wa Afrika, ambapo kinara wa ODM Raila Odinga ambaye alikuwa mgombeaji kutoka taifa la Kenya ameweza kupoteza kwa mwenzake Mahmoud Ali Yusuf wa taifa la Djibouti. Na cha ukweli tu ama kusema ukweli ni kwamba Wakenya wengi wameghadhabishwa sana na jinsi ambavyo uchaguzi huo umeendelea. Na hapo awali nimekuwa nikizungumza tu na baadhi ya Wakenya ili kuweza kupokea maoni yao ama kauli zao kuhusiana na jinsi ambavyo uchaguzi ulivyokuwa. Kuna wengine tu ambao wanasema kwamba uchaguzi huu haukuwa wa haki au mataifa mengine ya nje yaliweza kuingilia na kuitilafiana na jinsi ambavyo matokeo yalivyotokea. Na hiki ni suala ambalo limewaghadhabisha sana wananchi wengi, lakini pia ningependa pia kusikiliza maoni ya ama kauli za wananchi hapa katikati mwa jiji kuu la Nairobi, na kauli zao ni zipi na uchaguzi ulikuwa namna gani. Labda nianze na huyu kaka hapa ambaye tumekuwa naye tangu upande ule mwingine, tumekuwa tukitangamana naye na kuzungumza mawili matatu. Labda tueleze tu kwa majina yako mawili na unahisi outcome ya election ya Muungano wa Afrika umekuwa namna gani?
Okay, kwa majina mimi naitwa Edward Kavis. Tumeshinda hapa mchana kutwa. I came here in the morning, so I've been following the proceeding from Addis, and we expected Baba because it's our own, is our dad. So tulikuwa tunatarajia ata win, but what happened has happened. He has ameshindwa ku clinch the seat. But regardless of that, I still believe that Baba will always be Baba. So Baba, we still love you. You are one of our own. So welcome back. Kenya atakuja, tutaenda kumreceive. Yeah, and we will celebrate. Though Kenya, we still have a lot of challenges. So welcome back. We solve our problems. Tuko na shida nyingi. Then I think Baba he is known to be a whistleblower. But I think history ya AU imemfanya amenyamaza. Ile even wakati ya Gen Z pia kuweza kuongea, but sasa now that ametolewa hiyo mzigo ya AUC, nadhani sasa tutaona ule baba mwenye tumekuwa tukimtarajia, the real baba that we know, the whistleblower that we know. So yeah, then we have some questions that kuna vitu yenye agenda poa, like hatukuona Museveni was one of the person mwenye alikuwa wa kwanza kusema yatakampenia Baba, but hatujamuona huko. We don't know what happened. So they are still, but we thank the president amemsupport, but Baba arudi Kenya, then yes, atupe direction, aungane na Gen Z 2027 tukomboe nchi.
Naam, bila shaka umesikia kwamba watasubiri mwelekeo wa Baba kisha wajue siasa za taifa hili itakuwa namna gani. Wacha nisikilize pia kutoka kwa huyu kaka hapa. Labda utueleze majina yako mawili na ulikuwa unatarajia nini katika uchaguzi wa AUC, na sasa hivi Baba ameshindwa katika uchaguzi huo, mwelekeo ni upi?
Kwa majina mimi naitwa Kofi Annan, mkaji wa Nairobi.
Actually, I personally, as a patriotic, I am not happy at all with the outcome of the AUC election, because we had hopes, being that our member of parliament went there as we thought that they were going to come back with victory. And yet whatever we were expecting is not what we are going to receive at the airport. Actually, what I want to say that Raila rudi Kenya, sisi tumemkaribisha, huyo ni baba yetu, amezaliwa hapa, ni mtoto wetu. The same way he said before that when he loses, he has a place called home. Actually, we welcome you back, Baba, but the question is, William Ruto, we had a lot of hopes in you. May you tell us what has happened? Because we were actually in high hopes that Raila was going to take it. May you just come out when you come back in this country. Tell us what has just happened, because we knew that it was going to come home. Thank you for all what you have done to Raila, and what we know is that 2027 election will just begin on Monday. Yes, 2027, the outcome of AUC, I just told us what is going to happen from Monday. If Raila will tell us to go left, there is where we'll go. If Raila tell us to go right, but for those who are celebrating that Raila has lost, actually don't. That is not a real Kenyan. Just join us and celebrate our own person, for whether he has lost or whether he has won. Let us just celebrate him. He is our Baba and he will remain our Baba. He will actually lead us on the right direction. Thank you.
Naam, shukran kabisa, umesikiliza hapo. Wacha nisikilize ukakakisha huyu hapa. Ndugu, sogea hapa karibu kidogo, utueleze kuhusiana na jinsi matokeo ya uchaguzi imekuwa, na iwapo umefurahia ama umekasirishwa kuhusiana na uchaguzi huo, na kuelekea mbele siasa za taifa ya Kenya itakuwa namna gani?
Naitwa Kombe Karisa. Mimi taarifa hizi za kushindwa kwa baba zimenikasirisha mimi kama mtu mweusi, mimi kama Mwafrika, kwa sababu ni pigo. Tukiangalia history, Mfaransa amekuwa mtu wa kutuhangaisha, anaiba madini yetu na kwenda kuyatumia kwao. Zimekuwa nchi za Afrika zinasemekana kwamba ndo nchi maskini wakati si ndo matajiri. So yale mambo ambayo yameendelea Addis Ababa ni wizi wa kuibia Mwafrika, ni uporaji wa mali ya Afrika, because na huyu anaitwa Mahmoud Ali wa Djibouti kushinda, ina maana Mfaransa ataendelea kudominate. Kwa hiyo vita vya Kongo havitaisha hata siku moja. West Africa, zile countries ambazo zimejiliparate kidogo, angalau ndo kutakuwa na amani. So kwangu mimi nahuzunishwa na hilo jambo sana. Asante.
Naam, shukran kabisa. Umesikiliza kwa kina zaidi kwamba huenda uchaguzi huu uliweza kuwahusisha watu kutoka mataifa mengine ya kigeni na kuitelafiana na matokeo ya uchaguzi. Sijui kaka, kauli yako ni gani kuhusiana na siasa za Kenya, kwa sababu baba tayari amesharudi nchini Kenya?
Yeah, my name is Albert Welo. I come from Nyeri County. First of all, I want to say that I'm so much happy because the elections were very peaceful, and actually I'm also very happy that Raila Odinga have shown again that he is a patriot. He accepted, and he accepted that he was defeated peacefully. And regarding the politics of Kenya, I want to say that now politics are starting officially on Monday. I want to promise you that Raila is not going to keep quiet when he comes back to Kenya. And so I'm looking forward to see now even you're having a court, we're having a case in the parliament, that now we are not able to know who are the majority and who are the minority. I want to hear the side that Raila Odinga is going to side on. I really want to hear how Raila is going to be speaking from Monday, how he is now going to be speaking about politics of Kenya. I want to hear if now he is going to start again to tell us if life is good, if life is bad, if things are high, kama vitu zimekuwa kwa bei kali. Really, we want to see the Raila that we knew on Monday. We want to see the Raila that used to air out grievances of the common mwananchi on Monday, because the truth is that Raila has been quiet, and Raila has been so much busy crisscrossing all over the Africa so that he can be able to solicit for votes and so that he can be able to get the votes. So I am hoping that on Monday, the Raila that we knew, the Baba that we knew, is going to come back to Kenya, and things are not going to be same again starting from Monday. So we want to wish the Djibouti candidate all the best, and in every competition there is a winner and there is a loser, and in this life sometimes we win, sometimes we lose, and I believe that Raila has not lost. Actually, Raila is now more popular than the way he was, because at now in the whole world and also in the whole Africa, I don't think there is anybody who do not know Raila Amolo Odinga.
Na asante sana. Wacha nichukue kauli ya mwisho tu, Elizabeth Mutuku, ukiniruhusu hapa. Na huyu kaka, labda tueleze majina yako mawili na sijui siasa za taifa la Kenya itakuwa namna gani kuanzia sasa.
Kwa majina ni Samson Kipkosgei Kibiwot. Mimi ni mkazi wa Nairobi. Nimekuwa nikisupport baba ingawa pia ako kwa upinzani. Sisi ni wanachama wa UDA na tumesikitishwa kwanza kuona baba anajiondoa, sababu kwa kila mashindano ni vizuri mtu afike mpaka mwisho. Labda mimi angeendea hata nyota kwa Ezekiel, alafu hata angewania angeshinda baadaye, lakini ni sawa tu, tutakubali matokeo ya Mungu. Kenya tu tunaona labda kutakuwa na mabadiliko hapa Kenya, sababu akirudi na yeye ni kiongozi wa upinzani, tunajua chama ya ODM iko na sauti hata kwa bunge la taifa. Tulisikia sahii ndio kusema labda wakikumbuka Kenya ilifanyika mwaka jana. Ukiona hii niko na bendera ya taifa, kumaanisha mimi ni mzalendo. Kenya ilifanyika mwaka jana, vijana wa Gen Z nikiwemo tulidhulumiwa na tuliona haki haikufanyika. Sasa tunaomba labda baba akirudi, juu alikuwa amenyamaza labda juu ya campaign, akirudi tuanze tuone watu hiyo matokeo watu tunamaliza hiyo matokeo ilifanyika. Labda tuone vijana wa Gen Z wamepata kukuwa compensated wenye walipoteza maisha, na labda Kenya ilifanyika tusameane, tuendelee mbele. Lakini tujue kitu moja, vijana tunataka mabadiliko, tunataka ufisadi ishe, na Kenya ilifanyika juzi na Waititu, tunataka tuone wabunge wengine pia wanaingia ndani wale wafisadi, na tunataka baba kama kiongozi wa upinzani, tumia sauti yako sasa kunyorosha kila kitu Kenya imeenda kombo. Sababu sisi kama Wakenya tunataka tuone pia hii kizazi Kenya inafuata wanaelekezwa venye inafaa, na itaelekezwa kama tukiona makosa tunanyorosha. Na baba, tunajua we tangu kitambo umekuwa mkombozi. Wacha isikue tu ulikuwa unataka AU. Wacha ikue hata baada ya hatujesema umepoteza, baada ya hiyo matokeo ionekane kwa wazi ulikuwa na nia mzuri kwa sisi wa Afrika, na miaka zingine zijazo tupate kuona matunda ya uongozi wako. Pia ya mwisho, ningependa kuomba ushikane na kwa sasa juu tumesema tunataka tutoe utofauti wetu kando, tuweke maslahi ya nchi mbele. Tunataka tuone maisha ya watu inabadilika, umaskini inapungua, na maswali ya afya tunataka tuone kama hiyo ya SHA ishughulikiwe, na mimi najua Wakenya wote watafurahi.
Asante sana kaka. Wacha nichukue maoni ya mwisho hapa kaka, kwa sababu watu wamekuwa wengi zaidi. Tueleze majina yako mawili, na Raila Odinga kurejea humu nchini Kenya atabadilisha siasa za Kenya namna gani?
Kwa majina naitwa Sala, mkazi wa Nairobi. Baba kwanza naweza sema ni inspiration kwa hii generation ya sasa. Baba has always fallen na alikuwa na rise. It's like a wave, The moment he falls and rise, it tries again and again, and that is a true character of a leader. He has shown us that akianguka ataamuka. So ametuinspire sisi kama vijana wenye bado hatujaingia politics, but tunaona tukiingia. So umekuwa ni wazee. So tunataka Gen Z now from MCA mpaka deputy, ama namna gani? Inawezekana So tunashukuru sana baba, karibu nyumbani, hapa ni home. Asifeel vibaya, asifeel anything, tunamkaribisha nyumbani na tunampokea kama majenzi na vijana wote, tunampokea kwa mkono mbili.
Naam, asante sana kwa kauli yako ndugu. Natumaini ungekuwa na muda zaidi kwa sababu watu wamefurika hapa, wamekuwa wengi kuanzia sehemu ya chini kule ambapo tulikuwa tumekita kambi, lakini kwa sasa sina la ziada. Nitakuwa narejesha kwako studioni Elizabeth Mutuku utupashe zaidi kutoka kaunti zote 47. Nimekuwa mtangazaji wako Paul Kirobi. na kutakia usiku mwema.
Poleni watu wa Nairobi.
Asante sana Paul Kirobi. Hayo ni maoni ya Wakenya, wengi hawajaridhika, wengine wana maswali mengi kama alivyotueleza Apollo Kamau akiwa kule Addis, kwamba huko pia kuna maswali kuhusiana na ni nini ambacho kilitendeka. Labda nikupashe mpenzi mtazamaji, ni kwamba waziri mkuu mstaafu Raila Odinga alishindwa katika kinyang'anyiro cha wenyekiti wa tume ya Umoja wa Afrika AU katika uchaguzi ambao umefanyika leo mjini Addis Ababa nchini Ethiopia. Waziri wa mambo ya nje ama ya kigeni wa Djibouti Mohamed Ali Yusuf alishinda kinyang'anyiro hicho baada ya kupata kura 33 zinazohitajika katika raundi ya 7 upigaji kura ambao alishiriki peke yake. Raila aliondolewa katika raundi ya 6 baada ya kushindwa na Yusufu katika raundi ya 6 na 5. Mgombea kutoka Madagascar Richard aliondolewa mapema baada ya kushindwa katika raundi ya 2, 3 na 4 na kumwachia Raila na Yusuf kupigania nafasi hiyo. Katika raundi ya kwanza ya uchaguzi huo, Raila alipata kura 20, Yusufu kura 18 na Richard kura 10. Kulikuwa na kura moja ambayo mmoja wa marais hakushiriki katika raundi ya kwanza, na katika raundi ya pili Raila alipata kura 22, Yusufu 19, Richard akipata 7. Katika raundi ya 3 Yusufu aliongoza katika kura 23, Raila akipata kura 20 na Richard akipata kura 5, huku kukiwa na kura moja kutoshiriki. Mohamed Yusuf katika raundi nyingine ya 4 alipata kura 25, Raila akipata 21, na watu wawili kutoshiriki. Uchaguzi huu ulishuhudia mataifa 49 ya wanachama yakishiriki, huku nchi 6 zingine zikinyimwa haki ya kushiriki kutokana na masharti ambayo yamewekwa na Umoja wa Afrika AU. La pia wapo viongozi mbalimbali ambao wanaendelea na hisia zao mbalimbali kule mitandaoni. Nelson Havi, wakili na ambaye alikuwa ni president ama rais wa mawakili humu nchini, anasema kupoteza kwa Raila Odinga nafasi hiyo ya mwenyekiti wa AUC ni mojawapo ya mambo ambayo ni mabaya zaidi kwake Rais William Ruto. Na maswali ni je, ni kipi ambacho kilitendeka kuhakikisha kwamba amepoteza? Kwa upande wake ambaye ni naibu wa rais wa taifa hili la Kenya, Profesa Kithure Kindiki, anasema ni kweli tumepoteza, lakini tulifanya kadri ya uwezo wetu. Haswa Rais William Ruto alipigana na alihakikisha kwamba amempigia kampeni ambaye ni Raila Odinga, alipeana the best. Unfortunately tumepoteza, lakini we are a proud nation, ama tunajivunia zaidi. Tumefikia kiwango ambacho tumefika, ila leo tuna mengi ambayo tumesoma. Interestingly, kuna baadhi ya viongozi wengine ambao wana maswala tofauti ambayo wanaonelea. Mmoja wa wakilishi wadi na mmoja wa wale ambao ni wandani wa Raila Odinga pia ni Robert Alai, anasema Djibouti proceeding along in subsequent rounds. Great campaign team by Raila Odinga. I suspect that former President Uhuru Kenyatta came to Addis to sit in hotel room and campaign. Hayo ni maoni yake. Gordon anasema internal sabotage. How did we get infiltrated and our secretariat? Ni baadhi ya wale ambao hawajakubaliana na hilo. Mambo ambayo ameandika ni magumu zaidi na sioni maana ya kuyasoma yote, ila studioni ninao viongozi ambao tunazungumza nao. Mmezisikia sauti za Wakenya na viongozi ambao wako kule Addis, na wengi wana maswali chungu nzima ni kipi ambacho kilichotendeka. Lakini la mno ni kwamba the blame game ama kule kulaumiana kumeanza humu nchini. Katika siku zijazo, kuanzia wiki ijayo, labda mambo yanaonekana kuchukua mkondo upi, Mr. Professor?
Kwanza, Kenya ilibadilika wakati Raila alisema anaenda AU, na sasa imebadilika zaidi vile Raila sasa hayuko AU, kwa sababu wale walikuwa naona kama Raila atakuwa Addis Ababa, sasa hayo haiko kwa akili yao tena. Raila atakuwa humu nchini, na Raila akona ile influence akona hapa humu nchini. Je, kwenda AU ni wangapi aliwapoteza kama wafuasi wake? Na je, anaweza kuwapata tena wamfuate tena baada ya kurudi kutoka AU? Hiyo ni swali ambayo sisi tunauliza. Na je, Raila atakuwa tena na ushawishi yale alikuwa nayo kabla hajaenda AU? Ni nini Raila amepoteza kwa kwenda AU na akakosa kushinda? Ni nini ameipata amerudiwa? Kwa sababu kuna wale wengine walikuwa hawako na yeye kama naenda AU, na sasa wamerudi, kwa sababu kuna wakati Raila alisema kama ni AU ndio naweza fanya nikubali mambo kama haya, basi afadhali ni wachane na mambo ya AU. Sasa akirudi, je, atasema nini? Ilibidi ajuzulu kama kiongozi ya ODM, ampatie Anyang' Nyong'o ili aende AU. Je, atarudi kuchukua hicho kiti ama Anyang' Nyong'o ataendelea kama kiongozi wa ODM? Na Azimio, je, iko na nafasi gani? Sababu maswali ni mengi, na maswali wa Kenya wanataka kujua, ilikuwa jambo ya busara ya kuingiza kwa kinyanyari kama hii, kwa sababu wajua inasemekana ni tu baada ya miaka 20 ndio Kenya inaweza kuwa na nafasi kama itarudi East Africa. Je, Raila ako na nafasi baada ya miaka 20? Ama kama Raila hatakuwa, je, ni nani? Na nini tunafaa tufanye ili ikifika mwaka 20 tutakuwa tunaweza kuinyakua kwa rahisi vile Djibouti wameifanya? Na ya mwisho, kuna haja ya kupigania kiti kama hichi after all, kwa sababu wajua kama tumeweka hayo resources zote kwa hii mambo. Imagine Elizabeth, kuhost a dinner in Addis Ababa of heads of state, wajua ni pesa ngapi? Vile viongozi wa Afrika walikuwa China, William Ruto alihost heads of state in China dinner. Wajua dinner ya rais wa nchi fulani lazima akuje na watu wengine. Kama ni nchi 40 ama tuseme 50 watu wamekuja, wewe unajua plate moja ya rais ni pesa ngapi ukihost China na ukihost Addis Ababa na ukihost hiyo New York? Sasa Wakenya wameona kama muda wao imepotezwa. Sasa hii magovernors wako pale, nani amelipa hiyo gharama? Wabunge wako huko, rais mwenyewe amekuwa huko kuanzia Jumatano. Raila Odinga amekuwa huko. Kulikuwa na ofisi ndani ya ofisi ya Mudavadi ya kuangalia mambo ya kampeni kwa Raila Odinga. Hayo yote, rasilimali yote yameenda wapi? Na sisi wa Kenya tumepata nini? Na hapa Kenya waliona kama hiyo ilikuwa project ya William Ruto, sio project ya Wakenya, na haikupitishwa kwa budget. Je, hiyo pesa ingewekwa wapi? Wajua Wakenya wanauliza maswali, wanalala njaa. Kuna watu wanalala njaa. Kuna watu ambao wanaenda hospitali, hakuna dawa. Kuna watu wanaenda shuleni, hakuna kalamu, watoto hawezi ende shuleni. Wakenya wako na shida ambazo zinawakumba, lakini AUC ilikuwa priority. Tunauliza, je, tunafaa tufanye tena? Kwa sababu tulijaribu na Mina Mohamed tukashindwa, tumejaribu na Raila Odinga tumeshindwa. Je, iko haja? Sasa maswali ni mengi. Alafu ya mwisho, je, sahii ukienda kwa nchi za nje kama Mkenya utaonekana kama mtu wa aina gani? Watu watakuona kama wewe unatoka kwa nchi gani ambayo kushinda AUC tumeweka hiyo pesa yote na hatujapata. Sasa maswali ni mingi. Ukiangalia Kenyan passport sahii uko na thamani gani? Sasa kuna maswali mengi tunajiuliza, na pia tunaomba Mungu. Mungu, sasa wewe, mbona wengine wanaanza kama Mungu amwacha, lakini sioni kama tunafaa tu question Mungu. Sasa ni wakati wa kushukuru Mungu kwa sababu kura imepigwa na Raila hajashindwa kwa vibaya sana, kwa sababu walikaribiana sana. 24 ilikuwa wakati Raila alishinda mwanzo, alikuja tena akamovertake, alafu ilikuwa tu kama kura 5-4, umbali ya kura 5-4. Hizi kura 5 tulikosa kwa nini? Sasa maswali yako mengi. Ni wapi tulikosa? Pengine kulikuwa tuna kitu moja tuliosema, ama kuna kitu moja hatukusema. Kuna kitu tulifanya ama kuna kitu hatukufanya. Sasa tunashukuru, sisi tunashukuru kwa sababu tuna usalama. Raila alianza kwenda kwa election kama ako salama, bado ako salama. Sasa mimi namuomba Mungu na Wakenya wote tumuombe Mungu console, kwa sababu
kupoteza ni kitu ambacho
inaweza kukera mtu yoyote. Sasa sherehe tuifanye mambo ya kutoshinda, lakini tuwe na wakati wa kushukuru Mungu, kwa sababu wajua ameenda kwa nchi mingi. Mungu amemlinda kwa safari zake zote, na tena arudi tena nchini Kenya kama ako salama. Hayo ndio maombi tuko nayo.
Mambo ambayo tunastahili kujifunza kutokana na kinyang'anyiro hichi, Profesa, ni kama yepi kwa siku za usoni? Amesema huenda ikawa miaka 10 ijayo, lakini ukweli ni kwamba hapa katikati kuna mambo mengi ambayo tunahitaji kujifunza.
Ndio, kuna mambo mengi ambayo labda yatakuja na yatafaa kuwe na ujuzi wa kutosha, na kampeni ambazo zitafanywa, kama ni kampeni, zifanywe kwa njia nzuri. Si ati Kenya imepoteza kila wakati. Ndio tulipoteza wakati wa Amina Mohamed na wakati huu miaka kama miaka 8 hivi hapo mbeleni. Hata Kenya imekuwa na bahati ati miaka 8 na mungali kiwanjani. Kuna wakati tulikuwa tukishindana na Djibouti katika Umoja wa Mataifa na Kenya ilifaulu, na labda kampeni zake zilikuwa zina ujasiri zaidi na ziliendeshwa kwa njia ambayo inafaa, mpaka wanaopiga kura katika bara Afrika na katika Umoja wa Mataifa wakaona ni vizuri Kenya ndio inafaa. Hata Djibouti kakubali. Basi kwa hiyo si kusema kila kitu ni kibaya au kimeharibika kabisa. Kuna nafasi, lakini swali lako ni siku za usoni tufanyeje? Tujifunze nini tulifanya. Kule kujigamba tuache, na kutumia fedha za umma ati ni campaign tuache. Maana hata picha ambayo inaonekana huko kule ambako tulikuwa tukienda ati tunafanya kampeni, hata wanaojiuliza na hawa watu mbona wana fedha nyingi za kumwaga ati meenda na ndege kubwa ambayo iko kama palace, ati naenda huko na nini na nini na nini na watu wanaangalia tu hivi. Ndio najiuliza sasa, wewe unataka kutuonyesha nini? Na watu wakiuliza kama unataka kuonyesha nini, hivyo ni kusema wanashuku juu yako. Ati si mtu wa kuaminika, labda una kiburi na si vizuri. Kama tuna kiburi kama nchi, basi tuondoe, tujaribu kujinyenyekeza kwa wenzetu na kuonyesha hatuna ubaya. Alafu tuwe ni watu wa kufikiria jambo lolote ambalo tutafanya, liwe kuna fikra nyingi zimeingia na ushauri ambao unafaa, na wale watu ambao wanamshauri rais na watu wake. Hata saa zingine huonekana kama wale ambao wanashauri rais si watu wanajua nafanya nini. Basi hiyo si jambo nzuri. Tena kule kuonekana nchi, picha ya nchi kama ni vibaraka, ni kibaraka cha wazungu. Tupende tusipende, hiyo picha imekuwako. Ati mzungu akitaka kitu anaenda Kenya, sema usifanye hivi, ndio nini Waafrika wasemekane wamekubali. Na ikiwa ni hivyo, basi hiyo picha si nzuri. Wakati tulikuwa nchi yetu ikienda Haiti, tulikuwa tumesindikizwa na Joe Biden. Na ndiposa Joe Biden akasema amefurahi sana, akatupatia chakula cha jioni kwake nyumbani, White House. Kaonekana, lakini picha yenyewe ukiangalia vile kulikuwa kiliendea, watu wengi walikuwa wakisema hii ni makosa. Na Joe Biden mwenyewe alisema anatoa fedha kiasi fulani za kugharamia huko. Alafu majuzi tuliambia miezi 2-3 imepita, ati Kenya ndio inalipa hizo. So watu wanauliza, kwani zilienda wapi pesa? Kwa hivyo ni kusema huyu mtu anaitwa Joe Biden ni mtu wa uongo. Hakutoa fedha au hakutoa silaha au chochote ambacho kilikuwa kinatakikana. Kama hakutoa, kwa hivyo mbona na nyinyi mnaenda kuamini mtu ambaye haaminiki kwao isipokuwa kwetu? Hiyo ni shida moja. Wakati kulikuwa na mapinduzi kidogo hivi ya utaratibu huko nchi za Burkina Faso, na nchi yetu ilikuwa ya mbele kutoa sauti ya kukemea na labda tulikimbia maana baadaye linaonekana majirani na nchi nyingi za Kiafrika zimeanza kusema hao vijana walifanya vizuri. Wakati waliingia waliwafukuza Wafaransa na bepari wengine, na wakaanza kujipanga vizuri. Mambo ya ufisadi wakamaliza. Huko usikii kuna ufisadi. Kila kitu kina utaratibu wake kinaonekana. Basi watu wengi wanaanza kuona kukiwa na mwenendo kama huo, mtindo kama huo, basi nchi itafaidika. Tunaweza wacha mambo ya ufisadi, maana si rais mwenyewe ukubali kuna ufisadi. Na wengine wanasema kuna ufisadi. Sasa ikiwa viongozi wenyewe ndio wanasemekana kuna ufisadi, sifa nchi itakuwa ni nzuri namna gani? Wakati kulitoka orodha sijui ya wapi, kusema katika dunia mzima viongozi wenyu ndio wanasemekana ndio namba 2 kwa ufisadi katika dunia mzima. Na kuna nchi kama 180 hivi. Ikiwa katika nchi 180 kwa kuaminika huko namba 178 au 79. Hiyo si picha nzuri. Kwa hivyo kuna mambo mengi ambayo nchi inafaa kujiuliza maswali, irekebishe, na inaweza kurekebisha.
Ninajua tulipiga kampeni zaidi. Raila Odinga alionekana, Rais William Ruto alijaribu pia kwa upande wake, lakini swala hili la Kongo lilichangia vipi ama limechangia vipi sisi kujipata mahali tulipo siku hii ya leo?
Nafikiri limechangia kidogo kwa sababu kuna wakati kulikuwa kunaonekana ati hata nchi za Afrika Kusini ziko pamoja na Raila. Tuliambiwa hivyo na labda tukaamini, hata kama tukuwa na sababu ya kuamini, lakini tulipewa hiyo picha. Lakini yaliyotukia wiki 2 zilizopita, mzozo wa Kongo na watu kufa huko, askari jeshi wakafa wa kutoka Afrika Kusini, I think hata kutoka Burundi, hata Tanzania walipigwa na wakafa huko. Na viongozi wetu hawakupata ushauri ambao unafaa wafanye nini. Maana wakati kiongozi wa nchi alitangaza mwenyewe ati ameongea na Mfaransa juu ya vita za Kongo, maswali mengi yalivuka. Kwa nini uongea na Mfaransa maswali yetu baada ya kuongea na sisi
masuala ambayo
yanatuhusu? Hiyo ilikuwa makosa. Na hivi majuzi tuliona kulikuwa na barua walikutana wakasema sasa watu nchi za Afrika Kusini tuko na muungano wetu na mmoja wetu anasimama. Kwa hivyo huo muungano sisi sote tunafanya nini?
Tunampigia kura.
Kwa hivyo hata kama kulikuwa na kura za Raila ziliondoka wakati huo. Na tumeziona hivi wakati na huyo mgombeaji wa kutoka Madagascar hakuwa na nguvu sana. Lakini kura zake zilimnyima Raila mara ya kwanza. Na ni kusema hata wakati huyo mtu wa Madagascar alijiondoa, ni kusema hata wale watu walikuwa naunga Raila mkono hawakuwa wake damu. Maana imefika mahali wakapweka wakatoka wakaingia upande yule mwingine.
Na wakajaza idadi
ambayo ilikuwa. Maana kama walikuwa wafuasi wake sugu, wangekaa hapo mpaka mwisho. Lakini wakufanya hivyo. Alisema hawa kumeenda hivyo, tuvuke.
Kujiondoa kwake kulikuwa ni jambo bora.
Ndio. Tumpe pongezi kwa kujiondoa. Kuona dalili mambo yanavyoenda. Kama Kamodo wakati mmoja alisema vile mambo yanaenda. Kwa hivyo sitake. Amefanya vizuri sana.
Kwa jambo la busara.
Ndio jambo la busara, na kuonyesha hata yeye anaona vile kunaenda na hataki kujiaibisha. Na wakati alifanya hivi alionekana yeye ni mtu mzima. Wale wafuasi wake wengine ambao wanatafuta lawama litaenda wapi, wawache upuzi. mtu ameshindwa vizuri na amekubali ameshindwa. Tuwache kutafuta nini vijisababu havina faida kwake. Na kuonyesha yani mtu mzima ana uzima na ana utu.
Okay. Hilo ni jambo ambalo wengi ambao wamekusikiza siku hii ya leo watakuwa wanajua ni wapi sasa watakuwa kielekea. Nitaondoka kwa swali hili la mwisho ambalo ninauliza kwa Profesa kuhusiana na lawama ambazo zimeanza kutoka kwa baadhi ya wale ambao ni wandani wa Raila ambao wanasema wanastahili kutafuta namna nyingine. Na bali na hilo, kuna wale tayari wameanza kusema pesa zilizotumika, kama vile mbunge James Gakuya katika ukurasa wake anasema wale ambao walitumia pesa kupiga kampeni ni Rais William Ruto na serikali. Inastahili kufanya audit, watuambie walitumia pesa ngapi. Ni baadhi ya zile ambazo comments zinakuja baada ya hili kutendeka ama kushindwa katika uchaguzi huu.
Kwanza kuuliza maswali sio kosa, kwa sababu yatakikana kama sisi viongozi tuwe na nafasi kuuliza maswali. Hata mimi kama profesa darasani, hata profesa anajua umeulizwa maswali mengi sana. Hata wengine wanauliza, by the way profesa, uko na degree kweli? Unaweza uliza swali yoyote. Kwa hivyo kama kiongozi lazima uwe unaweza ku-engage watu, kwa sababu wakuuliza maswali unajibu, mnasikizana. Sasa hiyo ni nzuri, lakini kusema ukweli, kuna maswali ambayo ukiuliza kama kiongozi yaonyesha mengi juu yako kuliko mwenye umuuliza swali. Kwa sababu sasa ukisema, je, kuna ukweli hapo AU? Hiyo huwezi uliza. Kuna demokrasia? Ndio, kuna demokrasia. Kwa sababu Raila Odinga aliweka kandidature yake, alisaidiwa, akapewa na platform, akaongea, uchaguzi kafanyika, alipewa nafasi ya kuongea na nchi Afrika mzima, alipewa nafasi zote. Lakini wakati wa kura, unapigiwa kura, kusema unajua adui yako ni nani, mambo kama hayo. Alafu pia kusema ati sijui, hiyo ya kalaumu achana. Lakini swali ya tulitumia rasilimali gani, auditing ni kitu inatakana kwa uongozi kila mara. Governance, good governance, inatakana accountability. Sasa tunataka rais pia tuambie, tuliweka pesa fulani kwa hii mambo ya AU, hii pesa ilitoka wapi, ningefanya nayo nini, sivyo? Hayo lazima tuulize. Kwa sababu AU nomination ilifanywa na Rais William Ruto mwenyewe, sivyo? Walienda Kisuzi wakakutana na Museveni. Je, walipiga kura? Na hayo shuttle diplomacy walifanya. Je, mbona hazikufua dafu? Mbona Djibouti, tukisikia sahihi, Kenya wakitumia tuseme bilioni 10 ama 20 kwa hii kampeni, na Djibouti wametumia milioni 100, tutasikia namna gani? Mtu anatumia milioni 100 na anaipata. Wewe unatumia bilioni 20 na hujapata. Kwa hivyo hasara ni gani? Kuna hasara kwa hii mambo, lakini ni hasara ambayo imetusaidia ama imetuharibu. Kama baada ya hii tuseme campaign, image ya Kenya imekuwa zaidi ambao tunaweza fanya biashara vizuri na nchi zingine, basi tunaweza sema hiyo ilikuwa worthy investment. Sasa mimi kama kiongozi, tuseme mtaalamu ya uchumi, tunauliza return on investment. What is the return on the investment? Amepata hajapata, kuna return of investment. Kama hiyo itajibua ni poa, lakini kuna swali pia nataka kusema kidogo.
Return on investment yetu, kabla hujauliza hilo swali, huenda ni kile ambacho profesa alisema kwamba tumefikia mataifa 22 ambayo kidogo yalionekana urafiki zaidi, ambayo tunaweza tukajenga urafiki wetu katika taifa.
Lakini kitambo Amina Mohamed kwa the last vote alipata 25. Unasikia? Sahii Raila ya nyingi zaidi ni 22. Kumaanisha we have not gained.
Tumepoteza.
Kisikiza kampeni ya Amina Mohamed haikutumia rasilimali mingi sana vile tumetumia Raila Odinga. Sasa inamaanisha the return on investment is negative. Tuseme ukweli, kwa sababu ukweli ndio mambo, sivyo?
Ninajua.
Alafu ya mwisho ningekuwa nataka kusema hivi, kulingana na hii mambo ya kuongea kwa watu tofauti. Mimi singependa watu kama Gakuya waongee sana, kwa sababu ninahofia ya kuwa kuna watu wanataka kusema ati Mount Kenya walitaka Raila anguke. Kwa hivyo mimi ningetaka kwa utulivu tuongee kama Wakenya. Gakuya ni mbunge, sivyo? Angoje aende apeleke pendekezo yake kama bunge, hiyo ni neutral. Badala kuongea sana kwa social media. Na kwa sababu wajua social media iko, ndio maana vile ulisema profesa, mambo ya ufisadi. Ile propaganda ya kuwa Kenya walikuwa karibu kutoa bilioni 6 ya kupatia Mohamud ili ajiondoe, sivyo? Ukiangalia Elizabeth, mshahara ya AUC chair ni 2.4 million shillings a month, sivyo? Sasa kwa miaka 4 ni milioni 115, sivyo? Mtu anaweza kupatia bilioni 6 ili achukue kazi ambayo mishahara ni milioni 115. Sasa sisi wa Kenya hii pesa tunatoa wapi?
Maswali mazuri.
Kwa sababu hizi propaganda zimefanyika. Sababu gani Kenya ilikuwa associated na kutoa hongo? Mbona hatukusema Mohamud alitaka kutoa hongo kwa Richardson? Mbona wa Kenya ndio wanaona kama watu wa hongo? Kumaanisha image ya Kenya imeharibika. Na mimi ningetaka kumwambia rais kurudi hapa nchi, jaribu kubadilisha image ya Kenya kwa sababu imedhorofika kutoka kwangu. Ndio maana umesema last time Amina Mohamed alikuwa mwanamke. This time kulikuwa kuna mwanamke ambaye alikuwa anapigania hicho kiti. Ndio maana the first round zile nchi ambazo zingependa mwanamke achukue hicho kiti walipiga kura sana. Lakini sasa ni kama Afrika inakuwa more patriarchal, ni kama wanawake maachwa. Kama ningeunda serikali sasa ingekuwa nusu wanawake, nusu wanaume.
Katika
kwa sababu wanawake wanaonekana wakionekana kwa sababu uchaguzi ya Amerika mwanamke hakuchaguliwa, sivyo? Sasa Afrika wanaenda AUC contest na watu 4 mwanzo mwanamke hakuwa. Je, tujiulize kama Waafrika tumesahau wanawake ama tunaweza aona kama wanawake pia wanaweza weka kipaumbele? Kwa sababu unajua ukipenda mwanamke kulingana na zile choices tumefanya. Ndio maana Rais William Ruto pia tunataka kumweka vizuri. Ikifika 2027 achukue mwanamke kama running.
Kuzungumzia masuala ya wanawake, ninaona habari ambazo zinachipuka ni kwamba Algerian ambassador to Ethiopia Selma Hadi has been elected ama amechaguliwa kuwa naibu mwenyekiti wa muungano huo wa AUC after defeating candidates from Morocco and Egypt. Again, breaking news, Algerian ambassador to Ethiopia Selma Haddadi has been elected as the new AUC deputy chairperson.
Sasa hiyo ndio pia mwanamume ndio mwenyekiti, wanaibu mwenyekiti. Mwenyekiti ya AU General Assembly ni mwanaume, sivyo? Sasa mimi hapo niko na shida kidogo. Kwa sababu acha nikuambie Elizabeth, mbona nakerwa? Mimi kama sio mama singekuwa profesa. Na watu wanasahau ya kuwa umuhimu ya mama. Nikisema hivi, wajua mama ndio anafanya socialization. Wababa kama profesa wako darasani mpaka jioni kama sisi, sivyo? Mama ndiye analea watoto na huku tunamuignore. Kwa hivyo mimi ningetaka kumwambia Afrika next election tafadhali. Nimeshukuru sana Uhuru Kenyatta kwa kumteua Amina Mohamed kuwa mwenyekiti. Ndio maana alibadilisha hiyo election ya AU last time. Ndio maana alipata 25. Pengine kama tungechukua mwanamke this time angepata 27. Kwa sababu Yusuf alipata 25 ndio akashinda nao Raila, ndio maana Raila withdraw. Kama mwanamke angekuwa tungepata 27. Kwa hivyo tungeenda kwa last round tungeshinda. Kwa hivyo usisahau mama.
Kuangalia mambo jinsi ambavyo yametokea, mwanamke inaelekeza zaidi jinsi kura ilivyopigwa kule AUC na ile mirengo ya masuala ya biashara imechangia. Na nikiondoka ninajua kuna reactions nyingi kutoka maeneo mbalimbali, haswa zaidi nikiona kutoka kwa mwelekezi wangu na pia mhariri wangu Eric Munene ni kwamba Kondele huko wameamua kusema Ruto must go baada ya yale ambayo yametokea, na ni vitu ambavyo vinajitokeza. Nimemwona Karugo Adhangwa miongoni mwa wengine wakisema Raila ndiye mwenye wengi pale bungeni, na nikafikiria siasa zitabadilika zaidi katika siku za usoni, profesa.
Tuseme zitachacha
Umesema zitachacha.
Yes. Zitachacha. Na maana wakati huu kuna wengi ambao wanasema ni wafuasi wa Raila ambao hawajaridhika na labda wanatafuta mbinu zozote za kujitokeza uwanjani na kuonekana ati wako.
Umesema swala la majority litaibuka tena.
Si koti ilisema Kenya Kwanza ilijiingiza.
na kisha Wetangula baadaye akarula otherwise kulingana.
Wetangula kama speaker hataki kujiondoa kazi. Kwa hivyo karula vile alirudi. Basi kuna mambo ambayo yatafanyika. Hatujui yataenda namna gani, lakini tunajua kutakuwa na msukosuko, mvutano hapo na pale. Kunasemekana kuna wale watu wanataka kumuondoa Wetangula kama speaker ili wamweke Otiende Amollo. Na wakiweka Otiende Amollo basi hiyo itakuwa na mambo ingine. Tunafahamu ati viti vingi vya kamiti za bunge zitabadilika. Dili Nyoro anasemekana labda ataondolewa, waweke mtu mwingine kama chairman. Kimani Ichung'wah anasemekana ashaondoa ile ishara ya kuonyesha ati majority.
Baada ya mahakama.
Baada ya mahakama akajiondoa hivi, kwa hiyo amekubali yes. Kuna mambo mengi ambayo yatafanyika, lakini hatujui vile yataendelea. Vile hakujulikana sana yataenda na upande gani, mwelekeo gani. Tunaweza fikiria hivi yaende hivi. Unaweza kusemekana wengi wanafikiria labda sasa Raila na Ruto watakosana. Wakose kukosana. Kwa sababu fulani.
Lakini wao wanasema, ikiwasikiza walikuwa wanazungumza juma lililopita, walikuwa wanasema expand the base. Wale ambao ni wandani wa
expand the base in fungua milango watu wa Raila waingie. Hiyo ndio expansion. Hakuna vitu vingine. Si ati ni watu wa Kalonzo au watu wengine. Hii broad based ni Raila based. Na ikasemekana sasa imekuwa broad based. Wakisema expand the base. Fungua milango watu wengi wa Raila waingie. Na hao ni nani hatujui. Kuna wengi na wakati wale wachache waliingia si Opio, Joho na Oparanya. Watu kama hao hao ndio broad based.
Hao ndio una expand the base.
Sawa, expand hiyo kuwe na broad based ingine. Kama ya kuondoa Wetangula ndio uweke Otiende Amollo, ondoa huyu uweke huyu. Hii itakuwa broader based.
Umesema mambo yatachemuka kabla sijaondoka kwa hilo.
Mimi pia naona kama mambo itasambaratika, sio kuichemuka tu. Itasambaratika kwa sababu kuna vile sasa they say that the center cannot hold. Lazima mambo yasamika kwa sababu ajua saa hii Raila alikuwa amejua amepata hizi ma CSS na pia eko AU. Sasa vile amekosa AU, what balance do you give him ili ibalance? If the balance sheet cannot balance, nini utafanya? Kwa sababu saa hii is not balancing. Ukiangalia vile amekosa AU, sasa atarudi kufanya nini? Raila atakuwa anaamka asubuhi akienda wapi? Lazima apate kile ataamka kwenda kufanya. Na sasa hiyo lazima Ruto atafute. Asipotafuta Raila atapata kila atafanya. Na kila atafanya Ruto atapenda. Kwa hivyo mambo imesambaratika. Ruto lazima arudi kwa drawing board. Aone pengine angetoa Gachagua. Pengine Gachagua angemsaidia kama Raila atakuwa amesambaratisha mambo. Kwa hivyo Raila amesababisha shida kubwa sana. In fact now, before Raila apoteze AU, Gachagua was the most dangerous with nothing to lose. Now Raila ndiye amekuwa the most dangerous politician with nothing again to lose. He only has something to gain. Asipopewa ataleta shida. Na sasa nini atakubali? Tuulize ni nini unaweza patia Raila akikosa AUC na aridhike? Atatafuta kitu nono zaidi. Na hicho kitu nono, Ruto ako nayo? Atasema Kindiki atolewe awekewe mtu mwingine awe deputy president? Ama atataka half of the cabinet? Sasa kama alipewa AUC na pia kuna treasury, ni nini tena atahitaji? Sasa mambo ni makubwa. Kwa hivyo mwenye atadefine, kile atadefine ni ukisikia Raila akifungua mdomo akitamka kitu Hiyo ndio sasa utaangalia inaenda wapi. Kwa hivi sasa hatuwezi jua, lakini nataka kumshukuru Raila Odinga kwa sababu nilisahau huku nipatia nafasi ya kusema hivyo. Watu wamesema kwa muda mrefu sana ya kuwa Raila ni mtu akishindwa hawezi kubali. Leo Raila amewavunja roho kwa sababu Raila amewaonyesha yeye anaweza kubali, na alikubali bila kufanya vitu zikae kama mbaya sana. Kwa hivyo mimi naona kama Raila amepata hiyo fursa ya kuredeem, ya kusema ya kuwa yeye sio mtu ambaye anasema yeye ni mshindani, asiyekubali kushindwa sio mshindani. Leo Raila amethibitisha ya kuwa anaweza kubali ushindi, na anaweza kumkabidhi mwenzake ushindi. Mimi nitaona Raila akishake hands na Mohamud tena congratulate kwa Twitter yake na kwa mambo kama hayo. Asante sana.
Na umesema taifa litulie.
Na taifa itulie.
Asante Profesa Munene, najua tulianzia na wewe kuanzia asubuhi. Asante pia Ogola kuamua kuwa nasi pia kwa wakati huo kuanzia saa 10. Tunashukuru zaidi. Na wewe mpenzi mtazamaji, siku zote kutuchagua hapa ndani ya runinga hii ya TV47, tunakuenzi zaidi, na bila shaka wewe usipokuwa sehemu yetu sisi hatuwezi tukasonga mbele. Kwa wanahabari wetu wote ambao wamekuwa katika kaunti mbalimbali, na wale walio katika Addis Ababa, wale wapiga picha hapa studioni, wahariri na waelekezi wote kwa pamoja, na wale ambao ni dijitali wote ambao wamechangia kwa siku hii ya leo kufana na kufanikisha, tunasema shukrani za dhati. Tunaondoka kwa leo na kwa wakati huu, lakini mwendo saa 3 atakuwepo hapa Betty Chalo kukujuza mengi zaidi kutoka humu nchini, sehemu zote, kaunti zote 47. Jina langu Elizabeth Mutuko, naondoka, zidi kutegea runinga hii ya TV47.